upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game.
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss.
Tidak berubah banyak, Forfeit kita datang dengan line up yang tetap sama juga sekarang.
Ya, kita lihat aja 4 season terakhir aja dimenanginnya sama tim yang sama kan hitungannya.
Udah penasaran apakah itu menjadi salah satu keunggulan kalian nih dengan 5 player yang masih sama plek-keciplek?
Mungkin kalau tim-tim lain yang nggak bisa Niro Oni kayak gitu, mungkin dari segi mental kan, segi mental sama chemistry sama kayak cara main hero-nya sih.
Ya itu inisiasi yang manis banget, Iron Range-nya juga on point banget. Follow up-nya juga.
Aman guys? Maksa-maksa deh guys.
Aman, gua 9 detik. Gua ada fikir.
Aman. Nice, bantai.
Yang pertama disiplin sih pasti. Disiplin tim Oni itu sangat berbeda sama tim-tim lain lah di Indo khususnya. Dia mungkin udah hampir mendekati tim-tim internasional ya, kayak di PH malah yang top tiernya. Yang kedua mungkin fleksibilitasnya di dalam gamenya. Jadi mereka adaptasi di in-game itu sangat cepat. Jadi objektifnya kemana atau mereka harus lakukan apa itu sangat cepat.
Mereka nggak mau langsung ganyang Lordnya, mereka tahu Kairi. Dia bisa mencuri Lordnya dengan sangat mudah sekali karena dia punya quad shadow. Iya, dia nyari Kairi langsung shadow kill karena Owen. Tumbang begitu saja, tandanya tidak di-hit. Tidak perlu dikeluarkan, berdikar seorang Nile. Tapi lihat masih menyangkut di depan sana, one hit. Gagal didapatkan, take cover terhadap Lord dan lihat Kairi.
Are you more comfortable, udah lebih nyaman dengan gameplay Assassin Hero di MPL season 14 ini?
Lebih enak. Terus biar bisa dapat kill juga. Soalnya ada bottle sama tank kemarin.
Sebenarnya regenerasi penting sih, apalagi ketika kita udah lihat langsungnya hasilnya stuck di situ aja kan, nggak ada yang ya kita lihat aja 4 season terakhir aja dimenanginnya sama tim yang sama kan hitungannya. Mereka juga berhasil kayak gitu karena mereka regenerasi kan dari zaman KG jadi ya zamannya mereka sekarang lah hitungannya kan. Kalau bisa player-player lama tuh kadang udah punya ilmunya sendiri gitu loh. Apa ya bisa bilang untuk adaptasi tuh agak susah karena itu tuh udah textbook di pikiran mereka lah mainnya harus bisa kan player-player baru itu ketika dikasih ilmu, ya hitungannya kayak masih gelas kosong lah hitungannya.
Kemarin udah sempet aku bilang juga, aku revisi sedikit ya, bukan soal adaptasi tereliminasi, tapi adaptasi atau regenerasi ternyata yang lebih efisien nih.
Kalau ditanya seberapa penting, penting banget. Karena menurut gua Indonesia salah satu yang lagi kendor nih regenerasinya. Gua ngeliat PH, gua ngeliat Malaysia, siapa yang tahu kayak Asarji, kayak Sekis, no one knows. So bagi gua tiba-tiba ada regenerasi yang kayak gitu dan bagus. Menurut gua kita kurang scouting lah, kayak kurang scouters di Indonesia. Sedikit banget yang untuk ngambil resiko kayak gue nih mau angkat pemain baru, gue nih mau jadiin pemain baru, gue mau nyiptain gitu, kayak pelopor pemain baru. Tapi menurut gue pribadi, ya proses.
Kalau kita bisa bicarakan, membangkitkan lagi tim yang mungkin atau nge-rebuild yang udah pernah mereka miliki, itu cukup sulit. Biarkan mereka berproses. Biarkan mereka berproses.
Gimana cara ngebentuk tim itu ada dua cara sih. Yang pertama itu lu ngumpulin beberapa orang potensial yang ibaratnya udah jago dan semi jadi, terus lu jadiin satu gitu. Dan yang kedua lu nge-build dari awal, dan itu yang disebut regenerasi biasanya. Kayak timnya yang udah lama diganti sama yang baru gitu. Dan orang yang habis regenerasi nih, kayak contoh kemarin season kemarin tuh Lutfi. Nah orang regenerasi ini bisa ngebawa passionnya dia, apinya dia, belum pernah juara gitu. Dan orang-orang empatnya ini yang udah sering juara nih, jadi kembali lagi gitu, oh jadi gini nih rasanya kalau belum pernah juara gitu. Jadi dibilang perlu tuh sangat perlu sih, dan gue sangat setuju itu.
Melon mereka harus berani cok, jangan kalah berani sama mereka.
Jangan kalah berani coy.
Dok kayak kemarin Dok.
Ya.
Sepertinya mendapatkan hasil yang baik karena mereka langsung saja berpautun sampai akan menang dan pecah saja.
2 gol untuk RRQ Moshi.
2-0 poin bersih untuk sang raja.
Hitungannya playernya baru semua kecuali gua kan. Dan di season-season kemarin tujuan gue pengen juara ya, cuma gagal terus. Terus kedatangan yang player-player baru, mereka pengen juara, terus coach yang pengen juara juga. Terus dari dalam hati gue nggak bakal padam lah api gue kalau gue ngeliat mereka mau juara. Ya gue pengen juara lagi lah.
Viva
Boy, kita di sini buat tunjukin ke semua orang kalau kita pantas.
Mari kita sambut penugas terbaru, Team Liquid.
Regenerasi adalah kunci. Itulah yang dia percaya, Tim Liquid ID.
Nah, gue mikirnya ini sih kayak kalau misalnya gue gagal, gue berakhir udah. Jadi gue mau nggak mau harus salin.
Sebenarnya karena sistem di Muntun yang unlimited kita bisa naikin dan turunin orang kapanpun, dari Liquid itu kita membuat kayak struktur di mana MPL MDL itu benar-benar bersaing. Jadi kayak kita nggak ada gap yang bisa bikin kayak mereka tuh ketinggalan jauh, kelihatan kayak gapnya banget lah. Itu pun udah jadi yang kayak moto kita di awal sih. Kayak kita bikin MPL MDL-nya benar-benar kayak bersaing, dua-duanya sama-sama kuat, siapapun udah siap di MPL.
Ya kita lihat lah, season ini kan ya AE juga beregenerasi hitungannya, RRQ juga regenerasi, dan juga tim Liquid dengan roster full MDL-nya kan. Regenerasi ini di season ini apalagi ya memberi warna aja sih ke MPL Indonesia season 14 kemarin.
Semua buat sama 14, coba yang perubahan juga mungkin buat awal-awal masuk proses.
Untuk season sekarang karena kita lihat Oning udah punya fondasi, tapi hampir semua tim rombak. Jadi kayak bisa dipastikan gimana cara kita menyaingi Onik, menurut gua lebih dari mental anak-anaknya itu tersendiri sih. Jangan kayak nganggap Onik itu nggak bisa dikalahin. Nggak, anything possible sih buat kalahin Onik di season ini harusnya.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. official destination for gaming and esports. Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Masih ngasih vision lagi, namun hati-hati udah mulai low darahnya.
Oke, dan untuk sekarang di Vincent tapi Lordnya menjadi milik dari Masako. Sementara sekarang Shutdown pun tercipta. Walaupun Vincent pun harus menghilang, tapi setidaknya Lord menjadi milik dari Geek bahkan Spirit of Destruction. Masako. Oke, Mueza mencoba untuk mencari celah, melemparkan ke arah satu player, di mana ejector dari Connect masuk ke dalam, langsung ke dalam tubuh dari Cars. Dan juga pertempurannya kembali terbagi ada Spirit of Destruction. Mac kali ini berhasil mendapatkan karena Lord tersebut, tapi coba dari tidak mau tinggal diam. Double kill berhasil dia dapatkan, dan mungkin untuk sekarang ada Swallow menjadi satu target selanjutnya.
Adaptasi atau regenerasi. Ini menjadi topik perdebatan hangat karena ini menjadi solusi. Yang mana harus dipilih, adaptasi atau regenerasi, agar bisa menjadi solusi untuk kembali bersaing di lanskap global. Tapi tentunya sepanjang MPL Indonesia Season 14 sudah ada match-match yang kita ikuti dan kita sudah melihat bahwa kita nyatanya tengah melaju ke arah yang lebih baik lagi. Dan tentunya hari ini kita sudah masuk di MPL Indonesia Season 14 minggu ketiga, hari yang kedua. MPL Arena, mana suaranya? Wow, MPL Arena hari ini sudah penuh karena kita akan melihat match pembukaan hari ini yang mana akan ada dua tim yang tentunya yang akan menunjukkan bukan hanya beradaptasi saja, tapi kedua tim ini juga telah berevolusi dengan regenerasi player-player yang baru tentunya yang memperkuat tim keduanya ini yang akan bertanding di match pembukaan hari ini. Ada Geek Fam dan juga ada Bigetron Alpha. Yang mana keduanya memiliki rookie-rookie yang memperkuat kedua tim ini. Ini bakalan menarik sekali dan thank you tentunya untuk keseruannya seluruh yang ada di MPL Arena Superfans. Dan tentunya MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Munton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Dan tentunya ada official e-wallet GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports, ada Kidia, kemudian ada official gold partner, UBS Gold, dan tentunya thank you untuk partner in esports, ada Campina, ada Head and Shoulders, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan juga IndiHome. Dan tak lupa tentunya ada suppliers kita, ada Erigo dan juga Saturdays, dan tentunya MPL Indonesia Season 14 supported by PBSC. Dan seperti yang Monica sampaikan tadi, bahwa kita akan melihat match pembukaan hari ini antara Geek Fam dan juga Bigetron Alpha. Wah, ini kalau melihat kemarin Geek Fam sudah menunjukkan bahwa mereka berhasil menarik turun sang Raja Langit Fnatic Onyx dengan skor 2-1. Apakah kita akan melihat kali ini eranya Geek Fam revamp? Tapi tentunya hari ini tidak akan mudah karena Geek Fam akan bertemu dengan Bigetron Alpha yang tentunya saat ini menjadi posisi yang teratas di standing sementara. Dan tentunya Bigetron Alpha sampai dengan saat ini belum pernah kalah sepanjang 3 minggu di MPL Indonesia Season 14. Jadi kita akan melihat apakah Geek Fam akan berhasil minggu ini mengalahkan sang raja-raja di MPL Indonesia saat ini, ataukah Bigetron Alpha akan tetap menunjukkan bahwa mereka akan tetap mempertahankan rekornya, belum pernah kalah sampai dengan week ketiga kali ini. Jadi tanpa berlama-lama, di sini MPL Arena sudah begitu panas, tapi boleh Monica lihat seberapa panas Geek Fam Unity, mana suaranya? Jangan mau kalah dong, mana panasnya Biget Troopers? Biget Troopers dan juga Geek Fam Unity sudah siap untuk tentunya melihat bagaimana berjalannya match pembukaan hari ini antara Geek Fam dan juga Bigetron Alpha. Silakan casters, take it away.
revolution, insurgence by the young bloods, regenerations going to happen soon right here in MPL Indonesia Season 14. With me, Realize, and also Gani, and this new caster we have in this desk, all the way from Morocco. It is Mirko.
It's not Arashi today.
It's not Arashi.
I'm Mirko from Morocco. Apparently now that's where I came from. But hey guys, I'm glad to be back.
Yeah.
You know, it's really, really cool to be back here, and glad to be casting with you guys for a big match for our first one. It's going to be Bigatron versus GeekFam.
Yeah, a lot of exciting matches, but as we take a look retrospectively from yesterday, it was the day of the rookies, the young bloods that were really stepping up, talking about Masako, who was insane in the Moscow and carrying GeekFam into that monumental win against Onyx Esports, and also that Beloyski pick with the Natalia that was also out of our pockets. And yesterday was a banger day, but those were only 2 matches now, and today we have 3 matches, Gani.
We got 3, all right? You mentioned GeekFam Bigatron. We are going to close things out with TLID, a team that has a lot of rookies as well, going up against Dewa United Esports.
And it felt like yesterday, Onyx loss kind of steps up a new benchmark for the MPL ID Season 14 teams and the league itself, as it gets more competitive. But we now take a look at the schedule. On match number 1, it's going to be GeekFam against Bigatron Alpha. Match number 2, match of the day. The Alter Ego squad will be taking away the White Tigers, EVOS Glory. And as we close out the day, and also going to tomorrow, to close out the week, it is going to be Team Liquid ID against Dewa United.
Some big matches here. You know, if I had the chance to swap things around, maybe match of today could beat all 3 of them. We really definitely want to see all these teams perform. Bigatron Alpha 4-0, an absolute monster right now. And GeekFam, though, a very slow start to the season, which we kind of expect for GeekFam. The fact that they were able to bounce back and beat the defending champions just yesterday with Masako and Veldora in the lineup definitely makes MPL ID a bit more interesting.
Yeah, of course, as we take a look at the standings presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6, of course, Bigatron Alpha still standing strong, spotless, not without a loss there. 4 wins. RQ Hoshi just trailing behind Dewa United, surprisingly sitting above the Sky King, so the gods able to really pin down. But of course, that is courtesy of yesterday's game, the Fnatic Onyx against GeekFam. Now back to the topic that I made. Fnatic Onyx, it felt like they are now not as flawless as they used to be. No. They are still vulnerable. What does this say for the league itself and for our road to M6?
Well, I think if we're talking about what it says for the league, it means at least now we have competition, right? For the longest time, it's been Onyx just reigning above the rest, and everybody else is fighting for second place. Season 11, it was like that. Season 12, it was like that. Season 13, we got a glimpse of Fnatic Onyx actually losing their flawless chemistry and their flawless performance. But in the end, they were still able to stay composed and get the trophy. After MSC, after SPS, lackluster performances, it's time for some of the revamped teams like Super BTR 2.0 with the entrance of Luke. You know, if you can't beat him, buy him. That's essentially what Bigatron did here with the Luke purchase. But Geek's been doing great with Gobs coming into the lineup. Not as good as Luke, even Veldora. But in the gold lane, you've definitely got a massive improvement in Masako, who is much more of a risk taker, much more of a carry compared to Chidera, who takes things way safer.
There's one thing that the new gen have in common, that is confidence. Masako yesterday in the mic check was like, don't worry guys, if I get my items, I'll carry you to the win. And also Finn had a very good debut against Dewa United in that thrashing of Dewa United 2-0. In such quick fashion, he was spamming the Mathildas and he was playing flawlessly, especially when you have to fill in the shoes of someone in the magnitude of Key. And now this talks about regeneration again and again, because this is the main point we always try to make in MPL ID. The fact that there's always going to be someone new who will carry the torch this time around for both GeekFam and Bigatron Alpha. They also have that regeneration, Gani.
You can talk about the veterans here, maybe. Imagine them as a cup, right? Maybe it's almost full. Their knowledge, their experience, maybe the new guys here, the new kids on the block, they're empty cups. They have that hunger. And yeah, I mean, Masako here, his Moskov is still 100% in this league.
Yeah, and of course, Masako has kind of become the tip of the spear for GeekFam, but now for Bigatron Alpha, their only rookie would be Finn. But with the addition of Super Luke back to the lineup, this is going to be, you know, a reminiscing moment for him, you know, a reconciliation meeting with his ex-team. How will Super Luke function in this match? Because GeekFam, having been with him for such a long time, for such a long season, means that maybe they know what he's going to do and what he has up in his sleeves.
I think for Super Luke, he's been a pillar for Geek Fam for the longest time. So for Geek Fam, I feel like they'll have a pretty good read about how Luke wants to take the game, what matchups that maybe they'll give Gobs or Veldora in the lane to shut Luke down. But in the end, for Super Luke, if you take a look at Bigatron Alpha's performance this season, what makes them so special is the fact that Luke doesn't need to be the super playmaker of the team anymore, right? They can relegate it to other players in a match. But let's take a look at Geek's secret recipe here. Debut PL President 2021 from Kaizen Fragment, Rookie Monster MPL Indonesia Season 7 for Week 5. That was when he was in OP, back with Mueza, I believe. First place MPL Indonesia Season 9 in Geek Fam ID Junior when they reverse swept RQ Senna. And that was the RQ Senna with Dyron, Rins, and Edok in the lineup. And then obviously 3rd to 4th place in MPL Indo Season 8 OP. That was indeed also with Mueza, his teammate. And Masako, I don't know what it is with the rookies nowadays. You know, back in the day, for us, whenever we see the rookies, they always come out either as superstars or very underwhelming, right, on stage. But today, we see a new wave of rookies who are just so confident. Masako already with the Shushes, Aaron Shiki, Fabian even, and I'd say even Gobs. The fact that he played so well, despite the 2 losses, he hasn't gotten the win yet in MPL, but he's played so well. This rising star has got a lot of potential. Like Gani said, the cup is not even half, I would say, for Gobs. This guy was part of the Boss Q lineup that won in a very, I would say, dominant manner, MDL, for the longest time. He was a part of the team with Gogo, if you guys don't know. Rins, together with Edok and Bunny QT, who's now over in Malaysia. Champions, MDL Indo, Season 8.
Yeah, Gobs, of course, one of the rookies as well, and the Geek Fam.
Back-to-back, by the way, MDL.
Yeah, back-to-back, able to really come out as the victor. And of course, for Gobs himself, if Geek Fam are able to harness that XP lane in the hands of Gobs, look at him just being all confident and cocky with the specialty, which is mewing, of course, but for that XP lane, we have been talking about how, for Geek Fam, that XP lane has been their weak link as well. With Veldora not able to get his heroes, you know, he is renowned for the Benedettas, the Paquitos, but now he has to play that enabler, the Terizlas, and other initiation tools, maybe the Edith as well. Yesterday, his Edith game, to be honest, was quite underwhelming. But I guess when you give him that power play, that power heroes that he has, he can excel. But another option that Geek Fam has is trying to harness Gobs to his maximum potential.
Absolutely. So they have 2 layers in the XP lane, right? They have Gobs, who's more of a playmaker. I would say, if we were to make the comparison, who can take Luke's position? Who can replace him in Geek Fam? I would have to give it over to Gobs over to Veldora, like more so than Veldora. Because Veldora is more of a carry in the XP. If you give him the picks, like the Cho even, he does perform. The Benedetta, the Paquito, like you mentioned earlier. But if you put him on the Edith, if you put him on other picks, like the enablers in general, like the Arlet even, they had to ban out the Arlet from Fnatic Onyx every single time yesterday. And when they didn't, they actually lost the game. Maybe this is because Veldora doesn't play an Arlet as good as Gobs. But if they do decide to play Gobs with Masako, I think this will be a very, very scary lineup for even Bigatron to deal with. Because for Bigatron Alpha, right now, they're also looking very complete, by the way, right? If we take a look at the replays as well, with Finn, with Key, it almost doesn't matter. Both of them are equally as good. I think, again, Key is definitely more trusted in the team, for sure. He's been playing for the longest time for Bigatron Alpha. And Finn, though his performance was impressive, it was against Dewa United, who didn't really have the best of tests, at least for the first 2 weeks, right? They haven't beaten teams like Fnatic Onyx or Araki Hoshi. Meanwhile, for Bigatron Alpha, they've kind of shown that they're strong. They're 4-0 up. They beat RQ. Possibly right now the 2nd best team, and the fact that they have so many flex potential now in the team, where usually for Luke, he already utilized that with just Beloy. Now you can even utilize the Ruby for Eman too, right? It's a 3-lane potential flex pick, 3-role potential flex pick, and it gives Bigatron Alpha so many more dimensions to play with in the draft.
Yeah, and that kind of raises the questions. Where is Bigatron's flaws? Because it felt like they are a spotless team right now. They are so perfect. They're able to play in all lanes. All 3 winning lanes, to be honest. Moreno is a monster, a Terminator up in that mid lane. Eman, he either carries early or you give him his items and his time to get to that scaling level in that gold lane. And of course, for the super sub roamer, this is Finn. His debut in qualification of PL President Esports with Bigatron Beta. 5th to 8th place in MPL ID Season 8, and also 3rd to 4th place. This accolades of his doesn't really do justice to how well he plays, because yesterday, I mean, sure, still a small sample size, 1 game against Dewa United, but again, they're at least, you know, preparing for someone who's able to fill in Key's shoes.
I think if we take a look at the Bigatron Beta lineup that Finn was playing with, the 3 pillars would definitely be Narashi, Also, Finn in the mid are in the roam, and Shive. Shive and Narashi now actually in Brazil. Good luck to them playing in Brazil. But the fact that we have one of those pillars now coming up, and the fact that for Finn at least, his playstyle matches up together with Iman. In Bigatron Beta, what he likes to do is set up for the gold lane, play around, and actually go and babysit. So if Finn decides, okay, so it's not going to be Finn, we're going to focus on Key, a bit more initiation heavy, as we know Key.
Yeah, the captain is back. Super Luke, Super Ken, Moreno, Key, and Iman. Of course, the Super era is coming to the beginnings of it.
Still looking to remain at top. Still looking to stay with that spotless record. Flawless. Will these Bigatron 2.0 still win against the Geeks? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bigatron Alpha.
They might look spotless, but if you want to talk about kryptonite, their kryptonite is Geek Fam. Denying them of that M5 spot and denying them of their progression in MPL ID Season 13 playoffs.
Knocking them out of both competitions, Season 12, Season 13 playoffs, Bigatron Beta, and then Bigatron Alpha now. Finn coming into the lineup. I thought for sure he was going to be playing here to go up against this new Geek Fam. But we'll see what Geek Fam bring to the table too, to be fair. Are they going to be going with Gobs?
Oh, Chidera.
And Masako? No, Gobs and Chidera.
Okay.
Whoa.
Interesting mix because we were hyping up Masako and his confidence. But now it's up to the veteran as well, Chidera, having to play Gobs, Vincent, Aboy, Beloyski, and Chidera. What will they bring into today's showdown?
They won with a rookie in gold yesterday. Will they win with a rookie in the EXP today? Ladies and gentlemen, it's a tall order against the Red Robots. But if one team can do it, this is the team that can definitely make Bigatron struggle. Let's welcome Geek Fam!
They pulled out an upset yesterday, dethroning the Sky Kings. And they were also the kryptonite responsible on knocking away and shattering Bigatron's dreams back-to-back in Season 12 and Season 13.
Now the question is up in the air. Which lineup is actually better? In scrims at least, right? Because on stage, I think facts speak more than words. Even though Beloyski has said Masako hasn't been performing in scrims, he's been performing on stage. Chidera and Gobs. I mean, Geek Fam have the tendency to swap. They've been swapping things for the last 3 seasons. First time it was Marky and Chidera always swapping, and then just last season we saw Rain swapping out with Hazel constantly in the first leg, and now we're seeing it from Gobs, Masako, and Chidera with Veldora.
Of course, the masterminds here, Theo, Nile, and Wura. And of course, you also have Bluffsy and Dora, SP, but now, for the players of Geek Fam and Bigatron Alpha, you know, Super Luke, there's going to be a reunion with his old team, and new faces, still the same team. Now, the question is, how will Geek Fam retain their playstyle? Because yesterday, they opted into that pick-off hero playstyle. We talked about how, you know, it has been the Beloyski defect, not the effect, but now, it has been the effective Beloyski able to play the pick-off heroes like the Natalia when his Hellcurt was banned, even bringing away 2 bans from Onyx, 3 bans even targeting Beloyski.
I'm glad we get to the drafts right now, and we get to talk about the drafts. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a team head-to-head. Geek Fam versus Bigatron Alpha. Pay attention to the most pick and ban heroes, because that's really what I'm going to be highlighting here. For Geek Fam, in their win against Fnatic Onyx, they always ban out the Arlet. And like you said, they forced 2 bans every single round. Well, after first match, right after the first game. Showed out on the Natalia, despite the Hellcurt being banned out, shows that he can perform on the Natalia, and then after that, he actually baits out the Saber ban as well. So in total, Beloyski has been able to force out a lot of teams to ban out 3 of his heroes, leaving so many other picks open for the rest of the team, and that's why their flex picks in the first phase have been finding so much success. Just yesterday, the Roger and the Cho utilizes flex, and again, in game number 3, we saw the Roger and the Ruby. Whenever they get the 2 flex picks in the first phase, they usually just get such a massive advantage into the second phase, and that's should be what they're expecting to do here against Bigatron Alpha. And maybe the reason they brought in Gobs is because Gobs can actually utilize more of these flex picks. The Cho, maybe not so much, but the Edith, the Arlet as well, that was constantly banned out against Fnatic Onyx. This time I feel like they might want to leave the Arlet open. Might want to pick it up for themselves.
It's going to be very interesting to see how they are going to approach. But again, especially I think from week 2, now week 3, Ruby has been such a hot pick, right?
Yeah.
So flex. And again, somehow very hard to take down Ruby. So expect Ruby also being prioritized by Bigatron and as well as Geekfam.
Yeah, it's a high prio hero at this point of the game, and the meta as well, because we could talk about the flexibility as well. Geekfam, they can flex it in Beloyski and either in Gobs. But for Bigatron, you have 3 players who can really play the Ruby. So it's Iman, it's Key. You have Super Luke as well. Super Luke also renowned for his Ruby. So now for Bigatron, again, looking so spotless, even 100% the second pick selection in the away team when they have to play that red side or that away team, area. And now for Geekfam, what do they want to bring out to take down Bigatron? Will Bigatron respect Beloyski having to absorb like 3 bans again?
I think we're going to have to at least see the Hellcurt ban, right? I'm not too sure if they want to actually bring out the Natalia and the Saber, especially in the first phase, considering there are a lot of big picks that now Geekfam with Gobs can utilize, and they actually decide to ban out the Ruby. Oh, by the way, fun facts, Geekfam against Fnatic Onyx, their wins all came through red side, and they always try to force the chip ban towards the opposing team. They've already done it here against Bigatron, but on blue side, it's natural to do that.
Yeah, blue side kind of gives you an advantage, but yeah, there it is. The respect towards the Hellcurt. It might be a little bit too hasty to say that they will ban out the Natalia, as Geekfam take out the Valentina, one of the staple and favorite heroes of Moreno. He can really carry with this Valentina, so mobile yet so threatening against the players of Geekfam. So they take out the Valentina, not wanting to face it out. Now Bigatron onto their last ban. What will they take out?
I mean, with the Valentina ban, it opens up a possibility on the Yuto mages, right? Like the big Saunas, like the Auroras here, will perhaps picked by either team. But yeah, I mean, Roger, as we all know, such a stable, reliable pick in that first pick.
It has been very flexible in the hands of Geekfam. They really like to compensate for Vincent's, kind of like weakness of not being able to play the assassins flawlessly. They pick up the Roger for him, one of the strongest fighters that you can have in the jungle, and assassin as well.
It's been phenomenal, especially for Geekfam. One thing to note though, if we're talking about Geekfam, is the fact that when Masako plays together with a team, they almost never flex this pick over to the gold lane. It's always going to the hands of Vincent.
Yeah.
Now with Chidera in the lineup, I feel like it does give them a bigger chance to go for something like that, a swap in the Roger, because Chidera actually does play the gold lane Roger. We have seen that many times before, and he was able to find a lot of success this last season. Good response though right now from Bigatron Alpha. They know that the Roger can be flexed into the gold lane with the presence of Chidera and Geekfam. They go for the Harith pick, so it still ensures him on that he will be getting a lane that will be good for him. It's setting up for his success with the Hayabusa too, enabling some of these picks. And this is already a new style of Bigatron Alpha that we are seeing with the Hayabusa early.
Early up from Super Ken, the Zask taken away by a boy, and also the Edith. Again, still flexible in the hands of Beloyski or in the hands of Gobs. Yesterday we saw it always given to Veldora, and now for Bigatron, having picked up that Hayabusa for Super Ken, one of his favorite heroes as well, playing the assassins. So take a look at a fun fact here. Throughout MPL ID Season 14, the respect ban for Super Ken's Fanny has maintained 100% ban rate across 9 games. So he is another Fanny player. When we talk about the players in the jungle, we have Fabian who showcased his Fanny, but Super Ken is another Fanny player as well.
Well, that's the Arlet pick we were talking a lot about in the draft, or before the draft even started. The Arlet is such a massive pick. There's a reason Geekfam banned in all of the games that they won yesterday against Fnatic Onyx, right? The presence of that flex potential still for the Roam, for the XP. Both Key and Super Luke can play it really, really well. But let's talk about the winning conditions for Geekfam, at least in the match against Fnatic Onyx. Getting 2 flexible picks in the first phase, like we mentioned, to step up in the second phase, highlight that second phase and give them more opportunities. That's already been done. Roger, Flex, Edith as well. Helping Bigatron Alpha, they find themselves in a spot where they're going to have to respect some of these picks that might not even need to be respected, because again, this Edith could go to the hands of Beloy still.
Yeah, still. And now another fun fact, talking about Beloyski, speak of the devil throughout MPL ID Season 14. A respect ban for Beloyski's Hellcurt has held a 90.9% ban rate across the end game. So again, so much respect to the War Crime General himself. The Hellcurt has been such a staple pick for him. And as we take a look at Bigatron's ban, towards the Kaja. It was picked up yesterday by Beloyski in a losing game. They lost that with that Kaja pick. It was so hard for them to get the engages. And, you know, not a lot of divine judgment that was able to dictate the game.
But a different story, right? Because here the Hayabusa, the Harith, it's quite vulnerable towards that divine judgment. And I feel like Bigatron, let's play it safe. Let's eliminate the team fight capabilities here. And they ban out the Tigreal hero that can mess your formation up, and there you go. Right, Tigreal banned out. Geek Fam though, here, I expected a Matilda because, again, a Zask with his all Dominator's Descent, if a Matilda is on your opponent, isn't really effective. The Guiding Wind will save himself or the teammate from that ult.
Yeah, I think it's same goes the reasoning for the Tigreal ban, right? It is one of the picks that can actually shut down the Hayabusa in these team fights. Now the question is, I was expecting them to utilize this flex pick a bit further towards the draft, but it does seem like they're actually setting up for Moreno to get a pretty good hero here in this matchup. Maybe something like a Faramis if they really want to utilize this dive, because man, Bigatron Alpha have come to just dive. Jawhead, Arlet, Hayabusa, and the Harith. So much kill pressure. Geek Fam, I think it will do them very good if they get some more re-engage or counter-engage potential. Something like a Minotaur could still definitely work in their favor with the Edith. The Edith can be flexed into the XP lane. There's no Minotaur ban just yet, and I mean, to be fair, right now, I'm thinking, just more Minotaur, and then the decision whether to flex the Roger. I think if they do, something like a Claude could still work. It does give you some opportunities to actually escape from the dive coming down, but they decide to go for the Lunox, which is a good pick against the Harith in terms of like counter matchups, especially when you get the ultimate, but you're pretty vulnerable in the early stage, especially against a composition with a lot of early game kill pressure.
Yeah, they knocked the nail in the coffin. It's going to be Lunox gold lane for Chadera. And if we draw comparisons against Geek Fam, I feel like Bigatron Alpha, they also have this kind of paper-thin lineup that really don't have that innate tank player that they can really, you know, gamble on as a frontliner. But the Jawhead, again, so much scrutiny on this pick, but yesterday it was used in such a perfect manner by Mueza in the game against Rebellion Esports, who was getting the ejectors multiple times in the Aurora for Moreno. Zask against Aurora. We talked about how this Aurora can be a counter towards a Zask.
Oh, this is a great draft from both teams, you know. Geek Fam setting up for the Lunox, and Terizla having the Roger in the jungle already. My big question is the Lunox. How good of a matchup is it, to be fair, right? Because it's a bit 50-50. We've had a lot of discussions about the Lunox Harith, some getting a little bit heated in this discussion. But, man, I don't know, me personally, I'm on the side of the Harith. I feel like the Harith does do better overall in the game, early to late. But the Lunox definitely has a way to deal damage. The Lunox definitely has a way to stop the Harith. Bigatron Alpha are playing with a lot of big dive though. This is a lot of distractions that could keep the Lunox at bay.
A lot of questions right here. As the pot boils, we enter the land of dawn. The opening match of week number 3, day number 2. It's Geek Fam against a Bigatron Alpha. Will the Geeks again be the kryptonites of the Red Robots?
Red Robots looking to keep their record flawless. And Geek Fam, they will try to dethrone the top.
Oh man, it's a Terizla Rome from Beloyski. I definitely thought it was going to be the Edith in Rome, Terizla XP. That's usually what we expect. But hey, I knew that Edith was going to go XP. I thought Minotaur was going to be the key. They end up going for Terizla.
Wow.
What this gives towards the side of Geek Fam is the fact that at least in the mid lane, though they won't clearly win in the clear, they win out in this matchup, definitely. Right? The Jawhead cannot go head-to-head against a Terizla in trades, and you can see level 1. Oh, Chadera.
With the smart missiles and flicker as well, invested. And Chadera will go down. Now Vincent looking for a trade, but intelligent ejector to safety.
Vincent.
But Chadera does not connect though. Super 10 is at level 4, but the damage is enough to take Vincent down. 2 early kills from the Red Robots.
This is the big problem that I was saying in the draft. Bigatron Alpha have so much kill pressure in the early game. The fact that Geek Fam still decided to take the risk by picking up the Lunox in the gold lane, that yes, can win in the matchup, but is very, very vulnerable to these. Oh my god!
Now with the shadow kill, Chadera can't even farm.
My goodness. This Lunox just rendered immobile in the first 2 minutes, I guess. And, you know, Chidera was just coming up back, and now the onwards.
Yeah, they're looking for a cross-trap play here with Super Luke pressured.
Oh, wow.
And he will fall, despite him using the flicker. Now Beloyski, though, with the Terizla roam, ladies and gentlemen, still trying to create the same impact here. But again, Jawhead, very, very strong in that early, right? Level 1, level 2, and Geek Fam, they're first on that turtle.
At least they reply back with a kill towards Vincent and also the turtle. So at least they will try to stem the bleeding, getting that objective and also a kill. And as we take a look at the talent predictions by the new application, Go Pay, we do see it's a unanimous decision for Bigatron Alpha.
I like what I'm seeing, man. Hey, someone's calling me. This is not a curse.
It's not a curse.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Got a little bit distracted there by the call out. Let's talk about the emblems here, because, man, the fact that Chidera went for the lethal ignition shows me at least that he's very confident. Key? Okay, no, there's not going to be a fight, but yeah, very confident in the skirmishing potential that he has and in the early game and in the matchup. Oh, boy! Oh, force back already, man!
He does not trigger the Shadow Kill.
So much kill pressure coming in from Bigatron Alpha, and Geek Fam feels like they can't really peel from this go-up.
Onwards, onwards, Super Ken, no quad Shadow! They exploit that resource now. He flickers out. Super Luke here from the flanks. Slowed it down. The damage will not come through just yet. Super Luke, final slash cancelled as Vincent secures it. Good recovery by the Geeks.
A positive point we can point out from Geek Fam is whenever they are under that kill threat, they're looking to just make a play. Chidera, he's gonna pop the Brilliance Order, but he's gonna be fine. So for Geek Fam, at least they will try to tip the scales a little bit more. Bigatron Alpha can't really be content yet with their lead.
Great response, right? The fact that Bigatron Alpha got a massive lead at the start and then Geek Fam were just able to catch Super Ken shows you that the Hayabusa is still very vulnerable. The pick-off potential of what we see from Geek Fam on Gobs, the Edith, that's a massive playmaker too. I do want to talk a little bit about that lethal ignition choice though for Chidera. Now it does put Geek Fam in a position where they need to start playing, at least for Chidera to get his item power spikes, because if he doesn't get snowballed or if he doesn't scale properly, this lethal ignition will end up being quite useless. And I think Bigatron Alpha, they have many ways to actually tackle the problem right now up against Geek Fam. They can go for the contest in the neutral objectives, they are set up to do so, coming in from the second turtle onwards with their composition, but they can also just trade it out, go into the other side, or they could ignore it, wait for some of these big power spikes to hit, because in the mid-game, Bigatron Alpha should be comfortable actually playing with their own power spikes, right? They have enough burst, and it does seem like for Geek Fam, they will take that turtle. Bigatron is playing it safe. Ejector
on towards Beloyski. Oh, the Frigid Glacier will not connect, as well as that final slash. A lot of resource spent already, so expect Bigatron not invading more on towards fights.
At least Bigatron Alpha, they're able to get their hands on their items. Hunter Strike for Super Ken, Aman already having that Stardom Sight, and of course Moreno, glowing wand, but we will take a break for a brief moment. We have a pause going on, and it kind of is a paradox because in the first few minutes, Bigatron Alpha was everywhere. In the faces of Geek Fam, they were getting the kills back-to-back against Chidera. In under a minute, they're able to get those 2 kills against Chidera. But the way Geek Fam were able to respond in a cross-map play, they're getting the kills, they're getting the objectives as well, and just trying to stabilize this, wound that they have is actually a very, very good point.
Yeah, playing towards their winning conditions, I would say, right? Technical break, ladies and gentlemen, with Campina. Go ahead and grab yourself a Campina while we wait for the game to be unpaused, but it does give us a bit more time to talk about both winning conditions. Geek Fam, the fact that they lost out up top, it never should give them, it never should have given them that much pressure. Like, it's all chill for them, because their strong point in this draft definitely isn't the gold lane. The Lunox is still there. It's a good matchup against the Herith, but it isn't the prime win condition. Prime win condition for them is still the skirmishes around the neutral objectives and just securing the neutral objectives. The fact that they have the Edith and the Terizla means that they're going to be playing a lot for the turtles, and that's why Bigatron Alpha gave them so much respect in the first one. The second turtle, I thought Bigatron Alpha might try to at least contest it, right? Try to look for a pick, but they still are giving Geek Fam a lot of respect in that department. Now for Bigatron Alpha, they definitely need to start making moves now. 2 turtles going to Geek Fam, still okay. 3rd turtle, that's where it starts becoming a problem. Bigatron need to utilize this kill pressure somewhere else. If they don't want to contest for the turtle, they gotta be a bit more decisive, or actually much more decisive. Go and trade, look for something else on the map, and clearly, Lunox now is actually losing against Eman. We saw that, almost a solo kill, forcing The flicker from Lunox forcing the brilliance. They gotta utilize that kill pressure up top to get them an advantage.
Yeah, we talked about how Lunox is also kind of like a lane counter against Harith. It doesn't really lose that much. But again, as the game progresses, if the Harith is able to get 3 or 4 items, this is where it gets difficult for the Lunox.
It will. And also, somehow though, seeing the composition or the formation here from the side of Bigatron Alpha, if Bigatron Alpha and Geek Fam is at an equal state in that mid game, what will Key do? It's a big question. Sometimes Jawhead, sure, when you're leading, when you're being invasive, he's such an annoying roamer, like you saw in the first minute. But when he's on a losing side, or he is the one getting pressure, that Jawhead's relevance is actually questioned. So I want to see what is actually Key going to do with this Jawhead later on in the mid game if things are quite equal.
It's a big gamble, the Jawhead, for sure. That's why we're talking about how he needs to go and, put the pressure on Geek Fam right now. Because, this is the problem with Jawhead. This is why we don't see him as often as we kind of expected before we got into MPL Indo. But it's the fact that for the Jawhead, if you lose out in the early game, if you don't get that pressure, it becomes really hard. You fall off a lot, and you fall off hard. We're going to get back into the game.
Thanks to Daenang. Heralding resume, or rather the continuation of this game. And yeah, Key, or rather Moreno also died there in that process. We didn't take a look at that. But now, a concern that I have is how will Geek Fam peel from the kill threat of Bigatron, because they have this, Beloyski, Terizla, roam. Sure, it has the penalty zone for setup, but again, you can't really peel for your backline when Bigatron comes hunting for you.
Well, I think what's great about Geek Fam is the fact that they don't have a backline. This is a front-to-back composition that actually wants to play in a dive manner, right? We got a MPL Extremer here. Shoutouts to Buluk, who's re-streaming, I believe, here.
Yeah.
But yeah, for Geek Fam, they can stay in place. The thing is, Bigatron Alpha definitely have an advantage when it comes to mobility. They can go back and forth. Chidera, forced back.
That's almost a structure taken down. Whoa! Someone forced there to really zone him out though. Vincent here looking for the flanks. Finds the right angle. Iman with the jukes as well. Smooth operator, but 1-for-1 now on the backside is actually Vincent to look in for an escape. He's low as the sloop finds a shutdown. Now he will be the trade as the Dominator's Ascent and Goms there is in the vicinity. Oh, Super Luke trying to cancel out the recalls. Super Ken and Moreno is in the vicinity as well, but they will not engage more. And that will be all.
Iman brings one down with him to his grave, and that is an important kill to Chidera, just scampering and halting his progress as this game goes on, but it's still in the hands of Bigatron now. Gob's the only one to fend it.
This is the strength of Bigatron Alpha, the maneuverability. We mentioned it just earlier before we got back into the game. Bigatron Alpha can actually utilize their mobility to play around Geek Fam, outmaneuver them. That's how they can get their winning condition on for the mid game. Geek Fam, like I said, it's more of a front-to-back composition that stays in place, but all of them can dive. They don't have a real backline. Beloy, forced and actually invested the penalty zone, and he will be the leader now with the Sound Force in the backside. Moreno very low, still survives with the cover of Iman, and that will be a 1-for-1 here. Gobs for Key. So far, so good though for Geek Fam. Bigatron Alpha, that was a better trade for them. They got a roam for an XP trade. But up top, you can see that the Lunox is slowly but surely utilizing the distractions of Geek Fam to get to his item power spike. Glowing one already, building up to the second. Meanwhile, for the Harith, already with the Feather of Heaven, really quick from Iman. Those 2 kills helping him out to get that power spike. Once the Lord comes in, this Bigatron comp, if they are able to still utilize that mobility, will definitely be scary, because Geek Fam, you saw it earlier too. They are very, they want to throw out their resources, and if Bigatron can bait those resources out and then go for a re-engage, Geek Fam are very reliant on those big skills. Key.
Looking for an unstoppable force ejector on towards Goms here. Primal Wrath and the penalty zone on towards 3. The damage zone will not be there as Beloyski will fall. And now with a man up here, Bigatron, they should take the river control.
Yeah, and Geek Fam looking for a clash happening up in the middle lane. Oh, Super Cat!
With Shadow Kill as well. 2 members. It will connect on towards a boy, and he will fall. That's another momentum built by Bigatron. They want to go more here, but no angles there.
Again, the kill threat is so prevalent in the hands of Bigatron Alpha. Key looking for an ejector.
Order of Brilliance, no more. Now Bigatron, they find another 1-by-1 Geek Fam. They have been taken down. Why are Geek Fam playing to Bigatron Alpha's game? What? They should know that Bigatron do well when they're isolated. The fact that 2 members were taken out already earlier, Chidera should have never walked up and got punished for it. Let's see here. Lord will... They will take no rush. Oh, good ejector onto Roger. Vincent falls, no retribution. Now Beloyski receiving a lot of damage, taken down as Amon picks up the double. This will be the green light for Bigatron to find the Lord.
Bigatron, they're snowballing into this death ball that is unstoppable almost by Geek Fam. They're able to at least try to respond to what Bigatron wants to do, but again, losing out on the clashes. Key again, so unstoppable with the movements and the ejectors he's looking for. As they also take control of that purple buff as well. Geek Fam losing in all departments.
He is such a crafty fella, right? So creative around the map, just playing in these bushes that you wouldn't expect the Jawhead to be in, and then suddenly you just get ejected. You get caught by the Frigid Glacier. The combo from Bigatron and the pickoff still very, very scary, and you can see that from Geek Fam. But Geek Fam, really, I feel like a lot of these engages from Bigatron, pickoffs could have been avoided if they respected Bigatron Alpha more. The fact that they were still hovering over, despite being a man down, is strange. And now Bigatron have the Lord. They can definitely look for a big team fight. It's a big power spike, 3.7k gold lead in the timing that they would already get that power spike in. Eman has built up the Holy Crystal. This is insane. Good ejector.
On towards Beloy. Shaman of Force now popped as well. Oh, penalty zone, no follow-up. Just tanking for no reason now on the backside. It's actually Vincent Cox with the flank from Shadow Kill. And Amon deals damage now with this double kill by Super Luke. Bigatron still stands with 5.
Perfect Glacier freezing the players of Geek Fam to death. And now the base wide open. The crystal in their eyes, but the minion wave isn't there yet. So Bigatron, they want to overstay their welcome and maybe look for another engage down bottom.
This base turret with the First Lord is ridiculous stuff. 7.5k gold lead in an instant before the Lord. Again, just utilizing the mistakes from Geek Fam, walking up when their composition relies heavily on them being very together, as Gideon would put it, right? You need to be very together. Geek Fam, you need to play for the front to back. If they get isolated, if they lose out on one member, they should not walk up, because just one member missing from this composition gives Bigatron such a massive advantage.
Oh, and now Geek Fam, it feels like they're waiting for their imminent death. But for Bigatron Alpha, dancing around their graveyards, just being so prevalent in the jungle, and the final slash
will force the Beloy to use that flicker defensively. Now they will contest this orange buff, and now Geek Fam, they will concede another win. And again, we talked about how he's impacting that mid game if he was behind. There you go. He's just isolating players and winning lanes.
It's a painful encounter this time around. Super Luke again expends the final slash, just styling on his ex-teammate. And this time X's do hurt a lot.
You know, in MPL Indo, the X's have been doing a good job. Teams who these X's have left, some reason they can't get a hold on their ex-players, man. It happened to Evos. It happens to everyone. Even Geek Fam against Nile. And now it's going to happen with Luke too. Oh,
they need to move on, man.
They need to move on. Let's take a look at the items. Rome boots. Wow, to add in more healing for Eman there. Gets it. And like I said, that Holy Crystal, after this, he can actually go for more of a defensive build, and he does. Respecting the damage that could come through from Chidera and Gobs. Those are the 2 members that can actually prove to be a threat to the Hereth. Meanwhile, if you take a look at the others, man, Triple kind of snowballed as well. Already Endless and the Melting Roar. Bigatron. Free Lord.
Flicker final slash by Super Luke will collapse. He fights. Now Beloyski will receive a lot of damage. Super Luke falls first. Loses immortality though, but Beloy will fall. Now a boy in trouble. Will try to recall, but no. He will not find a better positioning as Super Ken will try to assassinate the members of Geek Fam one by one. But no, Vincent claims a double. And the backside Shadow Kill. Perfectly timed. But the Order of Brilliance finds its mark. Now Vincent looking for a trade on to his Moreno. No resources here, but what a fight.
A team fight that was supposed to be Bigatron's fight to lose. They end up losing as well, and Geek Fam, they stabilize everything with Vincent and Chidera. Moreno! Oh
passive is there, good freeze, but the damage will not come through as Vincent. Leonardo da Vincent finds the shutdown.
Leonardo da Vincent, the artist at work. That 7,000 gold lead with those big shutdowns going to Geek Fam, going to Vincent mainly. This is the time for Geek Fam to actually turn the game around. This is something that has been happening for Geek Fam time and time again, even against Fnatic Onyx yesterday. And man, we gotta highlight the mistake from Bigatron Alpha. They got the Lord. They could have gone and recalled and played with the Lord, but the fact that they wanted to utilize that gold lead, wanted to end the game quick, it ended up being Geek Fam's fight to win. Though it was still well played, man. It wasn't just Bigatron Alpha making a mistake. The fact that Geek Fam were able to utilize the resource baiting of Bigatron Alpha to bait Bigatron Alpha's resources too. They thought ahead against Bigatron Alpha in that team fight, and then they were able to win out in those skirmishes. Chidera waiting in the bush and then popping the Brilliance was phenomenal stuff, baiting out Super Ken. And even the responses to Key, to Luke getting a big final slash, they were so composed, still very chill. And now Geek Fam are closer to get their item, Power Spike. Chidera is going to be big as he finishes up the Holy Crystal that he's building up to. Already has a Divine Glaive and the Blood Wings. So in terms of survivability, he should be good too. Has the Brilliance, has the Blood Wings. I'm looking at Eman now, and he does already, oh wow, Oracle and Radiant. So he's actually already gotten the answer to the questions that should be thrown out in the air by Geek Fam with Chidera, Aboy, and Gobs. Let's just hope that it will be enough from Eman, because it's actually kind of a gamble to build two defensive items like that, stacking it up. When you're in the lead, you expect more damage items definitely from Eman, even a Divine Glaive, because Malloy and Gobs are not squishy, really. You would need the Divine Glaive still. It was fight or flight mode for Eman. This time around, he's trying to enter that flight mode with the two defensive items he has, the Radiance and also that Oracle, maybe just wanting that extra tankiness to not be able to be bursted down by Geek Fam and Chidera. That was actually an impressive move he made. The 1v1 against Super Ken, waiting until the final moment to pop the Brilliance. And this time, Geek Fam, it feels like for the very first moment when this game started, they have a momentum to swing it around. Key, ejector.
On towards one. Boloisky now will force to use the trigger. The Winter Crown. What? Super Ken finds a flank in the backside. With that kill, it's going to be 5v4 now. Gobs with immortality. Vincent again in the backside. Finds one, finds two with the help of a boy. Vincent will get shadow killed. Has immortality. Will he buy time? No. Super Ken. Early kill finds the shutdown. It's a 3-4-2 for the Red Terminators.
Again, Super Key with the ejector getting that engage first, and now they look for the base from Bigatron Alpha.
Good decision. A boy doesn't have the Dominators to send. See, Purify early till. Oh, good. This plays there by a boy now. They're looking for the clear. Chidera focuses down on the minion and the backside. A boy finds Super Ken. Luke will lose his mortality with the Dominators descent. He's low though. Oh, Baloisky does not have the flicker to find the engage. But Super Luke here. Oh, it's classic Malloy and Super Luke. They were ex-teammates, but Super Luke this time will escape.
BBB, big brain Malloy. Classic Baloisky, but still, thank to a boy. Bigatron, they're able to just be pushed back from the base, and now the Lord in their eyes. They want to start it up. Vincent is here.
Yeah, they know Super Ken is still down. Defense trying to blitz this Lord. Bigatron is trying to stall. Let's see who gets it. It's Gobs! The rookie finds the jungle. And now Bigatron, they will try to deal damage with Eman in the fray. But Vincent jumps in and Wolfar roar! Finds one, finds two. Malloy picks up the double.
My goodness, the war crime general pays for his sins, and now he leads the charge on trying to topple down the red robots. Shadow kill by Super Ken.
The damage will be enough, but the reinforcements by the Geeks, they were able to hack the AI. Miracle workers, Geek Fam, always under so much gold, it doesn't matter. One by one, Bigatron members fall and Geek Fam, they slide first in this best of three.
Programmed to win, and they had to lose against none other than their kryptonite, Geek Fam. They snatched game number one from the clutches of Bigatron Alpha.
What a performance by Geek Fam. What a way to come back. First off a mistake from Bigatron Alpha, but then a boy just out
playing the situation, out executing Bigatron Alpha in that defense. It should have been a really good decision. But it all comes down to the execution. That's why it's a gamble still to go for the end instead of the Lord. It should have been good. They had so many ways to actually get close towards a boy who at the time did not have the Dominator's Ascent. They were playing with timers at that point with the little margins of error, and the boy did not panic. He stayed composed. He utilized the Purify to get out of the Quad Shadow once it hit. The fact that he denied that, he spaced away from the Flicker Final Slash. He didn't space away from just the Final Slash. He spaced away from the Flicker Final Slash. A boy is a genius. Played that so well, and in the end, they were able to outplay Bigatron Alpha. We'll get the replay again to see exactly how amazing that play was from a boy, how intelligent that was. And unfortunately, we get to see the final Lord fight that really, for Bigatron Alpha, was just desperate at this point, right? Geek Fam has already gotten such a massive advantage based on the defense. They lost out on Super Ken. He just respawns now, and the Lord would have definitely been in favor of Geek Fam. Bigatron tried to make a desperate play, tried to go for it. Super Ken tried to go for the kill. He was able to do it, but I feel like at this point, it was also just really desperate. There are many more ways to maybe tackle this by clearing out the bottom lane to wait for maybe Key and Moreno to respawn back up, but either way, the mistake wasn't the final moments there. The mistake was the, well, I won't even call it a mistake, the outplay from a boy in the defense, and the mistake with the second Lord. After they got it, they decided to fight instead of using the Lord. And Geek Fam, you don't make mistakes like that against Geek Fam.
He's not a boy, he's a man. And the man was the backbone for Geek Fam, holding...
Big Bad Man.
Big Bad Man. So we have BBP and BBM. Wow. They held on for such a long time as well. A boy just spacing away like how Mirko mentioned. But again, it is also from what was happening with Bigatron. A misplay, forcing away that fight in that Lord. After getting that Lord, they were forcing the fights. And it felt like, you know, Geek Fam was about to lose this fight. And then they turned it around. Vincent was roaring, and then a boy was still alive. Chadera outplaying Super Ken in the last second with the brilliance. Perfect.
It was a tag team effort, right? I mean, it was Vincent after the Lord fight who got the impact, the most impact. And then during the defense, it was actually a boy, and Chadera also finds that impact as well. So good tag team from Geek Fam.
It was really great. I don't think it was just like good, right? It was amazing from them in the later stage though, because in the early game, it almost seems like it's their arc in the regular season and in the game. They're always rebuilding. Early on, they were blurred, man. Their winning conditions were everywhere. What do they want to play for? They were playing 4v5 a lot of times, isolating themselves in these initiations, giving Bigatron Alpha a massive advantage. But then in the end, they remembered, oh, this is how we're supposed to win the game, right? We stay together, very together, play the front to back, and then just win out. It's countering the dive of Bigatron Alpha. We get to see this. This was the first mistake, or no, I would say the second mistake of the game for Bigatron Alpha, which was the Lord. This, again, look at a boy spacing here. Ooh. The spacing is phenomenal. And because of that, he was able to stay alive for just enough time to wait for the Dominator's Descent to be up again. That was just really well played. We gotta give the massive highlight, massive props over to a boy, man. A boy, a man, whatever it is, whatever you want to call him. Once a geek, always a fam there behind the varsity jacket of his, and in his performance, I can't stress how impressive that was. You know, the intelligence of just spacing out, purifying the Quad Shadow, how composed you need to be while defending a 2v3 situation without ult.
It's insane. And of course, the player of the game and the MVP for this game is a boy presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold and Z Flip 6 with the Zask having that late game impact. Sure, in the first few minutes in the laning phase, he was bullied a lot by Moreno. Key was there also shadowing behind Moreno, trying to get his laner ahead, but for a boy, it was all about the late game. Same goes for Chadera as well, and it all just comes to perfect harmony for Geek Fam when it comes to that late game, especially after that blunder by Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, let's go through the game once again here. Bigatron Alpha getting 2 early kills, one up top with the Jawhead, first blood, but then Bigatron Alpha overstepping a lot as well in towards these pits as well. So Super Ken, that's definitely something that he needs to watch out for in game number 2. So that's the adaptation that they need to make. Super Luke and Super Ken, both the supers being a bit too super with their positioning sometimes. But then in the mid game, we got to see why this Jawhead could really work, right? Why this Jawhead was picked up for Bigatron Alpha, and why it actually does synergize well with this team. You can find the isolated moments so many times, and this with the outplay. Yeah, man, that spacing from a boy is just beautiful to see. And then the outplay as he jumps back in. Super Ken was not ready for that. Everybody wasn't ready for that. They thought for sure that final slash would connect.
Yeah.
They were playing with margins. Our boy was playing with margins. If he purified a bit later to the quad shadow, he would have been dead. If he spaced out just a pixel less, he would have been caught by the final slash. Oh, miracle workers.
Yeah. You would also say sometimes it's divine intervention, but this is just Geek Fam in there, you know, flourishing in their own area. Again, being the kryptonite of Bigatron Alpha. No matter how good it looked, no matter how clean and smooth it was early on for Bigatron Alpha, Geek Fam come out as the victors again and again. You can call it a misplay, you can call it a miracle, but again, Geek Fam they have proven that they're able to do this back-to-back. Yesterday against Onyx, they were losing hard. Kairi was 7-0 with the Ling, and they still came back to the game. This time around, same stuff. You know, Bigatron was also leading in every area, but still Geek Fam toppled them down.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about this too. Bigatron Alpha, they were against the time. They were against the duration of the game. They cannot let it go towards the later stage of the game where Geek Fam would actually have so much more of an advantage. And that's also where we get to see the weaknesses for Bigatron Alpha. The greed as well from the Hereth. Usually you would say if you go for full glass cannon, that's greedy. But here I would actually say it's kind of greedy to go for the Radiant Armor together with the Oracle. You saw that in the end he had to sell the boots, get into Divine Glaive, but at that point it feels a bit too late, right? Some of these tanky members are already too tanky. You lose a lot of mobility by selling the boots. If he had just chosen one, either Radiant or Oracle, and then went for the Divine Judgment, I think, or Divine Glaive, sorry, a lot of these fights maybe would have swung towards Bigatron Alpha's ways. But hey, there was a lot of damage, magic damage, that he needs to deal with as a Hereth, where he's constantly being upfront too. So you can't really blame him for going for the safe route. The carry, still. Imagine if he had a Divine Glaive earlier, right? This damage dealt maybe would have been able to carry them towards a win. Super Ken, composure. Moreno, composure. These two members, they definitely gotta keep it in them when it comes to the late game and when it comes to the winning conditions falling apart. They were panicking hard in the late game.
And I gotta say, is there a factor on why Bigatron Alpha loses his balance towards that late game is because Moreno's on a utility mage? Would you say if Moreno's on a damage dealing mage, it would be different?
It would have, but if he was on a damage dealing, like a more DPS-centric mid laner, the early game would not have gone the way that it did in this game. So it was a give and take. Bigatron Alpha, they knew. Their window to end the game was mid-game, right? It was, I would say, 10 to 15 minutes. That was the window. Once the window closed, Geek Fam's window opened. That was when they can actually find a lot of these big wins. And they could have actually gotten the big win early on. They were able to somehow hold on to Bigatron Alpha's early aggression, to Bigatron Alpha's early to mid composition. So if Geek Fam played it with a bit more respect, I feel like that game should have just been all Geek Fam from mid to late.
Yeah, insane how they can pull that back again. I mean, Chadera was basically bullied in the not even 2 minutes yet. It was like a minute and like 30 seconds, 42 seconds. He walked back from his base, died the second time Super Ken was bullying him, so did Eman. But the way he turned it around, and as well as the team as well, a boy, Baloyski with that final penalty zone as well. Yeah. And the Lunox scaled pretty well in the late game, to be honest.
Oh yeah,
the damage was nasty.
So this is the Lunox matchup against the Hereth, right? Level 1 you win, mid-game you lose, late game you destroy.
And after this, I want to give it to the host Moko for an interview upstage.
Geek Fam berhasil mengamankan poin di game yang pertama. Bukan hanya Monica yang kaget, karena dari tadi ada nih Wongkito Galo yang dari tadi kaget juga. Wah, nontonnya di sini ada Wongkito Galo, Kak Lili.
Halo Kak Monik.
Kalau ngomongin Wongkito Galo pasti udah tahu. Ini orang Palembang. Siapa ya Palembang di sini yang tadi main? Ada siapa ya?
Gak tahu juga aku.
Ada Luke dong, yes. Wow, ini ada kedatangan Kak Lili, kakaknya dari Luke.
Benar.
Oh, nah ini Kak Lili. Sebelum nanya-nanya lebih jauh, Monica penasaran. Luke tahu nggak Kak Lili datang hari ini buat support Luke?
Biasanya kalau mau nonton Luke, aku pasti ngomong. Tapi kali ini aku nggak ngomong sih, aku ngomongnya ke Vio, ke Cek Vio.
Jadi kaget ya pasti Luke?
Harusnya dia namanya juga ada cowok ya, kayaknya peduli nggak peduli juga sih.
Peduli nggak peduli, tapi pasti kayaknya dalam hati ngeliat, loh itu kan kakak saya ada di situ.
Benar,
Itu
benar.
pasti lebih semangat lagi nih. Tapi gimana nih ngeliat tadi game pertama agak deg-degan, bukan agak lagi, tapi deg-degan banget, bikin terkaget-kaget karena tadi Bigetron hampir bisa mengamankan kemenangan, tapi ternyata di comeback nih sama Geek.
Sebenarnya namanya game ya, pasti ada menang, ada kalah gitu ya. Jadi kalau dia mau menang, mau kalah ya harusnya tetap support aja sih. Pasti hasilnya ya yang terbaik lah gitu.
Wow, tapi Kak Lili kita semua penasaran juga kalau tentang look, karena kalau yang kita tahu ya di sini, apalagi Biget Troopers, Geek Community, kalau ngelihat sosok look itu di panggung, sosok yang cool, tapi ada sisi cute-nya, yang to the point kalau ngomong straightforward banget. Tapi kalau di rumah, di keluarga, seperti apa sih look ini?
Sebenarnya look tuh emang cuek ya, maksudnya cuek. Namanya juga anak cowok gitu ya, di rumah cuek. Tapi aslinya ya care sih sebenarnya. Dia diem-diem tuh care sebenarnya. Cuman emang mungkin malu aja buat nunjukin. Tapi emang kalau ke kita, ke keluarga, ke mami gitu-gitu, semuanya care gitu. Dia aslinya care.
Diem-diem care, tapi bener loh tadi kata Kak Lili, ya anak cowok, cuek nggak cuek, tadi ngeliatin nih kayaknya Luke udah ngeliat ada Kak Lili, jadi menunjukkan coolnya, tapi tadi udah di spill dikit ya sama Kak Lili, ternyata orangnya care banget. Nah yang Monica penasaran, ini gimana ngeliat sosok Luke yang sekarang udah ada di tim baru. Mungkin ada curhat-curhat nggak ke Kak Lili, sekarang mungkin adaptasi dengan tim baru, terus apalagi hari ini ketemunya sama mantan tim gitu.
Sebenarnya curhatnya nggak banyak ya, tapi emang dia ngasih tahu kalau emang di tim baru berarti harus adaptasi baru gitu loh. Makanya mungkin dianya sibuk akhir-akhir ini juga harus adaptasi sama tim barunya dia. Tapi overall dia semua oke kok, dia bisa masuk ke tim barunya dengan aman sih.
Dengan aman, makanya kalau kita lihat sekarang juga performance dari Luke dan juga Bigetron Alpha belum pernah kalah ya, win rate-nya 100%. Dan sebelum kita akan melihat game kedua, tentunya kali ini ada pesan-pesan untuk Luke yang udah duduk bersiap-siap nih. Siapa tahu Luke sambil ngedengerin juga nih apa yang ingin disampaikan Kak Lili.
Semangat terus, semoga menang. Kalau kalah pun jangan disedih-sedihin banget, pasti bakal menang nantinya.
Pasti bakal menang nantinya, tapi ada juga satu terakhir. Boleh dong kasih pesan-pesan bukan cuma buat Luke dan juga Bigetron, tapi juga buat Biget Troopers dan juga Geek Community yang ada di sini. Supaya tetap solid semangat dan tetap respect each other.
Apapun itu harus tetap suportif, jangan pakai kata-kata negatif, pokoknya positif terus aja.
Positif terus aja, apalagi karena kalau Luke udah pernah ada main bareng Geek Fam, jadi udah deket juga dengan Geek Community, dan sekarang ada di Bigetron Alpha, deket juga dengan Biget Troopers, jadi sama-sama kita berikan semangat kepada tim kesayangan dengan respect each other ya. Thank you Kak Lili, pasti udah gak sabar, ini bakalan seperti apa gamenya, prediksinya?
2-1?
2-1 untuk Bigetron Alpha dong. Oke, dan tanpa berlama-lama lagi, terima kasih Wong Kito Galo. Wah, ini Kak Lili thank you dan tetap semangatin Luke dan juga timnya. Dan selanjutnya kita akan lihat apakah prediksi dari Kak Lili akan terjadi 2-1 untuk Bigetron Alpha, ataukah sebaliknya akan 2-0, akan diambil langsung kemenangannya oleh Geek Fam. Langsung saja kita akan lihat para caster sudah ready di sana untuk mengantarkan kita ke game yang kedua antara Geek Fam dan Bigetron Alpha. Silakan casters, take it away.
Conversations made about how Bigetron Alpha lost that game. Mostly number one, it was about that misplay in the Lord Pit. And number two, a boy ascending to a man.
It seems like every season he goes through the same arc.
Yeah.
A boy, a man.
Week
Maybe
one,
he
he was a boy.
Maybe he just wants to stay a boy. Have you ever thought about that? Maybe we're forcing him to be a man.
Yeah.
When the team you relies on him being the big boy, not a big man. It's a BB combo. Remember. But let's take a look at the drafts, right? Because if we're talking about mistakes here from Bigetron Alpha, there is one thing that we could nitpick from the drafts. A ton, Gani. That was Fnatic Gani yesterday, right? I mean, let's talk about that first phase draft from Bigetron Alpha. The last ban, being the Ling, was questionable. I thought, okay, maybe they just wanted to get it out of the way. Vincent on the Ling, is it really that much of a threat? Because even yesterday, Onyx were like, yes, you go pick it. You go pick it, brother man. Don't pick the Roger. Roger equals the instant win yesterday for Geek Fam against Fnatic Onyx. Today, it seems to be the case again. Maybe Bigetron Alpha, it's time for them to either take blue side, take the Roger away, or ban it, bro. Like, the Ling ban? It's not it.
The Ling ban was actually kind of a waste if you want to talk about Vincent. I mean, yeah, yesterday with the Ling, he can play it, but it's not like this high prio hero for Vincent because again, a lot of critics. Yeah, his Roger though is a higher prio because if you give him the Roger the Alpha, he does excel. In this Assassin meta, yeah, a lot of critics towards Vincent on how he kind of underperforms with the Assassins. He can play it, but it's not on a really, really significant scale. Yeah. But when you give him the Roger, he does carry still. He is a good jungler. With due respect to him, but again, you really want to realign the Assassin bans towards Vincent.
Another point. Give Moreno damage-dealing mages, please.
The Valentina.
Right? I mean,
it was banned now. I was just...
That game, you mentioned Sicilian was better. I mentioned Savior, I think is...
I didn't say it's better. I said I thought they could have gone Sicilian.
Right.
But I feel like for the comp, Aurora was good.
Oh. But it's really not Moreno with his, like... You know, yeah, it's not the normal, you know, flashy, elusive as a
flashy movement. Moving like an eel, but now Bigatron Alpha, they ban out the Roger. Seems like they got the note that it's fine if we get let go of the Ling because Vincent again not so prio with the Ling. The Roger though is going to give GeekFam that win because yesterday against Onyx they also were able to access the backline and also get that win with the Roger in the hands of Vincent.
Yeah, now the big question for Bigatron Alpha is what they prio. Do they want to go Ruby here for first pick or do they go Ling? Because Ling is open right now. This is one of the only times I think Supercan has a chance to actually pick up the Ling. Usually it's always banned out from him. They go for the Ling. There you go. First pick. And now it does give GeekFam a chance to go for the Ruby. Usually we always see the Ruby in the first phase. Now they don't have the Roger flex anymore though. So what is it going to be? That's a Ruby and the Zask. All right. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That Zask was phenomenal in game 1. Yeah, why not? Pick it again with the Ruby flex.
Ruby, Zask, strong 2 picks in the first phase for GeekFam. Now for Bigatron Alpha, they might respond. But the question is, how do you really deal with the Zask? Because the Aurora did deal with it in the laning phase, but come the late game, it was so hard. Maybe you would go for a Faramis?
For Bigatron?
Yeah.
I think right now they might want to go for the Moskov first, because GeekFam usually they tend to end their drafts with the Ruby Zask, with maybe even a Moskov if the Roger is not open, right? They want to put Chidera in a good spot. Here, I'm not too sure. Honestly, like there's still a lot of ways to do it. I think Arlet Moskov should be a good response. They can also go for a mid lane. That would be great for Moreno, like you said. Maybe a flashy mid lane. They go for the Faramis and the Jawhead. So doubling down with the Jawhead. With the Ling, it does make sense at least, you know. They want to really just play to enable the Ling in the early game. But yeah, no Moskov, which means Geek can pick it up.
Yeah, they pick up the Faramis, Moreno. And yeah, this is what you would kind of depict as well with a kind of like a semi-pseudo dive comp. You would really need that Faramis Nether Realm to assist and provide you that extra life against GeekFam just wanting to play the pick-off game with the Ruby and the Zask that can really just deal the DPS.
Very good point, but they need to be careful because they have the Ruby right now with the Jawhead of Faramis locked in as well. They're going to be fighting in close quarters here at Bigatron, and it's going to be good for Ruby to just control more fights, be that tempo breaker, and especially with the Moskov Spear of Misery, we can expect a lot of clutch plays from that Spear of Misery.
The battle of execution, definitely, right? When it comes down to it, the Ruby does well against the Faramis, but the Faramis can do well as too, right? It really depends on how Moreno decides to tackle this problem. Whether he comes in late to the team fight with the Netherrealm to save the team, or he starts the team fight with the team. I think the latter will be better. You want to come in late. Now GeekFam dealing with a lot of the kill pressure or good matchups for Aman, banning out the Bruno.
Starless will take it away, and I feel like this Moskov pickup is to kind of rival the global presence that Ling also has with the Finch Boys. You can really move so fast, and the Moskov with the Spear of Destruction can really match up that speed as well. You can join up in a 4v5, becomes a 5v5, or a 3v2 becomes a 4v3 when you have the Moskov around the block. And the carry banned out, one of the strongest heroes as well for Iman. The Bruno was aggressively played and picked by Iman, so just trying to cone down the options of Iman. A Claude can be an answer, but again, I don't think that it is going to lane pretty well against the Moskov. The Moskov does excel against the Claude.
And against the Ruby that Gandhi mentioned, a Zask as well. Oh, this is hell for the Claude if they actually do it. I mean, if you want to rely on Iman's phenomenal execution, sure. Bigatron now, though, puts them in a tough spot. They actually ban out the Tigreal. So setting up again just to enable the Ling. it really depends on what Geek Fam decide to show here. If they decide to show their... Actually, even if they decide to show their jungle, they should be quite safe. I was thinking Big Tron Alpha could go for a big pick like an Ixia. They can play just from far, but Geek Fam have the flex on Ruby. Even if they pick the jungle here that doesn't dive, they can just pick up a dive in the XP. They go for Nolan, which is already a big way to say no. There's no way you can play a backliner that can just sit in the back safely.
I really like this response here from the side of Geek Fam, anticipating that backline threat. Considering that Bigatron, they already have 3 heroes that will fight in the close quarter, so they need to balance it out with range. And yeah, I mean, Ixia, Leslie even, it's a no-no now, because it's going to be tough going up against a Nolan. So Bigatron, Beatrix maybe?
Oh. Yeah, Natan Claude comes to mind too. If they really want to play for early game, like double down again, it's crazy, but they can go Brody if they just really want to stomp on Moskov. But again, very one-dimensional. They're going to have to pull out the early game really well. They go for the Beatrix here, just a solid pick. But we haven't really seen the Beatrix do that well this season, huh? I think the last time it was Matt. Yeah. Got solo killed by Natan, so
very low percentage.
Very,
very
low. 0%. Yeah. 1% one-time pick and 0% win rate for the Beatrix. Let's see if Iman can turn things around and maybe add that 50% to the Beatrix. And now Geek Fam rounding up their draft. The Thamas. Talk to me about this pick, Virgo.
That's an amazing pick here. It's really good. Gani's already waving right now. He's saying it's over.
It's over.
Geek Fam has got it. And
Warida.
I gotta say, the draft definitely favors Geek Fam with the Thamas. He's one of the heroes that can actually match the Ling in the side lane. They can actually force out a lot of these skirmishes early to make Bigatron lose out in the early game, which is still the game that they want to play. Their winning condition that they want to play for.
And what is Beatrix going to do? Nibiru onto the Vengeance Thamas?
He's going to Wesker that Vengeance. Boom! Wow. Oh, man. Bigatron Alpha, let's see how they do this time. They can still try to out-execute Geek Fam, but this, in my opinion, is an advantage for Geek Fam to drafts.
Draft favors Geek Fam, but will fate and fortune favor them again as they take their chances into trying to topple down the flawless team, the Kryptonite. Geek Fam aiming for that 2-0. It is again back in the land of Dawn. Geek Fam against a Bigatron Alpha.
Looking to make that flawless record tainted. Geek Fam, will they finish the job? Or will Bigatron actually force a game numero 3?
Ooh, I want to point out instantly here, start of the game, Chidera has gone for the safer route, actually with a leather jerkin start, not the dagger, not what we usually see, not even boots, right? So it's leather jerkin, purely playing for the mid game, I believe here. Key already helping Supercan out. Trying to look at the other emblems. It does seem like for the most part it is normal. Edith gonna go Warcry too, by the way. So a little bit more of that team fighting pressure. Maybe Luke wants to try to carry the game into mid game here. Unlike usually, where he just plays to enable the team.
Yeah. Getting the Warcry stacks can really add the damage of Edith. And also just spam away the abilities when it comes to the team fights. And now Key Flicker.
Oh, Turbine early. Beloido will be in the front side of the formation, but he's a-okay, he's a Ruby. This is what I mean, right? A lot of close quarter, melee range, and Ruby will have value against the formation of BTR.
Yeah, an ambitious effort coming in from Key to really just flicker, eject a boy. But thankfully, he has to purify, so it's all still good in the hood.
It's all good. It's all chill. Does seem like for both teams, they actually want to take it chill, right? Geek Fam definitely having more control here. Key? This is why the Thamas is so impressive.
Good stun, Vincent Dow. He smells blood. And right now, level 3 will find the mark now. Good first blood. Oh, good cancellation there. Beloisky though will fall. That's a trade. A roamer for the mid.
Worth it for Geek Fam. It's a good trade over from them. They shut down Moreno. They stop him from hitting level 4. A boy should have that advantage now as he gets level 4 first, up top even. Chidera with a leather jerkin, really forcing Iman to take the lane to clear, just clear. He can't really go for trades, not yet.
Yeah, and now Turtle in the hands of Geek Fam. Key looking to just screen for his team. And now the ejector might come soon, but Gops, look at him.
Beloisky, Turtle, very, very interesting, but yeah, I mean, Geek Fam still holding on, and they have more control on the map.
Yeah, the pull yourself together, by the way, from Beloyski. So he's looking to make plays around the map, boys. It's just like yesterday when he flickered over, found Sans' position. This guy has a third eye for the map. We call it map hacks usually, but Beloy, he does it in a way where he doesn't use a third-party app. Audience prediction.
Oh, 72% for Geek Fam.
Hey, that's surprising because the casters were 100% for BTR.
Yeah, especially you, and now for Beloyski.
That's true.
Of course, just shadowing his laner. And this is the early game prowess that the Ruby has, especially with the pull come level 4. And Key just again trying to exert his pressure in the side lanes, just being so prevalent everywhere, looking for an ejector or maybe a pickoff that can really help because the follow-up is there from Bigatron. You have the Ling that could really just come in with the ejector.
Good ejector onto his Beloy, flicker, and I'm offended. Thomas the blade though will make him low. Now at around 4 Gobs, soaking a lot of damage as well as bouncing damage. He will find one as well now. Oh, they will engage more. Avoid very low. Needs a repo and he falls alongside Gobs. That's a good re-engage and recovery. Vincent looking to assassinate Super Luke here. Wow. No, good onwards and good again recovery by the red robots.
A lot of alley-oops and Geek Fam, they kind of overstayed their welcome. It was so good for them having killed a Super Cat in that process, but they did not want to retreat. They still wanted more, and they bit off more than they can chew.
That's a risk they took though. He still able to escape, trying to delay that ejector. Fam is forcing the fight out. He should still be able to escape, and there he goes. But yeah, Bigatron Alpha able to retaliate there. Fighting back, getting a few picks, and it all was on the back of Luke. And also Vincent definitely overextending and miscalculating his damage towards Luke. He needs to respect the Edith. I'm offended on towards 1. Good airborne, but now Super Luke actually no backup whatsoever, and he will fall. A Geek Fam securing the mute here, maybe comfortably, but Super Ken is in there. Looking for a fight, comes with the blade. He finds one, now Gobs stuck. Netherrealm is saving a lot of members. Good stuff again, Eman. Needs to be careful here. Vincent has firepower, but with the flicker, Eman finds the outplay and the double. Yo, Vincent, 2 times now that has happened. The miscalculation. I mean, I get it, you can burst the Beatrix. At least, right, it wasn't an Edith attempt again. But the Beatrix has flicker. I don't think Geek Fam... I think Geek Fam knew that he still had flicker anyway, so... 2 big mistakes from Vincent here. He definitely needs to calculate his damage a bit more. He's only on the Heptaseed, so it's not that instant kill button. Not yet.
Yeah, unable to burst yet, and calculations coming in from Vincent, who hasn't been getting off the charts as well. So Vincent with the Nolan, with the 2 kills, unable to really roll it away. Vincent again under threat, but Chadera is quick on the backup. Beloyski is there.
Yep, with a conceal earlier, Beloyski finds the range. Flicker though by Super Luke. Now Moreno and Key in the fray. Dominance descent. Popped as well. Gobs finds another angle, does not commit it. And it will be both teams just trading punches in the air.
Oh, good escapes by Geek Fam. And actually, Geek Fam ended up winning that skirmish. I would say in terms of resources, they were able to beat Super Luke with the flicker. He no longer has that instant pickoff button anymore, so it's going to be more of a reactive Edith as we get into that second or final turtle. Bigatron playing up top. Top of force on towards Chadera. Purified Force now good. Crowd control there by Beloyski. Another round pops. Gobs jumps in to battle. Now with the all popped as well, he will try to survival try to escape as he will make it. And Geek Fam failed again on the assassination.
Ooh, he lives with a sliver of HP. And the Netherrealm proving to be so good against the threat that is Geek Fam. They have so much control as well, so much damage in the Netherrealm. Time and time again, able to save the players of Bigatron Alpha, even Key, almost losing his life there. But Geek Fam, they shift their focus on the objective.
Seems Bigatron don't even care about his objective. Never mind, Key walks up. See here with the smart Miracle Souls and as well as on top of a force. Good pull. Vincent finds the mute. Now comes the blade pops as well. And Mon falls first. Beloyski will be the trade as Super Ken fails to find a boy. It's a 1-for-2 here favoring BTR, but Geek Fam, they claim the mute. Yeah, I'm not too sure who to give the win to with that new Geek Fam. They're able to clear out the mid lane too, but Bigatron definitely are able to equalize the turtle take by Geek Fam, at least with the 2 kills, right? It was on Beloy and Gobs. Good job at baiting out the Vengeance. But Iman, not able to read Beloyski's movements. This is why Beloyski decided to go for the pull yourself together. He knows that he's just so crafty, so hidden. He knows he has that big brain advantage. So he can find Iman even, who is considered to be the most intelligent gold lane, who usually knows what's coming.
One of the safest as well. And he overstepped, and GeekFam was able to really pounce at him. And now the player's gold, Supercan having that 6k lead, but Key looking to assassinate Beloyski.
Wow. See, you're in the backside though. Another realm already triggered. That's heavy info. Now Key being the main target here, Dominator's Descent invested as well to shut Key down. That's a lot of bounty onto Chidera.
Yeah, they expended so much resource as well to just kill Key. And now they might be ready for round 2, but Bigatron hiding in the bush. Gobs might be the next target, but he won't just give himself yet.
Look at him on with the Wesker. Just waiting in the bush for anyone to open it up. For both teams, really, there's no reason to go for skirmishes just yet. I'll actually say it definitely gives... It's better for Bigatron Alpha to look for these skirmishes when the neutral objective's not up. Beloy up top, doesn't have the flicker just yet, 2 seconds.
Yeah, with the... Oh, on the Ascendant connects. Super Luke trying to cover with the flicker. Oh my goodness, Super Luke finds one. Now in the backside, Gobs ejected. Very low, will die because of the turret. Slight miscalculation there. Now Bigatron looks for the collapse. A boy Chidera, no peel whatsoever. DD spent, and Bigatron, they will stay on the discipline route.
Misplays galore this time around. GeekFam, after that one misplay, they end up conceding the Lord. Bigatron Alpha, they turn things around after one ambitious attempt coming in from Beloyski to assassinate Iman, and now Vincent, 1v1 assassins.
Energy is there, the damage will come through. Sign still delivered. Vincent goes down.
The big problem now for GeekFam is what happens when Vincent doesn't get the Roger Moreno with a flank.
My goodness. Good pull as well. Oh, the Purify. Perfectly timed to escape from that 2v1. Now in the mid, Bigatron, they will not engage more as they have the Lord. So close. Ejector onto his Beloyski. The damage will come through now. Killing spree for Supercan here in the bottom side of the map though. It will actually be Bigatron not pressuring the bottom side. They will though get the outer and the inner turret.
Yeah, the Lord thankfully able to be scampered away and destroyed. Now GeekFam, they're hanging on a loose thread. As Bigatron, they are much more confident now having their power spikes as well. The items all secured. Supercan was punished in that early game, but now he is an absolute threat into the existence of the players of GeekFam. Vincent also not in a strong position to really hold this Nolan and Key with the Radiant Armor. And now we have a game fact by the new application GoPay. Beatrix has been Iman's most picked hero since his debut in MPL PH Season 8 with 39 picks and a 61.54% win rate. So that's positive.
Yeah, you definitely need to, well, especially when you think of Iman, you definitely think of Beatrix, right? This was the hero that he used to actually get the Grand Finals win as well in MSC 2022 against Araki Hoshi 4-0. Got the MVP, got the dub on the Beatrix too. The most complete Beatrix is what KB used to call him. And the Sky Piercer build with a BOD. And also still, look at that. Still with the green roaming boots. As we get into like again, like the 8 minute, after 8 minutes, he decides to buy it still. So playing with a bit more sustain, I believe. I'm definitely gonna have to ask him why he goes for the green boots. Aloy,
that's a good pull on towards Super Luke. He though with the flanks, he finds Gobs, Vengeance Pata and the ult as well, trying to soak in damage. Beloyski now to peel in the backside, and Supercan finding the assassination, finds the double. And they will collapse on towards the boy. He will find the triple with the shutdown as well. Chidera, alley-oop by Key, and it's a wide pass.
Oh my goodness, Supercan, super clean in that execution, and Iman is just chills in the base of GeekFam, looking to cut the waves as the bottom wave is pushing up. GeekFam on the edge of defeat, but they will respawn soon.
I don't think they can end. Not yet. Bigatron Alpha will not be able to end. Iman gets it with a nature. But man, even then, when Super Luke was the one getting caught, like I said, right, it makes more sense for Bigatron to be the ones looking for fights, looking for pickoffs before the neutral objectives. GeekFam should actually be the ones playing for the neutral objectives with their compositions. Beloy went for a pickoff once. That one, it was a bit more okay because technically, you know, you got him under the turret. That should have been a win for GeekFam, but Bigatron just played it way better. Really good resource management from Bigatron and really good composure to react to the play. But yeah, I think the first mistake from Geek Fam was the fact that Beloy went for the pickoff up top earlier. Remember? The one that kind of gave Bigatron Alpha a big swing back to their favor. And now that Bigatron have a 6,000 gold lead, it's just them playing with that power spike, playing with the snowball that they've built through a mistake from Geek Fam. And Vincent, if he wasn't able to burst anyone in the early game, now it's going to be even tougher with Iman getting the win in nature. Because Iman is the only target you can go for. And even then, with a win in nature, with a Nether Realm, I don't see how Vincent will assassinate him. He's going to have to come in at the very last second to execute some of these members.
Yeah, waiting for such low HP thresholds. And Iman also going for that bursty type of build, having that Sky Piercer and the BOD ready, waiting in the wings. And now the base under siege. Shadera has the win in nature, maybe might assist him.
For game 3, another good knock-up as well. Geek Fam, they're trying to defend this Lord here. Bigatron still stands with 5. Vincent and friends, can they do it? They will take care of the Lord. Another round here, popped. But the snipe from Amon finds its mark. Now Gobs soaking a lot of damage. Super Lu very low as Gobs will finish the job. Gobs though will be the trade. As now Vincent and Tadera will try to survive, but the Tempest of Blade by Super Ken was used. Face wide open. Welcome to game 3.
Game number 3. As Bigatron Alpha, they deny the upset. If you want it, you gotta earn it. And game number 3 is next in the cards.
It is a phenomenal comeback here in game number 2. We thought after a big throw in game 1, it would probably be Bigatron losing composure, because that was what we think of Bigatron back in at least last season, especially in the playoffs. When they lose like that, they don't come back from it. It seems this season is a bit different. Losing in the early game doesn't matter. They can come back. Losing in game 1 and a way of throw as well, no problem. Well played to BTR, understanding what they needed to do, playing with comfort despite the losing draft that I think we all kind of agreed on the desk here. Out-executing Geek Fam and capitalizing on the mistakes from Geek Fam. Still need to highlight that. Geek Fam looking for fights outside of the neutral objectives. It is the Geek Fam way to play, but in that game, it just doesn't feel like it was the game plan. The game plan was, especially after getting the lead in the early game, play for the neutral objectives. It was Bigatron's move to make, the desperate moves to get these fights before the neutral objectives. That should have been Bigatron's job, but Geek Fam played into it. They lost it.
Yeah, at least for Bigatron Alpha, they did not hit their, they did not malfunction at all in the mental area. They're able to still reset, press the reset button and go back to their winning ways. And I feel like this time around, it's much more dominant compared to what they showcased in game number 1. Game number 1, for the first few minutes, they're able to assert such dominance. And then in this game, 24-8, so dominant, not giving any space and any frame or window for Geek Fam to capitalize and turn it around. We expected it to be, another upset, because in the early game, Vincent got the kills, and then Super Ken was also shut down. But again, Bigatron Alpha, they held on and they fortified themselves.
Let's give props to Super Ken from actually, losing out on the early game, like you said, and then coming back. Yeah, the way that he plays the Ling, this is why, usually we don't see the Ling get left open. When it was up for grabs, no hesitation there. They picked it up as first pick. They banned out the Roger. But still, I feel like this is a big problem for Geek Fam now. When Vincent doesn't get the Roger, it seems like Geek Fam just lose out. A lot of miscalculations happening. Now that Bigatron know this, there's no way the Roger will be left open, even if they get red side next game.
And maybe you might think that, Bigatron might spend a couple of other bans against Vincent. I mean, aside from the Roger, maybe he can opt for the Alpha or the X-Borg maybe, and that fighter in the jungle, because again, so much critics towards Vincent on how he struggles with the assassins, and this is one of the examples as well, because he wasn't really able to translate that early lead that he had into the late game, and Super Ken was just toying with him.
Okay, so this actually makes it worse. Vincent didn't have the fracture when he decided to go on Iman. At least if he had the fracture, then maybe he could have actually forced Iman to, or just insta-kill, maybe even. He didn't have the fracture, still decided to go for the kill. Even with the fracture, I think it wouldn't have been enough with Iman having Flicker. But yeah, Super Ken also, props to him for getting the build down, a Thunder Belt for the Ling. Always likes to do this here, adds a bit more utility to his kit, adds a bit more tankiness as well. But who's going to be the MVP? It's pointing at one man right now. Let's see if he does get the MVP.
And that is, of course, the MVP is Eman, 5-1-10 with the Beatrix, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold and Z Flip 6 for Eman. Interesting build, I would say, with the Sky Piercer as well. What is the main objective of this build? Is it going to be burst, or just relying on the Renners and the Wesker to, and also maybe the Bennett's Rage to really connect?
Yeah, I mean, it's just burst, but you have to be very confident to pull off a Sky Piercer on a Beatrix, bro. Beatrix is a vulnerable hero, like this is a pick that usually gets you punished a lot. You don't bring you can't bring Purify. You can only bring the Flicker, and a lot of times I thought for sure, like here, when Eman got caught, I was like, oh man, this is why the Beatrix, we don't really think about it when we think about picks that can actually help the team to win. He gets picked off, the I'm Offended brings him back. He still decides to buy a Sky Piercer, like the absolute Chad he is. And man, the Thunderbelt actually helped him to win these 1v1s too, by the way, right? The fact that you're a bit more tanky gives you so much more of an edge in the 1v1. Super Luke, that was still really, really good for him too, the reactive style of play that he has here. He knew Beloyski was going to go for it. He popped in the Earth Shatter, got 4, so nobody could silence him. And then Ken with the obvious execution in the very end. It was just well played at this point. Bigatron Alpha capitalizing on the mistakes. The main mistake for Geek Fam is a lot of, miscalculation from Vincent in the early game, and Beloyski looking for picks when they could have gone for skirmishes around the neutral objectives with Gobs. In the end, Bigatron just took control of that, got a massive gold lead, and then played with the fundamentals, utilizing the Lord, waiting for the next waves to come in, getting the Nether Realm, getting a massive snipe. Eman known for this Beatrix again, and then kiting back every time the Vengeance is used by Gobs.
That comes down to decision as well, coming in from Vincent. The fact that he did not have a fracture to assassinate Eman, that comes down to the little nitpicks of decision making. But for Eman, having able to, survive the onslaught of a Ruby, of a Nolan, of a Thamus as well, that can really just pounce on your face, means that, he is very apt with this Beatrix. And of course, with a 24-8 scoreline, Bigatron Alpha, they thrash Geek Fam in this process. And yeah, Emblem's still traditional, I guess, except for that Edith Warcry.
My main question for this is I don't know what this favor is for, right? He went for favor boots, and yeah, every 10 seconds, next healing or shield skill restores an extra 240 to 600 HP, but skills that only take effect on yourself cannot trigger this effect. So I'm really wondering why he decided to go for favor. Is it just for the blessing? You get more gold on assists? Or are we not seeing what he's seeing, right? I mean, he is Eman. This is the most intelligent gold lane. I have to ask him.
Yeah, you gotta ask him later on.
Yes, Gani. He is the most intelligent.
Wow.
For
So
now,
intelligent.
For today.
Well, look at
GPM.
Super Ken.
Super Ken.
955.
Almost every time he gets the assassins, man, his pathing is phenomenal, always. Really multi-dimensional in terms of the pathing. He thinks for himself. Really solid.
We kind of sometimes underlook Super Ken because he's not this player that's tied to one hero. He basically can play a lot. Stefani, he was also very popular with the... Well, back then when the Baxia and the Frederick had to play, he was still okay with it. But when the Assassins, came to play, it's all coming into place for him as well.
Together.
And now he is very, very crucial with the Assassins. And of course, we are tied 1-1. Gani not left with a grin again. But Mirko, I think still hope. But also, we're gonna throw it backstage to Moko for an interview.
Kita sama-sama deg-degan ngeliat game kedua. Tentunya ada yang spesial kali ini karena Monica lagi bareng Nat juga Carol. Hai Nat dan Carol. Wah, ini tadi ngeliat Nat dan juga Carol mantengin game 1, game 2. Itu ekspresinya kayak deg-degan banget. Gimana ngeliat akhirnya kedua tim sama-sama mengamankan 1 poin yang sama?
Deg-degan.
Deg-degan?
Ya gregetan banget tadi pas nonton.
Wah, lebih deg-degan game 1 apa game 2?
Game 2 sih tadi.
Game 2 ya, karena game 1 menang Geek Fam ya. Kalau Carol gimana?
Deg-degan banget sih, takut banget.
Takut banget. Tapi tentunya ini masih ada game penentuan di game ketiga. Tapi sebelum kita akan melihat bagaimana game ketiga, tentunya ada yang spesial katanya nih. Katanya Geek Fam lagi bagi-bagi tiket gratis, giveaway tiket gratis. Benar nggak sih?
Iya betul. Buat yang mau dapat tiket gratis, kalian tinggal pantau aja Instagramnya Geek Fam ID dan Geek Fam Unity, karena di situ bakal dijelasin syarat dan ketentuannya. Dan pembagian tiket gratisnya itu bakal ada setiap minggunya juga.
Wow, setiap minggu ini tiket gratis ya, beneran gratis. Jadi tetap dipantengin sosial media dari Geek Fam. Tapi ini buat berapa orang nih giveaway-nya kira-kira? Bisa di-spill dikit? Atau nanti dipantengin di sosial media aja biar surprise semuanya?
Dipantau aja di sosmed kita.
Dipantau aja. Tapi ngomong-ngomongin Geek Community, hari ini keren banget Geek Community datang buat nyemangatin Geek Fam. Nah, kira-kira ada event-event apa lagi nih bareng Geek Community?
Banyak banget event yang diadain sama Geek Community sih. Di week ini tuh ada fun match 5 vs 5 dan bakal ada hadiahnya juga. Ada fun match, terus ada hadiahnya. Iya.
Boleh nggak Nat di-spill dikit hadiahnya apa gitu?
Salah satunya hadiah skin Mobile Legends.
Wow, tapi ini Monica penasaran juga, menarik banget ngeliat yang lagi dipakai sama Carol. Ini kayaknya keren banget, ini baru ya Carol ya?
Iya, ini salah satu merch baru Geek.
Merch baru dari Geek. Boleh dong diliatin. Oh iya, keren banget. Once a Geek, always a fam. Wait, ini kan baru. Berarti gimana caranya biar Geek Community super fans tuh bisa dapetin juga biar bisa kembaran sama Nat sama Carol?
Ya, jadi kita itu banyak banget diskonnya, ada diskon tiket 5%, dan kalau kalian beli 6 kali tiketnya, kalian bisa dapetin diskon maksimal 30% buat beli merchandise Geek Fam. Jadi langsung aja ya, support kita ke MPL Arena.
Ini keren banget, ini kayak sekali dayung 1-2 pulau terlewati ya ini istilahnya, karena dapat tiket, dapat diskon juga untuk merchandise-nya. Dan ini salah satunya merchandise yang dipakai Carol. Ini apa sih yang spesial merchandise-nya yang kali ini di season ini?
Ini sih varsity-nya, aku juga paling suka ini soalnya.
Wah, kalau Nat?
Aku juga suka sih sama varsity ini.
Pokoknya ini yang harus dimilikin, wajib banget untuk Geek Community dapetin juga varsity yang ini. Nah, kalau tadi kan katanya diskon sampai 30% kalau udah beli tiketnya 6 kali.
Iya.
Dan juga nanti ada giveaway-nya.
Iya.
Apalagi yang special?
Pantengin aja lah ya di sosmed kita.
Misterius karena pokoknya biar surprise untuk Geek Community. Tapi ini kan kita akan ngelihat ini game penentuan, game ketiga. Apakah akan berhasil diamankan kemenangan match kali ini oleh Geek Fam ataukah Bigetron Alpha? Dan sebelum kita lempar ke caster, boleh dong kita sama-sama dengar bagaimana semangat dari Biget Troopers dan juga Geek Community. Mana suaranya Biget Troopers? Geek Community jangan mau kalah, siap-siap dong Nat sama Carol langsung nyemangatin. Kita siap-siapin Geek Community biar bisa lebih semangat. Nat apa Carol nih?
Nat aja.
Nat. Sama-sama.
Geek Community.
Wow, Geek Community dan juga Biget Troopers sudah begitu siap untuk melihat bagaimana game ketiga berlangsung. Sekaligus ini akan menjadi game penentuan kemenangan untuk match kali ini. Dan langsung saja casters akan mengantarkan kita kepada game penentuan antara Bigetron Alpha dan juga Geek Fam.
The game has been flipped, like this phone right here, and it's also gonna fold back because we will take a step back and take a look at game number 3. Mirko was, head over heels for Bigetron Alpha to win game number 1, but he was thrown away from a high cliff, and Geek Fam was able to come back. Game number 2.
What am I, Kazuya?
You
Going
are
off a cliff?
Hey, Hachi, coming back from that. I'm kidding. But yeah, of course, now game number 3, it is going to be very interesting to see because for Bigetron Alpha, it feels like they are getting back to their groove. Game number 1, it was not because of a draft issue or a mechanical issue. It was a misplay from Bigetron Alpha that kind of led them into this game number 3 and having to force them to win game number 2 and also a boy. But game number 2, a boy was not really existent as he was in game number 1. So for Bigetron Alpha, it's all about just, maintaining composure, getting their mental straight, and also not making the misplays.
Yeah, it was due to the fair miss and the Ling, technically, and even the Edith. It's all about the sustain for Bigatron Alpha, because though, yes, GeekFam still should have had the advantage. We saw that in the early game. We saw that all the way in the first 3 turtles. Bigatron Alpha were able to out-team fight them, and they forced GeekFam into fights.
And now, of course, Team Galaxy's own cam. If I'm not mistaken, that's actually Super Ken's parents. They also flex their Samsung phone. So, of course, you guys head on over to the MPL Arena, and if you do have the Samsung phones, you can, you know, sit in the VIP. This is where the special people sit. You know, this is where they hang out and chill. But of course, talking about coming into here, you gotta have good hair. You gotta have, you know, silky and smooth hair, and that is achievable with Head & Shoulders.
Yes, sir. If you guys want to get hair as good as what you see on your screen from the hair cam by Head & Shoulders, leave it to Head & Shoulders.
And CITV.
CITV, man. I mean, I know Sheffin knows who that girl is, but yeah, I mean, great hair, man. Great hair. 1-1 now the series, and man, I want to see that spotless record.
Wow.
Broken.
You gotta,
wow, man.
He has some sort of vengeance against Bigatron. Wait, for
it's only
Bigatron,
natural, you know.
Bigatron and Onyx, have they met in Season 14? Not yet?
Season 14, not yet.
Yeah,
the
not
last
yet.
time they met in Season 13. That was Bigatron winning 2-0.
Oh.
The Alice Angela Moscow, I remember that.
Yeah.
So it's only natural, realize
Yeah,
that.
it is.
You know, he has a little bit of spite. And you too, you little nerd, you Onyx fan.
Well, yeah, back to the game we go now for game number 3. It's going to be interesting on how the drafting phase will go. Because, again, Bigatron now know, we gotta ban out the Roger to not let Vincent play, to render him useless in that game. And mostly with the Assassins, he still can function, but not on a higher magnitude, not on a greater scale. Well, Bigatron, this time around, aside from targeting, you know, Baloyski, will they target ban Vincent as well? Or maybe they will disable his hero pool?
I think for sure they're gonna target Vincent, right? The fact that they tried leaving the Roger open, game 1, they still lost. Even though it was a comeback, it goes to show that GeekFam are just much more composed with Vincent on the Roger, on a pick that he's comfortable with. On a Nolan, not so much. We saw the Julian already, we saw the Ling just yesterday. Now the big problem, like we said before we went into break, before we went to throw it over to Monica, was, okay, now that the Roger gets you wins, and you don't perform well without the Roger, what else? We were talking about Alpha, maybe Bane? We haven't seen Bane in a long time, but utility junglers can still work in this meta. You're not forced into just Assassins if your player isn't comfortable on it.
And if possible, maybe Barat's Mathilda. If you get Mathilda, Barat.
I'm not a fan of the Barat's, man. Like, his clear isn't even as good as it was before. And like, get the Dino Man out of here, man. He's been meta for too long.
Yeah. Dino Man.
Fredrin, Dino Man, get out. It's not your time.
So it was a boring meta when the Fredrin and
no,
Barat
it was
there.
fun. The first 5 years. You know, I'm joking. The first year it was fun. I liked the utility meta, and then it stayed on for way too long.
Yeah,
right.
yeah, that's true. And now we do kind of see the flashy side of the players with the Assassin picks now. But again, yeah, a lot of questions and curiosity on how Vincent will function if the Roger is taken out. Maybe he can bring out the Alpha, but we had discussions that this Alpha might be the special card that he is going to pull. And for GeekFam, they ban out the Fanny and the Ruby this time. They don't want to contest it. And Bigatron, the Hellcurt and Chip taken out. Still one more left, one ban left to go. Still a space for that Roger, but we'll see. And what GeekFam will take away, the Valentina, again targeting Moreno. And that Valentina, he is so good with this hero. And now for Bigatron, last ban, what will they scrap out? Maybe the Roger, mostly.
They should ban the Roger out here. Game 1, it was the Ling, and they lost because of that Roger. Now it seems like they're still discussing, but if they ban out the Roger, they still go for that Ling ban, instantly picked up the Roger.
Wait, they go Roger?
I did not see that Roger coming.
Me neither, man.
Wow. Insane.
We had a Roger?
We have a Roger in the hands of GeekFam?
With an unusual Roger first pick.
Oh
Never
my
seen
goodness.
it before. It seems Bigatron Alpha want to fight it though, right? So let's take a look at what they can go for. Last time they went Hayabusa, Harith. That was the 2 picks they went for. Now they have a chance to do that again because technically they did win in game number 1 in the early game. So maybe they're thinking, it was not you, Vincent. It was more us. We made mistakes.
Harith, Edith, I think. I think Hayabusa, they can sit one turn out. So maybe Eden and as well as Harith.
Yeah.
Oh,
Harith
no.
and Hayabusa.
Still, okay, still with the
good
same
picks.
approach.
They still want to go for it, man.
Wow.
I wonder if they want to go Zask Edith now. Oh, wow. So, they go Ludox first. Okay, so they're afraid that the Ludox will get banned out. They go. This is a good flex for the Ludox, technically. But I don't think so. I think it's only good at gold. Zask was a big reason as to why they won, though. So BTR, I think they've won this first phase with those picks. Bigatron can just go with the same choice that they went for, which is the Arlet. It's still a great flex into the second phase, and then they ban out the Zask.
Yeah, the Arlet is still available for Bigatron Alpha again. Flexibility is there, but they still are reluctant on giving another chance for this Jawhead to shine.
3 games for Key on this Jawhead.
First 2 weeks, he had the biggest hero pool. Every game different. Now we're seeing a different Key. We're seeing Key being very picky.
With the Jawhead as well. And the question now becomes, was this Ling ban justified?
I think game 1, they were winning anyways in the early game, right? Against the Roger. So that's what they're trying to play with. They're playing for that early game, that kill pressure, and with the Harith, Taya, and Jawhead, you already do that. The Loyi will still be banned out. I believe now they won't have to ban the Mathilda. The Jawhead's already picked up. But for Bigatron Alpha, I think for sure they need to get rid of the Zask. The Zask was a big problem for them.
Yeah, the Zask. Hands of a boy was indeed one of the playmakers.
Wow.
The Tigreal. So now Geek Fam, they can take out, you know, another hero, and that is available for Bigatron. Bigatron might snatch the Zask. Is that a possibility?
Exactly. My bad. They're actually on the right side. First pick in the second phase, they can pick up the Zask. They don't need to care. Now they're just respecting Beloy, and then they'll probably pick up the Zask, denying it away, forcing out a Faramis, and this comp should do well against the Faramis.
Yeah, I think if ever, I think Geek Fam, they need to ban the Zask out if they do not want to face the Zask here.
But then you give the Lilia over to you give a Faramis over to Bigatron, because at this point they're playing their game, right? They're like, you ban Zask, we pick Faramis. You ban Faramis, we pick Zask. If you don't ban both, Zask Faramis matchup, no problem for us.
Oh, it's gonna be neither.
Yeah, they go for Vexana instead. Or imagine, right? Bigatron say, nah, we're just gonna go Arlet here, and then pick Aurora last again. Same comp.
Same comp as game number
Geek
1.
Fam, they happily take the Zask.
Yeah, they take the Zask, and then they end it with Terizla Rome again. Then we're seeing game 1.
Game 1, leg number 2. But now Bigatron Alpha. What do they want to conclude? They will take away the Zask. So yeah, for Geek Fam, a Faramis comes to mind. But this Ludox will most certainly not be flexed.
Yeah. I think an Aurora could work too, to be fair, right? It's a good pick against the Zask. And the Faramis, the Hayabusa can bait out that Netherrealm quite easily. And for Bigatron, they already are playing for pick-off, so if you want to clump up together, you get picked off once, it'll be a big problem for the Faramis. They can also just go Lilia, by the way. Stop the Zask all the way from the start of the game. Use that mid-prio to rotate over to stop Bigatron Alpha from getting the early game pressure with the kill pressure they already have with this composition.
Wow. Last 2 picks for Geek Fam, Terizla and Faramis. Only losing out that Zask in the hands of Bigatron Alpha, so almost a replication of game number 1. Terizla rolled, no? In the hands of Baloyski.
Let's see though. What will go? What will Bigatron choose here for that last pick? Arlet again?
Arlet. Honestly, they can go expert too, right? Against the Terizla Eden. That was a big problem for them. If Harith wants to go for another, you know, Radiant Oracle build, they go for more damage, just dive in. Now you have a Zask as well, so if Geek Fam want to dive towards Bigatron, you already have a Dominant Descent to help Eman, and the rest of them can just go in. X-Borg or, like game 1, Arlet. Or Barat, what? Oh. Not in the jungle, but in the XP.
Barat XP. Interesting pick. What does this kind of amplify towards what Bigatron wants to achieve?
Well, they can go nom. Anyone before the fight even starts is a good pick-off tool. It's another way to isolate the team and to give Bigatron Alpha an advantage in these skirmishes. So it also forces Geek Fam to go for Purify and some of their members. Faramis, Lunox as well. If you bring Purify on Lunox, you're not able to get that combo in for the dive. That we saw work very well for Geek Fam in game 1, by the way. Actually, wait, did it? I remember him gap closing a lot. Did he have the flicker?
The Barats. Interesting now. A pick that goes in the XP lane. Almost abandoned and forsaken and now makes its own appearance. Extinct no longer, as we will go to the Land of Dawn. Geek Fam against Bigatron Alpha down to the last wire. Will Geek Fam pull out their kryptonite powers, or will Bigatron Alpha end this with a 2-1 and still flawless in regular season? Here we go, Geek Fam against Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, they beat one Titan yesterday. Will they beat another today? Let's see this best of one in Bigatron or Geek.
You can see the differences already. By the way, yes, the Lunox went Flicker, game 1. It seems Bigatron Alpha tried to bait out that Purify away, or Purify out, so that he doesn't go for the Flicker, but Chidera still wants to go for the Flicker anyways. He'll be quite vulnerable to Barat if Super Lu can target him properly with the with the Daytona's Welcome. Our boy's taking a different route with the Faramis, with the Lethal Ignition here, instead of the Impure Rage. Moreno went Impure Rage last time, so he was playing more to enable the team. Our boy's going to be playing to carry the team with the Lethal Ignition. And the Inspire too, so yeah, really just going to try to spam those abilities. Key!
See here, good ejector on towards a boy. The damage will come through. It's Bigatron collapsing in that early, finds the first blood. And with the Shadow Kill activated. Quad Shadow does not really find the mark there. Vincent looking for a trade, does not get it.
Oof, Vincent almost with the heroic play, and this is the problem with Bigatron, is the fact that they have so much kill pressure and kill threat that can really spit out the Netherrealm later on when the Paramis does have it. And it's all evident in Super Ken getting that first blood already, rolling around with Bigatron Alpha.
It definitely is a problem here for Geek Fam, the fact that that kill pressure, even though they've gotten the Terizla as roam, someone with damage reduction, seems like it's still a problem. Even in the early game, Super Ken can force out a Flicker like that, force out the fights. And that's really what is special about this Jawhead. You can force these pickoffs like it's nothing.
Yeah, another Jawhead again. The hands of Key was quite substantial, especially looking for the ejectors, the pickoffs, and just isolating the members of Geek Fam into such terrible positions, throwing them, tossing them back to the lineup. Bigatron Alpha, now they prepare for the Turtle Dance, and Geek Fam, they have to be prepared for this. Beloyski level 4 has the penalty zone.
See, Moreno as well. Good onwards as Earth Shatter there, on towards one. Key will fall first. Now with the Dominus Descent, it will zone out multiple members of Geek Fam now. With the blink as well, Geek Fam trying to stabilize. Beloyski very low, needs to be careful here. As Bigatron, no window for an engage. Super Cam perhaps with the Quad Shadow looking for a damage. Shadow Kill, Netherrealm to save Geek Fam formation. Now Super Luke soaking damage. Goblins will be taken down, but then now in war form, Vincent will secure that kill.
Neutral objective take for Geek Fam, and also equalizing on kills. It was a big win here for Geek Fam. Bigatron Alpha were trying to bait out some of these resources, but Geek Fam did not bite on the bait. Well played to them. And Bigatron are just utilizing the kill pressure now to relieve some of the pressure and to actually force out Chidera to lose that cannon. Yeah, he's not gonna get it.
Yeah, missed on that important goal as well for Chidera. And Bigatron Alpha, at least, again, the kill threat is so apparent in the lineup that they have. Key again, such a menace, always so prevalent in his movements. And a boy unable to really play that aggressively, but you would expect him to really function. And now in that bottom lane as well, Emma not losing out that much against Chidera. Again, this Harith and Lunox lane 50-50 still, but the Harith does an insane amount of damage as Chidera already getting his hands on that glowing wand, and Gobs under belt for that extra tankiness and also the damage.
You can also see Vincent go for the tough boots, adding more magic defense obviously against Emana and Moreno, but mainly I feel like it's a tenacity as well to escape from the CC lockdown that BTR have. So far BTR not as successful as they were in game 1.
Penalty zone committed. Key receiving a lot of damage. They're forced to use that Flicker. That will be info for the next turtle fight.
Yeah, they expended Key's Flicker, but at least Geek Fam, they lost their penalty zone. Take a look at the audience prediction still. Faithful believers of Geek Fam pulling up an upset.
After the win yesterday, it definitely swayed the odds, especially after game 1. It feels a lot of people are believing in Geek Fam's process and building this good, or scary lineup rather. Kino Flicker just scouting.
Oh, good ejector. He, though, will be the distraction as the turtle claimed by Bigatron now in the fight. Another round popped as well. Will force Super Luke to use that flicker. Vincent cannot close the gap here. It's a 1 for a turtle.
Oof. Another realm again saved the players of Geek Fam, but now Super Luke subject to an incoming dive. Can Moreno save him?
Let's say for B2, technically. The Dino Man trying to survive, trying to tank. Will fall. Dominus is sent here. Moreno actually might be the second casualty as Vincent picks up the double.
It was supposed to be the savior, and he falls victim to the onslaught of Geek Fam.
Tried to react to the play, tried to go and outplay Geek Fam despite not having another realm. They're still very sustainable. Beloyski on that Terizla doing work. Look at that. Oh, that's all force.
Oh, perfectly timed. Superkin, though, with the retribution and the shadow kill to take Beloy down.
Oh, Beloyski wasted his flicker, and now that's one resource blown as well. When you really need that flicker to engage with the penalty zone as well. So Beloyski, at least this time around, they know they can be more cautious on the Terizla as well. Now the items, anything in particular, Mirko?
That's the Windtalker and the Thunderbolt here, actually, for Vincent. So he's going to go for a build that can dive. He can actually go fighter mode in a lot of these skirmishes, just like he did in game number 1, I believe. Yeah, he went for Windtalker, Thunderbolt, Endless Battle, and Warak. So it's more of a fighter build that he's going for. One of the longer team fights. And for Geek Fam, that is exactly what their composition is meant to do.
Here's he, though. Will flicker out again. That's another good setup there by Geek, though, in the river. Now the round pops to pull Luke out here. And Geek Fam, will they have enough firepower to find another engage as the last turtle in the Land of Dawn will spawn?
This is a much cleaner game coming in from Geek Fam. They are able to dictate the tempo and also just space away the players of Bigatron Alpha. Beloyski dropping low and the turtle next in the menu.
Beloyski peeling, penalty zone committed. Oh, Super Ken still finds her turtle as well as Beloyski. Now Vincent in trouble in the midst of it all. But Scobbs saves the day. Vincent. Now Super Ken taking down Vincent in the bottom side of the map, trying to survive him on. Taken down. It's going to be Chidera and Gobbs. Tag team on towards Key here. Immobilize and Key will fall to the hands of the Primal Wrath from Gobbs.
Ooh, Geek Fam, they are on a rampage. And Super Luke in the wrong side of the tracks.
Yeah, he wants to die there. Oh, Moreno, though, a little overcommitment move. Punished again. What is going on? The Red Terminators, they're not looking very sharp.
Mirko, unfortunate experience for Bigatron Alpha. What's happening?
He basically got wiped out. It was just Super Kid respawning that prevented the wipeout, but all 5 of their members fell there over chasing. And again, in panic mode it seems, in that skirmish. We're not composed at all. Geek Fam, though, on the other hand, very composed, very patient with how they were taking the fight. Again, utilizing their resources to bait out the longer team fight from Bigatron Alpha, to bait out a lot of these resources, and they were able to do so. Super Ken not able to actually go in with the Shadow Kill, and Man got the Zaman Force out, but the damage was just not enough to take them down. And even Vincent survived for so long, guided them, baited Super Luke to go all the way. Key on this Jawhead so far, not nearly as successful, not even close to how oppressive he was in game 1 or even game 2 so far. Yeah. He's been on the receiving end on the pickoff. 0-4 and 2, bottom lane.
Ooh, this time around it's Geek Fam on the rampant penalty zone.
Yep, Purify pops as well. Vincent's man, when he's on a Roger, it hits different. And now Geek Fam, they will try to step on towards the gas. Super Ken and friends, though, he will try to find a trade. Flicker from Beloy. They will shift their focus to the Lord.
And again, Geek Fam calculated moves, able to set up the tank against Iman, just spacing him and zoning him out. And now the Lord, they speed it up, they get it, uncontested.
No contest whatsoever, not without Iman, who definitely misplayed there. Maybe it was a miscommunication with the rest of the team. He dashed forward, used the Zaman Force, tried to go for maybe a pick, maybe it was Key's call, but not too sure. Still with the favor boots, by the way, here in the 9th minute of the game. Does seem like for the Jawhead, for Key, he is severely behind in gold. Had to go for a lot of the components instead of finishing off the items, steal leg plates, even the components from the Athena shield, and then the leather jerkin too. Now he finally has that Athena shield. He just built it as we spoke. Glowing one on the Divine Glaive. Still super far behind for everyone. Like everybody's far behind. I think the only one that's like not too far behind is Supercan and Super Luke. They're only behind by 500 gold. Even for Harith, technically the gold isn't too far from Lunox, but the fact that the Harith doesn't have the lead means that he is the one behind. He should have the Holy Crystal by now, as we remember from game number 1. That was the timing for him. The GeekFam are the ones just pushing on the pedal, going all the way, sieging these turrets down, and Bigatron can't really respond. They're just gonna have to take it one by one, sacrificing a few of these turrets away.
They need to wait for a good counter initiation. Maybe Key tosses the backline of GeekFam into the waiting arms of Bigatron Alpha, or maybe they get a very good assassination towards Chidera. But again, GeekFam, they have been moving in unison as one unit, just not splitting up and getting the engages as well. The Lord marches down bottom, and Bigatron, they will defend it with that turret passive as well. So now, it's going from bad to worse from Bigatron Alpha, but at least they're able to defend the important turrets in that mid lane as well. They need that standing to get even more map control, because the jungle has been invaded by GeekFam, and GeekFam, they happily will plunder whatever they can take in the jungle.
It's just a slow game for GeekFam. They know they got the game under their belt at this point. Bigatron Alpha are just waiting to scale. It's the opposite of what happened in game 1, right? Now GeekFam are the ones pushing in, but thing is, Paloi! Flicker penalty zone, all towards 3, the damage is there, and it's enough. Netherrealm popped as well, and the ejector play finds him on. GeekFam, they've managed to click 2 players of Bigatron Alpha.
This is what they're good at. Divine intervention and also upsets, and this might happen right here. So close to knocking down the base turret, but Supercan, Key, and Super Luke stands in their way.
For the win to taint Bigatron record. Let's see, it's a baby dino. Daytona's welcome will not go to his way, and that will be GeekFam taking the base turret top side now. They will focus on the Lord again.
That's a small dino, and GeekFam, they don't force the issue. Again, playing so well. Need, and in accordance as well, to not really force the end, as they can, you know, experience a turnaround as well that they get, that they were able to give to Bigatron last in game number 1.
5.3k gold lead with a composition like this. Look at Vincent. Players gold 9,500. Was it a mistake to leave it open? Vincent definitely thinks it is. You leave it open, no hesitation for him to pick it up. Just like Superken's Ling in game number 2. We'll see. GeekFam with a 5,000 gold lead playing the Lord Dance.
Oh, could be so close. One engage is all it takes to turn the game around. The Lord still just being poked by 2 of the teams in this Land of Dawn, and now Aman, he has to step up quick. Key looking for the ejector, but not finding it. Again, just prolonging the stance, and GeekFam, they choose to disengage slowly.
Taking their time. They have a slow push built in the bottom lane. They're not in any rush. They have the close lane pushing as well. Very slow. Bigatron will have to deal with a lane in the bottom lane there. It's a big slow push. Eman will be sent there, and this would be the green light. This will be the green light for GeekFam to go for it. There you go. Yep, Polski very low though. Shadow kill instantly committed. Oh, another round now. Will be popped. Wow. Now Bigatron looking to reposition themselves. Supercan will find the tail as well. Now the backside of on will fall by the hands of Chidera. Now Chidera falls as well. Good ejector to disengage. Supercan has to shut down. Vincent, a boy, tag teaming, finds K. Vincent again on a roll. The Dino is in trouble, but survives. And the Lord will go to the hands of GeekFam, but what will they do with this Lord? I don't know.
What is a Dino to a Wolf? And Vincent goes ham. Bigatron, they lose 3. But still, it's an even trade, but at least for GeekFam, they get the Lord marching in. And Supercan and Super Luke, the super duo, left to fend off the pushes and the Lord coming into the base.
It was a great fight by Bigatron Alpha. They were able to just go back and forth constantly in the fight. Luke using the Detona's Welcome to escape from the initiation, escaping. Meanwhile, you know, Eman obviously coming into the team fight from a different angle, losing his life still, but the fact that Supercan was able to go jump back and forth, Moreno was peeled for such a long time, gave GeekFam the Lord, yes, but a weird team fight. GeekFam do really well in the team fights where they are the ones to dive, they're the ones to force Bigatron Alpha to be locked down. If BTR can somehow maneuver like that, they actually have ways to win the game in the late game, which is surprising considering, again, GeekFam, they have a Roger, they have a Lunox. Moreno scaling up. That's a big problem. or a problem. I wouldn't say massive. I wouldn't say it's big right now because they were still able to handle it quite well. And now Super Ken won't have the purple buff too. It was taken away. I think it was a steal from Vincent? No, he didn't steal it. Who took the purple buff?
Chidera.
Chidera.
That was able to take it. Oh,
Boys.
zone.
All alone, penalty zone.
Oh.
He's low. No,
Oh.
it's a set though. We'll find the mark. It's a 5v4. Will Megatron push? Knowing that Beloy will go out in 30, this is the window for Megatron to find another member.
That was a great decision by BTR. I thought for sure, you know, they wouldn't have gone for that. Geek Fam still have the Netherrealm and Beloy still had the Flicker. But BTR, that was, I guess, just very unexpected for Moreno to dash forward with the Dominator's descent like that. It's a good time for Geek Fam to lose their roamer though. Like, it's not really punishing, right? There's no neutral objectives, there are no turrets to take, so Bigatron can't punish further. But they can reclaim some positions here, and it does give everybody time to get their buff, Super Ken, and even farm up more. Chidera, holy crystal.
Yeah. And now Geek Fam, the question is how long can they rinse and repeat? Because Bigatron Alpha, they also scale pretty well in the late game. Amana will be activated sometime soon. I believe he also has the Holy Crystal as well, the Blood Wings defensively. And Moreno is now a threat. Not a huge one, but again, will be such a pesky target to really deal with. And Super Ken just counting now the Lord available to fall in the hands of Geek Fam. Bigatron Alpha, I think they have to address this.
See here, Key and Ken. Good penalty zone, finds Super Ken. Now he's in trouble. The damage is there! Chidera finds a Super Ken. And that will be Geek Fam finding the Lord. This might be the final push.
Oh, Super Ken loses his life and also loses the Lord. And next up in the menu would basically be the turrets as well. As Geek Fam still moving as 5. Looking to close out this game and create an upset.
It should be done. With Geek Fam's composition, Bigatron, they don't really have the best of clear. Geek Fam
for the win and for tainting the record of the Red Robots. Let's see Geek Fam's execution. Beloyski jumps in. Help HP. I'm on here. Looking for the clear in the bottom side of the map here. Lord, oh my goodness. Beloyski with the penalty zone. Though he goes down and Montiel. Now the base turret should be the agenda. And Geek Fam defeating another Titan in MPL ID. Yesterday was Onyx. Now this time, it's the Red Robots.
The Titans layers, they dive to murky waters as they taint the flawless records of the robots. Malfunctioned, they go. And again, Geek Fam proving to be the kryptonite of Bigatron Alpha. They close out the 2-1. Bigatron, loseless no more.
That 0-loss record will be tainted, destroyed by their kryptonite. Geek Fam have been the bane of Bigatron's existence for the longest time. Season 12, stopping them, gatekeeping them from the M5 World Championships. Season 13, knocking them out of the lower brackets 3-0, and today, making them lose that crisp 0-loss record. 2-1. With a phenomenal performance. Aboy.
Oh my. Roar. Boy, it's insane. And Geek Fam as well. It's insane how they would always topple down Bigatron when it comes to the important matches. I mean, yes, denying them off that spot in M5 and then also knocking them in the lower bracket, and this time around, it's still leg number 1. But as Bigatron, you really want to, you know, maintain that perfect record. And it's all just stained away. But of course, we want to hear from the Geek Fam players up on stage with Monica Ko. So Monica Ko, take it away.
Geek Fam revamp is real! Wow! Geek Fam berhasil memutus win streak dari Bigatron Alpha. Wow, Beloyski. Dikira ya, prediksinya di minggu ketiga ini bakalan sulit buat Geek Fam karena bakalan ngelawan 2 raksasa. Tapi ternyata berhasil dengan membawa 2 kemenangan. Gimana, Beloyski?
Nggak tahu Kak, emang event kita tuh gak expect juga 2-0 ya week ini, kayak menang lawan Onyx udah terus menang lawan Bitter lagi, kayak gak expect juga sih sebenarnya.
Gak expect expect.
Iya, iya.
Tapi apa yang kalian persiapkan sampai akhirnya bisa seperti ini? Kalian begitu luar biasa di minggu ini.
Gak tahu tiba-tiba kita kebangun terus kayak mainnya lepas gitu.
Maya lepas apa? Karena makan apa gitu bareng
Kita tuh
Cadera?
abis makan gultik.
Abis makan
Ya.
gultik, tuh Cadera langsung senyum-senyum. Tapi sebelum ngomongin gultik, mereka mau tagih kemarin tuh kalau nggak salah ada yang janjiin ke Bude Clara katanya mau pakai saber nih.
Gak bagus aja sih, tapi pengen tadi, bagus tadi.
Pengen, tapi nggak jadi. Jadi kapan Baloy?
Gak tahu kalau bagus aja. Nanti kalian lihat aja.
Nanti kalian lihat aja ya, kita bakalan tunggu. Tapi di sini juga ada Cadera dan Gops yang akhirnya ini pembuktian bahwa wow, akhirnya menang nih dengan line up Cadera dan Gops. Cadera, gimana? Ini apakah pembuktian?
Pembuktian buat diri sendiri sih.
Pembuktian buat diri sendiri.
Soalnya mungkin orang lain ngelihat kalau gua udah habis lah masanya, tapi gua mau buktiin kalau gua masih bisa.
Masih bisa kan Geek Community? Masih bisa dong Cadera. Tapi tentunya ada Gops juga yang membuktikan diri pada match kali ini. Gops! Wow, pembuktian kemenangan di match kali ini. Dan ini langsung ngelawannya Luke. Orang yang posisinya digantiin Gops. Yang kalau kata orang-orang tuh bakalan susah nih ngegantiin posisinya Luke. Tapi Gops hari ini bisa membuktikan itu. Apa gimana rasanya?
Hoki kak.
Hoki, oke. Tapi gimana dong rasanya ketemu Luke? Dan ini kan bisa dibilang mantannya Geek Fam. Apa mungkin dapat spill dikit dari Beloyski harus gimana ngelawan Luke gitu?
Biasa aja sih, karena udah pernah scrim bareng dia juga waktu di MPL. Jadi biasa aja. Biasa
aja. Terus ini akhirnya biasa aja dan kamu berhasil membawa kemenangan. Dan tentunya di sini ada Aboy yang saves the day beberapa kali hari ini di game pertama. Kemudian game ketiga. Tapi tadi what happened kalian dengan game kedua? Game pertama, game ketiga aman, game kedua ada apa? Kalau kata Baloy miskom, tapi kalau kata Aboy?
Ya sama miskom.
Miskom, dan akhirnya di game ketiga kalian berhasil membalikan keadaan nih ya. Ini gimana di belakang layar kalian saling nyemangatin atau gimana Boy?
Lebih ke reset aja sih sama game 1, game 2 gitu.
Reset aja dan kamu save the day di game pertama juga itu luar biasa. Dan ada Vincent di sini. Vincent. Wah, kita nggak raguin lagi ya Rogernya Vincent. Tapi kalau ngelihat tadi kayaknya di game kedua Nolannya Vincent masih belum maksimal. Apakah Vincent ini belum nyaman pakai assassin atau gimana Vincent?
Enggak juga sih. Ya emang hasilnya buruk aja sih, kita banyak mistake lah di in game.
Tapi kalau Rogernya Vincent gak diragukan lagi ya?
Sama aja sih Bude.
Sama aja.
Soalnya lawan AI kan kalah juga kan pakai Roger. Jadi mau pakai hero apapun sama aja sih. Mau dikasih hero apapun yang penting maksimalin aja.
Yang penting maksimalin aja. Tapi Vincent dan juga Gops berarti udah nyaman gak sih dengan line up ini?
Nyaman banget sama siapa aja.
Nyaman banget dengan siapa aja. Dan kalau bisa dibilang nih Baloy, gimana ini week ketiga masih ada beberapa week lagi ke depannya. Bagaimana supaya kalian bisa tetap konsisten? Karena kalau dilihat sekarang kita udah ngelihat di week ketiga Geek Fam revamp. Tapi pertanyaannya gimana biar kalian konsisten nih selanjutnya?
Konsistentin doubting Geek Fam aja sih. Karena kalau banyak yang doubt Geek Fam gitu bikin kita panas.
Bikin panas. Wow. Dan oke. Dan tentunya tadi kalian bukan hanya juga membuktikan kemenangan memutus dari kemenangan atau win streaknya Bigetron Alpha. Tapi kalian juga memberikan pembuktian bahwa caster-caster tadi tuh prediknya padahal semuanya ya 6 caster yang bertugas hari ini tuh prediknya Bigetron yang bakalan menang. Tapi ternyata Geek Fam membuktikan diri. Jadi boleh dong kita rayain dengan foto bareng pakai Samsung Flip. Boleh dong, ayo semuanya. Say cheese. Wow, Geek Fam revamp. hasilnya cakep banget. Udah Monica simpan, mau Monica kirim ke 6 caster yang bertugas hari ini yang prediknya Bigetron bakal menang. Tapi ternyata Geek Fam membuktikan bahwa Geek Fam revamp is real. Dan sekali lagi Geek Family, mana suaranya untuk Geek Fam? Dan langsung saja para caster akan mengupas-ngupas kenapa nih prediksi mereka bisa salah hari ini dan Geek Fam bisa mengamankan kemenangan pada match kali ini. Silakan casters.
The Geek Fam revamp is here. As they prove us all wrong in the English desk and over there in the Indonesian desk, all 6 of us voted for Bigetron and they were like, nah, we are the kryptonites of Bigetron Alpha. We want to kind of pull out the wires, want to make them malfunction, want to program them to lose. And I got to do something, Goni. Got to tap the back of my good friend right here.
It's okay,
and I'm going
man.
to say that's all fine.
It's okay.
It's all fine.
I know it's fine, you know? It doesn't change the standing. It's still #1. It's all good. You
That
know,
was me 2 seasons ago.
A loss is a learn, you know? And again, for the regular season, like Gani always mentioned, it's all right. It's all right, you know? Hey, let's take a look at the game here, right? Because what's really impressive for Geek Fam isn't the fact, obviously, they got a win against Bigetron. That's impressive, but they won against Onyx with a different lineup. They won against Bigetron with a different lineup. If this was the same lineup, maybe we would say, yeah, I mean, Masako is just that good. Veldora is just that good. But at this point, is it Masako and Veldora, or is it the man you see on your screen?
The man in the middle.
The man in the middle and the man of the hour. No longer a boy, he is a man. And the MVP, the player of the match, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. It is a boy with the Faramis and also the Zask in game number 1.
Well played, a boy. The Zask in game 1, the spacing, we saw that. Someone can play the replay of it again. But here, he was pressured so much in the early game, which is expected. Yeah, on a Faramis against a Jawhead, against a Hayabusa 2. But the fact that he was still able to carry the game despite losing there, you can see again just the spacing, the positioning of this man in every single skirmish, the way he utilizes Netherrealm, and the way he deals damage, bro. He is the carry. He knows he's the carry. He goes in and last hits when a lot of different Faramis players would, you know, just try to deal as much damage as possible, would enable the team. He knows he is the main character. He's the guy who can carry the game. He goes in for the shutdown. Doesn't care that it's a KS even. As long as I get the gold, I can help the team be insane. And again, you see it here. Netherrealm plays down. He plays it like a true carry. We saw that from the items. We saw that from, especially early on, the emblems. How he likes to play it. Lethal Ignition. It was also the Inspire. Now he pops in the Netherrealm again. He's still utility when it matters, but he deals a whole lot of damage in these skirmishes. In a lot of these team fights, Geek Fam just flourished, man. This was the time that actually Bigetron were able to match them. But again, just take a look at a boy, right, who facilitated that kill so that Vincent can go for the executions, and still he was able to escape. Ridiculous stuff from a boy. Clears out the bottom lane, still being an annoying person for Bigetron to deal with despite losing out on the team fight. Yeah, such an intelligent mid laner.
Yeah, this guy can carry and also can support at the same time. But we want to hear on what Geek Fam has to say in that mic check. So here we go, golden moment by our official gold partner, UBS Gold.
Nice one.
Burst aja, Gabs.
Pede kan elevatornya? Ya. Awas dijajain ya.
Oh, gua liat mid ya, Haritnya mau ke mid deh.
Gua dapat. Perangin.
Sabar, Gabs.
Setting dulu. Dapat tarik.
Gak ada ulti, Harit. Menang, guys.
Menang. Santai.
Balik ya, ada ya.
Fix end.
Ayo.
Bang, ready gua, Bang.
Ayo.
Dia gak mau. Gak ada flicker ya gua.
Turret aja guys.
Turret aja kalau nggak bisa.
Ini gua ulti Harit.
Tarik.
Mati.
Nice one, guys.
Sabar. Bisa alert. Gua PD perangin sini ya, kalau dia mau ya.
Gua bisa Ruby ding.
Lihat kan dong. Udah ini, lihat kan. Eman.
Gua ada ulti.
Dapat. Mati sama gua.
Atas bisa. Bisa nih bawah guys. Ada next wave guys.
Gua 10.
Lihat dulu. Gua majuin bisa tower lock guys.
Ini gua majuin juga. Gua
tower lock.
3 detik ulti gua.
Tower lock guys.
Tower.
You can see all he wanted to do was win. The last words that he said, the Warcry General, and I quote, Tower lock, guys. Tower lock.
He even got a little angry at the very end. It's like, tower lock, guys, tower lock, guys, come on.
Tower lock.
Because everybody's getting stunned, everybody's looking for kills, and he's like, guys, remember, we're here to end the game. We're here to get the game under our belt, not for kills. That's the real win, and goes to show you, man, War Crime General, still a general, 0513. He always dies a lot, but that's why he's called the War Crime General. He commits these crimes, and he's fine with it.
The crimes
He wins with it.
Yeah, he wins it. It's the only thing that's keeping him going.
Rome, Helker Rome. This guy doesn't care about rules. He's a criminal.
He bends the rules. He doesn't care about the penalty zones not hitting. It's a zoning ult. That's what he do. That's what he does.
Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't hit, but it's all good when it's below. You know it's calculated when it's BBB.
It is.
Total assists, 13. Damage taken. Dynaman, Super Luke still taking a ton of damage in that game, but it's kind of expected, you know? Against a composition like this, it's a Lunox.
Yeah.
That's why when they picked the Barats, it's like, Barats.
Yeah. As a last pick as well.
As a last pick too, we thought that it would be, you know, an Arlet to scatter them. Maybe even an X-Borg, right? Because you have a secondary HP Borg, technically have 4 lives if you go Immortality. But no, they decided to go for the Dynaman himself. And I have to say, didn't really see the impact of the Dynaman.
Yeah. We talked about how the Detona's Welcome would become the main, you know, the Sable tool to not really let the players of Geek Fam advance. Didn't happen because Geek Fam, they were so calculated. They were clean on all areas.
Very clean as well, and
by the way, Goni.
This is very interesting. Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of clean,
yeah.
You know what's not clean?
Is it
not clean?
My hair.
No, it's Bigatron's record.
Yeah, it's 4-1, bro. It's
That's
still
true.
not clean. It's still clean.
Get out of here.
Not as clean as it was before. Just got a little dirt, you know?
Yeah, and now we want to take a look at the audience highlight. Win streak ends at 4. How can Bigatron regain their performance in the next match? Miracle is being called out by Ranger Amos right there in the Indonesian desk, but of course Alfian TV. Last season, you flopped in the playoffs, and now it's only week 3, and you're already struggling. Better to play Finn instead of Key, who only performs well in the regular season. Look at RRQ, they become strong with Edok the other night. This is a cynical take.
From a bigger trooper himself. This is Alfian TV.
Wait, is he a bigger trooper?
He is, he's supposed to be.
This is
just harding, man.
What do you think, Miracle?
I don't know if he's a bigger trooper, you know? Because struggling in week 3, I don't think that's correct. They lost, but struggling.
But no, the bold claim is more of how he wants Finn to replace Key.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, okay, sure, we can give him the benefit of the doubt. Key's the captain and Finn, small sample size on what he plays, but you know, his perception was Key kind of chokes in the regular season. What do you think?
In the playoffs or regular season?
Regular season.
Man, if he does, he performed well game 1, game 2. He's been performing well this season, man. I feel like this is a paid actor right here, you know?
Yeah, it's a paid actor. But okay, we'll take it back to Moni Kako for an interview upstage.
Interview di stage kah? Jadi kali ini maunya interview di backstage? Jadi sengaja gitu atau gimana nih Theo Nail?
Lagi kurang beruntung aja hari ini.
Kurang beruntung, tapi what happened sebenarnya Theo? Karena kita lihat dari week pertama sampai week ketiga, ini win streak nggak pernah kalah. Baru di minggu ketiga hari kedua, kali ini baru akhirnya harus mengakui kekalahan dengan dari Geek Fam. What happened?
Sebetulnya kalau dari coaching staff nilainya emang kurang disiplin aja sih kita hari ini gitu. Terkadang butuh sentilan lah supaya kita nextnya bisa disiplin lagi lah gitu secara gameplaynya gitu sih.
Disiplin, butuh sentilan. Tapi apakah mungkin dari kalian dari Bigatron pun mungkin belum expect kalau yang dimainin tuh hari ini tuh Gops sama Cadera.
Jujur kita malah prepare emang Gops dan Kadera kita udah nebak untuk, karena kita tahu XG kan Luke, terus kita juga udah ada coach Sura juga kan XG. So kita udah tahu, udah proses segala macam dan kita emang nebak Gops sama Kadera yang main hari ini.
Jadi sebenarnya tebakannya benar tapi mungkin eksekusinya tadi kurang disiplin ya kalau menurut Theo. Tapi tadi yang diomongin Theo nih karena ada Luke di Bigatron, X dari Geek Fam dan kali ini ketemunya Geek Fam. Sebenarnya kehadiran Luke dan juga Coach Ura nih jadi benefit gak sih sebenarnya untuk ngelawan Geek Fam?
Yes, jadi benefit banget sebetulnya. Tapi mungkin emang balik lagi ya, kita bisa nyiapin, menurutku pribadi, coaching staff dan pemain kita udah nyiapin banyak untuk lawan Geek juga. Cuman emang mungkin ada miss draft sedikit juga di game terakhir, terus kita kurang disiplin di game pertama. Itu sih yang jadi kendala hari ini.
Kurang disiplin, tapi kalau ngelihat line up dari Geek Fam sekarang tuh di season 14 ini seperti apa sih?
Kuat sih, senang aja ngelihat pemain dari MDL bisa naik ke MPL terus bisa nunjukin di panggungnya gitu. Keren sih mereka, kuat.
Keren, karena ada rookie-nya juga. Tapi kan kalau ngomongin rookie dari Bigetron juga ada Finn nih.
Betul.
Nah ini gimana sih ngelihat performance dari rookie-rookie baik di Geek Fam yang tadi kalian harus akui nih kekalahannya dan juga di Bigetron?
Regenerasinya yang sekarang seru sih, bagus aja. Maksudnya kayak pemain MDL akhirnya bisa lebih diakuin di MPL kan. Dikasih jam terbang juga lebih gitu loh. Dan mereka bisa buktiin kalau mereka punya mentalitas yang cukup untuk main di MPL gitu.
Mentalitas. Dan kalau ngomongin Bigetron kita nggak ngeraguin lagi Theo. Kalau di sepanjang regular season pasti selalu bagus, keren, luar biasa. Tapi bagaimana nih untuk bisa maintain itu untuk konsisten sepanjang regular season sampai playoff, bukan hanya regular season?
Emang kita ngincernya peak performance kita bukan di regular season, pasti di playoff ya. Cuman ada proses tersendiri yang kita, salah satunya itu partnya adalah disiplin out game juga gitu, bukan di in game doang. Jadi mungkin kita nextnya mesti lebih disiplin secara out game lagi supaya kebawa ke in game juga gitu.
Oke, jadi kuncinya hari ini Bigetron masih kurang disiplin baik di out game dan juga in game. Nanti kita akan lihat bagaimana performance yang lebih baik lagi dari Bigetron Alpha. Dan semoga nantinya jangan bosan-bosan ya Theo bilang ke teman-teman buat interviewnya di stage berarti ya. Jangan sampai di backstage lagi ya. Ketemunya udah cukup ya, itu udah cukup katanya ya. Jadi nanti kita akan lihat bagaimana performance dari Bigetron Alpha selanjutnya. Thank you Theo. Dan good luck untuk next match-nya. Dan tentunya kita akan kembali lagi kepada casters yang akan mengulik-ngulik lagi bagaimana sih kekalahan dari Bigetron Alpha kali ini. Dan juga nantinya performance dari Bigetron Alpha apakah bisa konsisten sampai dengan playoff. Silakan casters.
So, for Theo, Nile, and Bigatron, they anticipated that Chadera and Gobs will be playing.
Wow.
But another point that he pointed out was, wow, in MPL ID, especially for this season, the regeneration of the rookies and the revolution is looking so bright.
Now it puts Geek Fam in a tough spot, but in a good way. It's a good problem to have. But which lineup's better?
Yeah.
Just gotta constantly flip and fold, I guess.
Yeah, you gotta flip your phones if you want to look stylish and also become the MVP of your game with Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. Look at this. Look at the hinge. Look at how well it bends. Sheesh, it's so good.
Definitely your gaming experience here with this phone. The new king of selfie as well.
Yeah.
Check out the camera, man. Check out the camera.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you can take a selfie right here, Mirko. I'm gonna flip this phone and wait, where's the camera? Like,
yeah, guys, you can enjoy this phone. 50 megapixel camera and flex camera. Make every photo sharper and cooler than ever.
Yeah, it's so cool. You can check out, of course, Samsung.com/ID or scan the barcode below. You can get everything you want to know about this new phone, of course, Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. You can also click in the link in the pinned chat because unfold new ways to be productive and creative with Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. Unfold.
Oh, this is the flip,
It's a very
Exactly, that's the fold.
Unflip.
Take it, no. Unflip and unfold.
Wow.
This is the fold.
But of course, if you also want to kind of experience the chill and the thrill and the ambience of being here in the MPL Arena, you can come over to the MPL Arena, but don't forget to buy your tickets for MPL ID Season 14 and experience the loudness, the crowd, the thrill, and also the cheers coming in. Yeah, the atmosphere. Don't forget to come here. Buy your tickets.
Best part, you can meet real eyes.
No,
Exactly.
no. Best part, you can meet the caster from Morocco, Mirko.
Oh, yeah. There you go. You can meet me. You can meet Mr. John Man over there.
John Man.
John Man. Or,
What's up, dude?
the best of them all.
Oh.
Oh,
Mid Arashi.
On the days he's here, it's always a full house, and you know why. RQ's playing usually.
Yeah, that's true. And Arashi will sometimes be in the stands just cheering for his teams because he's a real kingdom, an OG at that as well. And maybe you can also meet Chef.
Yeah, he's a big fan of Dixon. I mean, Dyron.
Dixon or Dyron. I know that note. I know that reference. But of course, we will take a short break, or rather a long break, because we'll prepare for match number 2 today at MPL ID Season 14. See you after the break.
Wow.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Okay, Nature Boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Dikasih ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum melebarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama teman makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Hari ini Alter Ego telah sampai ke MPL Arena. Setelah puasa poin di week kedua, kini Alter Ego harus menyiapkan game plan untuk kelima player mereka. Ada Nino, Heist, Owen, Roundel, dan Nael untuk bisa menghentikan 2 kali lose streak mereka. Di bawah komando Coach Rek dan Aldo, apa yang akan mereka bawakan untuk menjamu sang macan putih, EVOS Glory? Dan tentunya kali ini Alter Ego akan melawan sang macan putih EVOS Glory. Pasukan sang macan juga sedang haus kemenangan, dipimpin kembali oleh AG. Misi EVOS untuk mendapatkan kemenangan pertama terpancar dari para player yang sudah siap bertarung di MPL Arena. Lalu bisakah Coach AG membawa EVOS Glory ke arah yang lebih baik lagi pada hari ini? Kita akan lihat bagaimana performance dari EVOS Glory dan juga Alter Ego sesaat lagi di MPL Indonesia Season 14. MPL Arena, mana tepuk tangannya untuk MPL Indonesia Season 14. Wow, tak terasa kita sudah berada di minggu ketiga, hari yang kedua, yang mana tadi kita sudah melihat match pembukaan antara Geekfam dan juga Bigetron Alpha. Dan tentunya pada match kedua kali ini akan tentunya semakin seru, tak kalah menarik dari match pertama. Karena di match kedua hari ini akan mempertemukan 2 tim yang saat ini tengah bersusah payah untuk bisa bangkit. Ada EVOS Glory dan juga Alter Ego. Kedua tim ini sampai dengan week ketiga di MPL Indonesia Season 14 ini belum bisa menunjukkan performance yang begitu maksimal. Tapi tentunya hari ini akan menjadi pembuktian antara EVOS Glory dan juga Alter Ego untuk menunjukkan bahwa mereka bisa bangkit. Karena tentunya mereka tidak mau mengulang sejarah. Seperti halnya Alter Ego, nggak mau nih ya untuk nggak lolos playoff lagi. Tapi untuk EVOS juga tentunya nggak mau dong kayak season kemarin yang dari minus harus merangkak naik. Kalau bisa di atas kenapa enggak? Jadi kita akan lihat bagaimana keseruan antara EVOS Glory dan juga Alter Ego hari ini bersama dengan super fans yang sudah hadir di MPL Arena. Thank you untuk super fans yang telah hadir dan tentunya thank you juga untuk MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Munton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Kemudian ada official e-wallet GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea, dan juga official gold partner by UBS Gold. Dan tentunya thank you untuk partner in esports, ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, kemudian ada Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan juga IndiHome. Tak lupa ada suppliers kita, thank you untuk Erigo dan juga Saturdays dan MPL Indonesia Season 14 supported by PBSI. Dan ini sesaat lagi kita akan lihat ini pertemuan antara EVOS Glory dan juga Alter Ego karena akan begitu menarik yang mana kali ini di week ketiga kita melihat EVOS Glory kembali dipimpin oleh head coach yaitu AG. Kita akan lihat apakah ini saatnya EVOS Glory akan bangkit dan tentunya untuk Alter Ego ini akan menarik juga karena ini pertama kalinya Rek akan melawan tim mantan tapi bukan sebagai player. Kali ini sebagai coach. Ini akan begitu menarik. Apakah hari ini kita akan melihat EVOS Glory yang bangkit? Apakah begitu EVOS fam? Ataukah kita akan melihat Alter Ego yang akan bangkit? Apakah begitu Alter Champs? Kita tidak tahu, tapi tentunya kita akan langsung melihat bagaimana match kedua hari ini antara Alter Ego dan juga EVOS Glory. Silakan casters.
Welcome back to MPL ID Season 14, Week 3, Day number 2. We are entering the match of the day. Still with me, Realize, Gani, and Mirko from Morocco. As we take a look at EVOS Glory against Alter Ego.
Yes, sir. Well, we're gonna walk you through this matchup because, man, both of them seem to be struggling so far in the regular season. One much more than the other. We have the entrance, or the comeback, of a legend. An EVOS legend who once coached EVOS Legends. It's Age, back in the fray as the head coach for EVOS Glory.
Now, of course, we want to take a look at how things will play out because there has been some critics towards Strategy or G. Because, yeah, he was, you know, and some of the opinions of people, he hasn't been able to really adapt to the meta.
Yeah.
And yes, EVOS, they were very apparent that they weren't really ready for this meta. The fact that they had to lose so much and concede so much points and wins. And now, thankfully, they are still trying to get even more wins and solidify themselves a spot towards the playoffs. And as we take a look at the poster, new game plan, adaptive meta. It's of course the show off or the showdowns of the coaches Aldo and Rect, and also G and AG. Age.
AG. All right, let's talk about the coaching staff here. You know, Rect and Age, Strategy and Aldo. In terms of the draft, I do believe that Aldo has more of a say compared to Rect, but I guess we don't have confirmation on that. The thing is, let's talk a little bit more about the newcomer here. We all know Rect, we all know Age. But what does Age bring back to this lineup that was missing for EVOS Glory for the last 2 weeks? I feel like he will bring much more of a multi-dimensional draft.
Yeah.
Back in season 11, 12 even, 11, they did pretty well, right? They were able to represent Indonesia at MSC together with Onyx. That was when Onyx won MSC 2023. But then we take a look at season 12. What was the main problem for EVOS Glory? Or they were actually EVOS Legends in season 12, right? Yeah, EVOS Legends still.
EVOS Legends.
They changed their name in season 13, but EVOS Legends, I really felt like the players were just underperforming. I felt like a lot of the drafts were pretty good, and a lot of the other analysts actually agreed with me. Age was the black sheep, you can kind of say. You know, he was the scapegoat for a lot of the fans. And then he decided, you know what? Instead of just taking all this hate, might as well, we'll bring up some of the new coaches, Kayla, bring in some of the new lineups as well. And then he became the head of MLBB for EVOS for a while. We saw an improvement when it comes to the management system, at least last season for EVOS Glory, bringing in EVOS Holy, trusting in the process, and then working wonders to pop off. Now, will Age be able to bring the team back to the peak that we saw last season with his better drafts?
That's the question, because again, EVOS, they have been under scrutiny for not being adaptive enough to the meta. But I still kind of wonder myself, I ponder this every time before I go to bed. You know, it's a very, very crucial question. This is the lineup that went to MSC. This is the lineup that was able to clinch second place last season in MPL ID Season 12, or rather Season 13. But what is the problem aside from the draft that kind of stumbles EVOS Glory's path towards, you know, even getting more wins in this season?
I feel like at this point we have to talk about the meta just not being in favor of them, right? For the most part, we were criticizing the draft, and it really does start in the draft. The fact that they were built to just go for multi-layer team fights, it's very one-dimensional. They only want to go for team fights. They put up the Edith, the Minotaur together, they combo it together with an Alpha as well. Yeah. It's all about the multi-layered CC in a neutral objective-centric meta, but now teams have actually adapted from that. The Lord Dance is no longer as crazy as it was before after the changes before MSC, and teams like EVO started to falter. Teams that relied heavily on the Lord Dance to go and look for these massive fights. Teams that actually want their opposing or their enemies to group up together. But let's take a little bit about Alter Ego, right? Let's take a look at them, how they've been able to get a win, and how they actually lost as well. The win was very bombastic, I would say. Despite the win against Geek Fam, it was definitely not a clean performance.
Yep.
Game 1, they were all over the place, even in the draft itself. Well, even Helker opened against Geek Fam. Game 2, they found that composure, though it was still very chaotic. Game 3, they dominated the early game, but still, composure seems to be very lacking in Alter Ego, and for the longest time, this has been the problem. So, when is it going to be fixed? We saw this in the previous lineup when it was Pai, Selly Boy, Nino. Now we're seeing it again with a whole different lineup. It feels just like an Alter Ego problem more than a roster problem. Even with Niall, a guy that started off in Geek Fam, very composed, made it to M5, helped them get to M5.
Yeah.
But now we're seeing him. Actually, he's pretty good, right? He's still probably the best member on the team. If we take a look at Alter Ego, we look instantly at this man right here. He's been the spearhead of Alter Ego. The rest of the team needs to play around him and needs to stay composed. They got to stop these throws from happening, and it has been happening consistently.
It's very tough seeing Alter Ego's growth, right? Even with the shakeup, not really. The outcome is instantaneous, right? So maybe, hopefully with this match against EVOS Glory, who has yet to win a single match this season, maybe then they can bounce back. EVOS Glory, still here. They need to adapt. Maybe with the coming of Age, he was once a coach of Bigatron, mind you.
Yes, sir. Season 7.
Runner-up, but I mean, Age bringing new colors here, hopefully for the better of EVOS Glory's sake. After being the runner-up of MPL ID Season 13, they're almost 9th this season. So that's a big fall-off.
Yeah, the guy on your screen right now, it's Age, of course. But now the question becomes, we have been talking about the coaching staff, what Age will bring, what is the problem of EVOS in their drafting. But now, we kind of shift our focus to the main carriers of the teams. You know, for EVOS, it is, of course, Annabelle. This guy has been, you know, mostly the miracle for EVOS with the assassin meta now also shifting to him. It feels like this is his stage to shine. This is, you know, given on a silver platter for him. But why do you think he's still unable to really carry and drag EVOS Glory to the finish line?
Well, let's take a look at how EVOS were able to enable him just last season. It was all playing, they were all literally just playing to enable Annabelle on the Ling. He would just be farming the entire game, waiting for his item power spikes. And then once he got it, he was able to go for the skirmishes and then fights all across the board. Let's take a look at Age first, by the way. This man was the coach of Bigatron Alpha, MPL Indonesia Season 6, 3rd place, and then second, an improvement there. That was when I actually started to be a fan of Age and Bigatron Alpha. Then 1st place, ISF World Championship, Indonesia. 2nd place, MPL Indo Season 11. A man with many accolades, but unfortunately, no MPL trophies just yet. He was always just one match away, but could never really do it. It's funny that you bring up that Season 7 performance, right? Runner-up. The way that they were able to do that was mainly, I would say, the players were great too. They were all performing, but it was the picks. That was very unique, and it made us give him the moniker of the mad scientist, because he would always just come up with these crazy picks at the time, like the Sicilian, the Hayabusa in the mid lane, and it gave so many problems to their opponents. And I think this is what EVOS Glory desperately need right now. They need someone to build a crazy draft that can actually like enable Annabelle, or take them into the late game where they actually have been able to take the wins, but enable them much more in the mid to late fights.
Yeah. For the showdown between Niall and Annabelle, I feel like, you know, the showdown to carries, but we have to see how it will progress later on in the draft.
Definitely, man. I mean, if Age can still mold wonderful players. Remember back then it was Renbo who usually was given the creative plays. If Age can seek potential and one of the players that can flex, maybe then he can bring back the glory back to the name of EVOS Glory.
Yeah, it feels like they're losing their glory slowly. But yeah, Niall, in the hands of Alter Ego, has been the spearhead. They're basically playing for Niall because they know that Niall is their winning condition, the carry of Alter Ego. But for EVOS Glory, they haven't been really spoon-feeding Annabelle, I'd say, in a harsh way. But for Annabelle himself, this is his forte. This is, you know, his playing ground when it comes to the assassins. Now, Annabelle is here. We also can talk about the rookies that are coming back to EVOS Glory. I wouldn't say this guy's a rookie, but he's back. That's Nacho, or Natko.
Nacho.
Not to the Coco.
Not to the Coco. Maybe that's where he got inspiration for his name.
Yeah.
But yeah, before we get into Natco, and Natco is obviously an addition here, I want to talk about EVO's savior, who is Anavel. This man literally saved EVO's last season with his phenomenal performance on the Assassins. When the meta was very heavily favored for the utilities, he was the man that actually shined together with Kyrie last season in the regular season and especially in the playoffs to bring EVO's to glory. And now, when we are in the Assassin meta, it seems like he's struggling. And I would say, yes, he has, you know, kind of declined. His performance isn't as good as it was before. But I'd say most of it has to do with the team. At least in Season 13. Fluffy, Brands, these side lanes were just so consistent. Like, Brands would constantly just be the weak side, where he plays it very, very safe. Terizla on Fluffy or Export would always just enable Anavel to do a lot of things, you know, farm up and even go for skirmishes and then securing these neutral objectives. But now Brands is not performing the way he did before, and it seems they're going to play Natco.
Natco is in the building. Fluffy, Anavel, Flock and Dreams, and Natco. Of course, a lot of hope shouldered upon him, and he will try his best to deliver. Not a rookie any longer, because he had his taste of MPL ID last season.
The White Tigers, they're hungry for a win this season with Natco. Will they bring back the glory to EVOS' name? Please welcome, it's EVOS Glory.
They're still trying to get that win and get the Tigers roaring. And Natco, he will try to fill the shoes of Brands.
Laning phase is a big problem for Brands. We saw him just completely steamrolled by every single gold laner that he meets. And to be fair, Natco, when he did play in MPL Indonesia Season 13, that was his strong suit. Only decision-making sometimes is off.
Yeah, I can fix it probably in this match, but of course for Alter Ego, the chaos is ensuing. Nino, Nile, Roundel, and Highs, they are hyperactive, but in some cases, they have to stop the hyperactiveness. Will this be the moment?
Will this match be the rhythm changer that this team needs? Ladies and gentlemen, it's Highs in the gold lane and Nile in the jungle. Please welcome Alter Ego.
Prepare your belts, because this is going to be a very, very chaotic match. EVOS Glory, they also like to put in some chaos in it, and you know, Mirko mentioned it as well. Age, the mad scientist, we might expect some crazy and funky draft to happen if that is going to be the case. But for Alter Ego, it's about how they want to limit and measure their chaoticness.
It's so cool that we get to see this matchup again. The Battle of the Mad Scientists. Age, Season 7, that was a moniker given to him, and then Aldo snatched it away from him with his performance in Season 8 all the way to Season 10. Both head coaches, the respective teams. Caleb going to be actually up there on stage, not strategy. And Rekt, as usual, accompanying Aldo.
Yeah, so now, of course, Caleb and Age, what will the effects become towards the draft of EVOS? Because mostly it has been strategy. It has been G up there. Last season it was the way they carried their burden to make it to top 2 and even to the grand finals. But now the rival showdown, the team carry, it's Nile against Anavel. And if we take a glimpse of their stats, pretty close to each other, not so marginal. But yeah, they are indeed the carries, the ultra carries of each team.
I think the only real difference is the hero pool. Anavel is better on Ling. Meanwhile, for Nile, we see it more on the Hayabusas, right? And maybe even the Lancelots. It's like Fanny and Ling for Anavel. Nile more on the Hayabusa and the Lancelot. We'll see how they perform here. For Anavel, he's always really, really smart. He always gets to a point where he's ahead of the enemy jungler in terms of farm. He gets a lot done in the early game through pathing alone, and the team usually enables that. Meanwhile, for Nile, he's much more of a team-centric player, even on the Assassins. He wants to control the neutral objectives with the team, go for fights across the board as well. So not much priority on the pathing, on the farming, as Anavel likes to, you know, do.
Yeah, now Anavel, of course, always becoming the player that is funneled by the resources given to him in the face of EVOS Glory. For Alter Ego, always Nile in that spotlight. But of course, we don't want to really, disregard the kind of like the, I guess, efforts by the other players that are in Alter Ego's side. So take a look at the teammate head-to-head, Mirko, in this match.
Yeah, let's take a look at the picks for Alter Ego here. Roger has been actually very Hylos too for both of these teams. So we're going to actually see a lot of these heroes, a lot of similar heroes getting contested for the most part. If you take a look at the bans too, it's been rather close. I mean, very accurate to one another here. It's Ling, Fanny, Chip, all those three heroes, but the Moskov has been banned a lot. But the thing is, I feel like for EVOs, Stat Moskov has been banned a lot towards Brands. Natko, will he perform as well as Brands on the Moskov? Will he actually get some of the strong picks like the Harith in the gold lane over the Moskov? Because that's has been why Natko, I think, has been chosen here to play. He's a usual strong side gold laner, and if EVO's Glory want to try to utilize Natko, I feel like they need to utilize him in a way where they set him up for success, rotate over into the bottom lane, getting a winning matchup and utilize that kill pressure. Just like how Bigatron likes to play for Iman.
But take a look at Natko. He is this gold laner that is given, you know, picks that can carry the game late into, you know, the minutes, either the Natan or maybe other carries. But we will enter the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. Straight on the bat, Fanny and Ling Van, of course. These are the favorite heroes of both Annabelle and Niall.
It's going to be the Ruby here banned out. A hero like we mentioned on the desk earlier today, right? Will be very valuable. We saw it banned multiple times and will be banned this game as well here. EVO's Glory eyeing for that. Maybe that Zushin or the Harith. Instead of picking, of course, the Roger is a no-brainer. That, EVO's Glory, they will prioritize a Roger if they do not ban the Zushin, and there you go.
They decide to ban out the Jushin, Roger. Up for grabs for EVO's Glory. A great flex pick. Annabelle can play it as well as Natko. This would also give them a way to put Natko in a winning lane, but they decide to go for Zask instead. So still sticking to what made them strong in the last 2 weeks, despite the losses. It's been Annabelle, but also Clockhook. These have been the two members who have performed. The rest, not so much. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, again, same reason. Great flex potential, and both Heis and Niall play a mean Roger.
They have been winning through Clockhook as well. In the first minutes of the game, and this Zask pick is prior to Clockhook's aggressiveness and also his carry potential. Another carry that we can also talk about is Clockhook. This guy, of course, very good in that mid lane and giving him a winning matchup. If you can really give him an oppressive hero like a Zask, would really dictate and stabilize the conditions.
They took their time, means that they're still discussing, but EVO's Glory, very fast response here with the Hylos, right? We have yet to see Hylos from the previous match. We'll get to see it, right? A hero that is so annoying that can enter the back lines like a tree, like a big tree. And let's see here, how will Alter Ego face this to melt this Hylos down?
Usually you want to go for, I think it really depends on it really depends on where the Hylos is going, and this is why it's going to create a problem for Alter Ego. If they decide to try to counter pick it here, then the Hylos can just be flexed around. You pick an X-Borg, you pick a CC that will do well against the Hylos in lane, and Hylos will just simply go roam. So the best scenario for Alter Ego right now is to go for just an Aurora, right? Don't try to counter pick the Hylos just yet. You have red side, so you have ways to wait for the later phases to go for the counter matchup.
As Aurora, of course, just going to try to win out in that lane against Zask. A good counter pick against the Zask as well. So take a look at the second phase of ban, still to reveal the jungler, the side of EVO's Glory. For Alter Ego, the Roger can still always be flexed. Niall is also very apt in the Roger as well, if he does opt for that. A very strong jungler as well as a fighter. For Alter Ego, still dictating what they want to ban.
I think for Alter Ego, the main problem will have to be the jungle here. They get rid of the Alpha. That is the signature of Annabelle. No Ling, no Alpha, no Roger, denied away from him, no Haya, and no Fanny.
Let's hear from the crowd.
It's going to be the CC ban, as I said earlier, the CC and the X-Borg. So this definitely puts EVOs in a spot where they're going to try to enable the Hylos in the XP lane. They're going to ban out the CC and then probably the X-Borg next if they really want to enable him in the XP. Alter Ego, now I think just nail Annabelle down. What's the next best thing he can go for probably. I'm thinking, yeah, Lancelot Nolan is usually what he goes for. I don't think we've seen him on Bane yet, right? Usually just still on the Assassins.
Yeah.
But honestly, if both Alpha Lancelot gets banned out, I think we might actually see a debut pick for Annabelle on like a Bane, a utility.
So they also have Julian available, but that's true. Yeah, for EVO's Glory, they still want to assess their options. The Bane banned out. They sniff it.
They sniff it out. And now with the Bane ban.
Possibility. It's going to be very annoying here for EVO's Glory with the Bane ban coming in. So they sniffed that ban of that pick one out. I believe the MPL PH played a Bane jungler yesterday as well. So let's see here. Will we see Bane later? Alright? Still a possibility. EVO's Glory though. They will go for the Herald. We mentioned as well that the Herald is still such a Mario pick as well. It's going to be Alter Ego responding with a Nolan pick here. So gold lane, Roger.
Yeah. They're really forcing EVO's Glory to now go for Lancelot, right? That's the only viable option, and we have seen from EVO's. Let's see if they go for it. That's the Jawhead and the Julian. Jawhead and Julian is Hylos going to XP, and it does give Alter Ego a chance to now flex the Edict to roam and pick up something like an export to deal with the damage output and also to deal with, obviously, the Hylos in lane.
Yeah, Natco history though, first place, Liga Nacional 2023, with Griffin mostly third place as well for Liga Nacional 2023. So he does have that experience. But now back to the draft, we want to talk about how for EVO's Glory, with this Jawhead, Dreams was mostly criticized with the Jawhead pick. He wasn't really able to maximize it in the full potential. You know, it has been Moeza, it has been Key that has been effectively using the Jawhead to become that aggressive roamer that can play the pick-off style, but for Dreams, the ejectors and also the movements that he has showcased, quite questionable. So now the question is, how can he prove it to be effective? But now for Alter Ego, they pick up the show that is most likely going to go roam.
It's actually going to go XP, it seems. Nino's on it, right? Yeah. So they do decide to flex the Edict,
Cho
but
XP?
they go, yeah, Cho XP. Now with your passive, you do have physical defense shred. But the main problem when you're up against a Hylos isn't the physical defense, but rather the HP. That's why the CC was banned out, and that's why usually we do see the X-Borg up against it. So we'll see how this Cho does. Maybe early on you can deal damage to the Hylos, but as we get into the mid-game, it's going to be a problem.
Of course, let's take a look at the spells going on. Purifies and also Soul Letter Vitalize. And Moskov is forced to pick up the Purify. So no Inspired to give them that aggressiveness in the early game and also the attack speed. But now, the Land of Dawn will be witness of the match of the day. Will EVO's Glory finally restore its glory? Will this be the age of the glory? Or will Alter Ego still run rampant? It's Alter Ego against EVO's Glory.
Ladies and gentlemen, Land of Dawn, we go. Who will strike first? Will it be the White Tigers or will it be the three-faced masks? Let's go and witness together.
Let's see, Alter Ego and EVO's, the two members you see on screen. These are definitely the pillars and the carries they'll be looking at in this game. Nile versus Annabelle. When it comes to clear, it should be the Nolan who has a little bit of an advantage, but at this point with the Jawhead, it changes the dynamic completely. Dreams able to leash out for Annabelle to secure the purple buff and to get level 3 faster. Now with that power spike, you technically get your ultimate level 3 for Julian. He's going to be able to clear out the rest of the jungle. Full tenacity, except for Julian, except for Annabelle. EVO's definitely trying to out-sustain Alter Ego in these fights, just tank up more damage than Alter Ego. Because the only one with a defensive emblem is Owen with the Vitality. That's it. Everybody else is going for damage. Thrills across the board, Inspire. And for the Cho, trying to stay as active as possible, trying to just clear the wave and rotate to get the team an advantage.
Yeah, they kind of want to neglect the damage coming in from Alter Ego. Just have that extra tankiness, but their Shatter coming in.
Yeah, with the Flicker as well. A-okay though. No first blood just yet. And Nino though jumping in with Jet Kun go. Thank the first blood for Alter Ego.
Great pickup. Alter Ego, they burnt out the Flicker earlier, so they decided to just go in again. They have so much lockdown, and just like Megatron Alpha, they have so much kill pressure, despite them going up against the Jawhead. That's why for EVO's Glory, the Jawhead pick here is definitely intriguing, to say the least. They don't really have a lot of lanes that would win out individually, so the Jawhead will kind of struggle to actually get the damage done. Fluffy walks up.
Yep, now with the ejector here, looking for some space. NFL untargetable, finds the retribution. Good calm retribution. Alter Ego, they disengage on that fight.
Oh, they get the turtle, so that's actually a good point for EVOS Glory. But if you want to talk about the lineup from EVOS Glory as well, at least Mirko, they have the dive potential to just run towards the players of Alter Ego. And now we take a look at the talent predictions by the new application GoPay. Only two, casters voting for Alter Ego. That's Ranger Emas and Gani.
Where'd you go for Alter Ego, Gani?
Yeah.
You can't ask Ranger Emas.
I gotta give Highs some respect. Give some respect for Highs, all right?
Oh, bro. You have to.
Highs. There you go. Gani's getting called out by Ranger Emas right there. Give some respect over to Highs. So we'll see if this respect actually comes to play, because for Alter Ego, I think Highs has actually been performing unlike he used to. Back in Rebellion, he was known as the Raging Bull. He was known as a very aggressive gold laner. But ever since the second or third season he was with Rebellion, he started being a bit more passive. Now with Alter Ego, a bit too passive. Dreams ejector on towards Owen. Oh, take a look at the
burst and melt there from the EVOS Glory's side. That will be Owen there, taking down Roundel as well. Will actually force to use that flicker. Let's see if EVOS Glory finds another window for a pickoff.
A lot of resources burned, and that's an Aurora without a flicker. And that was also such heavy damage coming in with the chains from Annabelle. So the Julian getting the kill can really open up horizons for a snowball potential.
Okay, so a bit of difference already. Nile going for the Hunter Strike. Last time we saw Vincent, it was in the previous game. On the Nolan, he went for the Blade of Heptaseeds first. It's different. Why? Because Nile knows that these team fights not going to be quick. It's not going to be an instant burst down. There's no insta-kill button on anyone. Most of these boys are beefy boys, so you get more maneuverability with the Hunter Strike. You can go back and forth in team fights, and it does definitely give Nile on the Nolan in this particular game more value to go to Hunter Strike. Buffy setting up.
Second neutral objective here. Seems like Alter Ego, they were not able to find the contact, but they will fight this time. Taking no on towards Muchiro, but Nino will eat a lot of damage and he falls.
Oof, he jumps in with a Jit Kundo, but still unable to get out. And EVOS Glory get the kill and get the objective.
It's back to the good old EVOS Glory, it seems, boys. We were talking about how we need a setup for Annabelle. You need to get these winning matchups and decide and put Natco on a weak side matchup, or not just Natco, a gold laner. This time it's Natco, not Brands, and he's doing good against Highs. Bottom lane to get the turrets.
Ooh. Wow. Minute 5, they're able to open up newer potential opportunities to even push the pressure further towards the arms of Alter Ego. But now Alter Ego moving as a 3, wanting to get a pick-off maybe, but so far for Natco, he's just playing for the late game maybe, just looking to get his items. And now game type with the new application GoPay. Cho was last used by Nino in MPL ID Season 8 with a 100% win rate from a total of 2 picks.
Who's he going to kick now is my question, right? Season 8 was a different time. It was back when the fighters were prevalent in the gold lane, and that's why Nino played the Benedetta, the Cho, the Yu Zhang even, and Esmeralda. Fun facts, back in Season 7, those were the picks. Now EVOS though, the only person he can actually go for is Annabelle. That's it. And even then, Dreams is there to always just eject her unstoppable force to stop the momentum of this Cho. He's in the side, just split pushing, but EVOS are using Natco really, really well. Highs, he went for Master Assassin. This should be a win in the lane, but he hasn't been able to actually win it out.
Yeah, hasn't been able to find the isolation duels to make the Master Assassin get the best out of it. And now EVOS Glory, they want to siege on this turret, but again, the backup from Alter Ego, they know the threat looming behind the players of EVOS Glory, and now they pop the conceal, looking for a pick. And Dreams is there, one in the back line though.
They're rotating with 5 members here to take the newt. Fluffy will try to open things up. Lawson! Out of nowhere finds a turtle. Nile caught and locked down and taken down. Now, Dreams with the ejector flicker finds Owen. Nino pulls back with a dragon under the turret, but the damage isn't there. EVOS Glory winning in all cylinders. Not going with the double on the side. It's going to be Annabelle solo killing. Roundel here, surely. And there you go, Alter Ego. Wait, they're in shambles.
Ooh, buy one, get one free. Annabelle gets Roundel while also bashing on the turret, and EVOS Glory momentum is in their hands. Natco now snowballing with the 2 kills. This will speed up his items.
This is it. This is what was necessary for EVOS. Set up for Annabelle. Let him carry the game. Put a weak side goal laner in the team. And let the 2 carries that carried them in Season 13 strive again and find success again. Ejector
on towards 1. Oh my lord. And Nino very low, still able to eject Kundo out of safety. Out of trouble rather. And well, Alter Ego there behind. Still 5,000 gold. No compensation. No winnable trades here on the board.
The question is for Alter Ego in the draft when they picked up the Cho is who's gonna deal with the Hylos?
Exactly.
The Cho's not a... Even if you kick the Hylos, what is he gonna do? Hylos is just gonna stand there menacingly, putting the glorious pathway down, and then you have an unstoppable force coming your way. A big Johnny boy with a Dominator's Descent. And then a guy with a spear who's angry all the time.
Yeah. Hylos would have a field day when he's kicked back to the backline. He can just pop the glorious pathway and then slow. The players of Alter Ego or EVOS Glory have that opening to just jump in and wipe house. So, Alter Ego, the question is, what is their winning condition?
I have no idea what their winning condition is. It should be in the early game. It was supposed to be maybe Roger winning out and smashing Natco with Nolan using the kill pressure on that in that lane to get an advantage, but instead they go for neutral objectives against a Hylos, Zask, Jawhead, and Julian, while leaving the strong side to just farm out against the Moskov.
Supposed to even punish further the Moskov in that lane against the Roger. And now EVOS Glory, they will not let this slip. Grasping the Lord with 10 fingers, both hands, and they do get the Lord. This is looking so good and so clean for EVOS Glory while they don the 5.2k gold lead. Alter Ego still looking for an option. But when it comes to the late game, when push comes to shove, still I do kind of favor EVOS Glory's draft a little bit more. So where is the opportunity for Alter Ego to really just stomp? Maybe they would expect and bank on a huge mistake by EVOS Glory, but I don't think in this stage of the game that will happen because EVOS Glory has been playing so solid.
Definitely not, man. I mean, I don't know when that power spike's gonna hit because we're in the realm of their power spike. This is the 9th minute of the game. This is where the Nolan, the Cho, the Edith, the Aurora, and the Roger all find their power spike. EVOS have outskilled them already. I don't know. It's... You say it's a... You favor EVOS' draft a bit. I say this is complete outdraft. I don't think Alter Ego can actually answer with anything they have. A mistake from Annabelle, maybe.
Wave Dragon does connect, but no fall damage there. Oh, look at the reinforcements. Fluffy Dreams here, opening things up, and Nino isolated with the help of the ejector as well. Annabelle picks up that kill. It's a 5v4 with the Lord now. Lord's battling towards the backside. Oh, a flicker. Trigger, 2 members Alter Ego will go back. Now EVOS Glory 1 by 1 base turret here should fall, and they will not look for an opening just for a fight just yet. Surely they will go for the discipline route here. Alter Ego still holding on, looking for the clear in that mid at top. Oh my goodness, the burst damage from the Julian, and Natco secures the top. First game for EVOS Glory.
Clean and smooth, just the way you like it. And EVOS Glory, solid draft and solid gameplay. Completely outdrafting Alter Ego. Alter Ego had no single chance. They were completely out of this game.
Nothing they could do. It ended in the draft, the game. And it's well played to the man who's taken the mantle back. From strategy, it is the head coach Age who's crafted this draft for EVOS Glory. Once a scapegoat, now maybe the GOAT. He's the Bantai guy.
Bantai. Which means slaughter, but the only one being slaughtered here is Alter Ego. With a very, very rare occasion where I have to cast a match and I don't really see the winning condition pop up for Alter Ego. Basically, you have to be activated in like minute 8, minute 9. This is where the Cho can come online, the Edith has the items, and then the Roger can also come rolling in. But that was non-existent in the hands of Alter Ego. EVOS Glory just won in every single department. I mean, the Nolan wasn't even functioning well. It did not get the burst strikes that it really wanted to. Didn't get the assassination that it was designed to get. And the Julian just ran rampant. And EVOS Glory, it's hard to pick who is the MVP because everyone has been playing flawlessly.
Yeah, I guess me personally, I'm going to give it to the proactive guy who's been looking to play, to be aggressive the whole game. Yes, he was the only one with deaths in this game, but I got to give a shout out to Dreams. He really made this composition work as well, just with his aggression in the early game. And despite the questions of that kill pressure, he played it well. With the high-lows coming in all the time, it was just him zoning. It's a different way of Jawhead, different way to play the Jawhead, but it works really, really well. Shout outs to Evo's Glory for a phenomenal draft for Ultra Ego. It's back to the drawing boards to find a win condition. That's where it starts.
Yeah.
Very uncharacteristic, well, not uncharacteristic, but Alter Ego. Usually we see Evo's Glory, especially this season, who has no fundamentals in game, but that game, I don't see the basic fundamentals from the side of Alter Ego. Managing minions, there wasn't clear and sharp in fighting objectives, and you can see the disconnect in the fights, and the Alter Ego really needs to rethink on how they want to approach game 2.
I wasn't able to really see through the Cho pick. I mean,
exactly.
It does not really win against Hylos in the lane.
No.
And in the team fights, who do you even kick? Like, that was the question.
Exactly. The last pick Cho was more of a, hey, we can play Cho, more than an actual strat, it feels, right? Because in the lane, like you say, you don't win. You clear out the waves, you are much more active. But what does that do when you don't have as much kill pressure at the end of the day? You get the first blood on Jawhead, and that's it, right? And again, against the Hylos, the physical defense shred does nothing. Hylos is HP based. That's why he's tanky. That's why the CC was banned out. Shoutouts to R7 for saying this on stream, but he's the one who's been saying, you know, the best counter to the Hylos is CC. CC can just melt you down, and you gotta give the MVP here, not to Dreams, but to Annabelle, who stayed consistent. 940 GPM, team fight participation 62%, not as active, but in this game, they were winning all across the board. As long as he secured neutral objectives, played it the normal way, there's not really much you could do wrong, and I fist bumped him earlier. I just want to give you guys a... We all fist bump. I wanted to fist bump Age, but I couldn't find the man.
He's elusive.
Age is nice. He's busy trying to craft up theories and drafting potentials for Evo's Glory, but yeah, it was going so good in the early stages of the game for Alter Ego. Again, the Cho does have that kill potential in the 2-minute mark, but they were quick on the response. And Annabelle with the first kill really solidified himself into trying to get that snowball. And now look at this. When you have a Hylos just running at you, it's hard for Alter Ego to deal with.
Nino couldn't even kick. We were talking about who he would kick. How can he kick? I think that's a better question. And then here the retry. Annabelle wasn't even there. The lockdown was just too much, despite the fact that Rondo is the one with the massive CC ability. And he's like, oh, there you go. He gets a kick on Jawhead, right? That was the only guy he could kick. The chain CC was too much.
And this one.
Yeah, I think, there's definitely some mistakes here when it comes to the executions, like you said, Gani, you know, core fundamentals that they forgot about, but I think they were set up for failure in the draft. That was mainly the problem. Nino kicked Annabelle there.
Honestly, I think Alter Ego forgot the Purify spell in play. That's why they picked up the Cho. And yeah, I mean, the impact was very, very underwhelming.
I don't think it mattered, man, even if they go Purify, right? I mean, like, yeah, you get out of the ejector, but then the Hylos comes at you. The whole team comes at you with a Glorious Pathway. You only have one Purify, brother, man. Maybe they needed Immortality and Winner Crown first 2 items with the Purify. Then they would have survived, but then the game would have still ended.
Of course, 8-2. One of the fastest games we have today, and probably this week, and maybe so far in MPL ID Season 14.
Did we get a 9-minute game?
We did. They were against Bigatron.
Oh, Bigatron. Yeah, there you go.
That was
still the record.
Last week.
Still the record.
Yeah, it was still the record.
It was Onic, and then Bigatron, and then now 10-24, I think, right? Like, top 3, definitely fastest games of MPL ID.
Yeah. And
man.
Yeah, a lot of builds coming in as well. Just going straight for damage, I think, for Julian. In the hands of Annabelle, the Holy Crystal acquired the Blood Wings defensively.
Well, what's impressive to me isn't really the Blood Wings here, but it's a Sky Piercer for Heist.
Wow.
I don't know when he got that, but wow, I'm impressed. Nolan as well. It really feel like that Nolan pick was more of a, hey, Annabelle, you know you can play we're going to take it away from you, you know? Because who are you going to assassinate? The Cho can't assassinate, can't go for kicks. Nile, I don't know, man. This is tough. I mean, everything, even the sandbag, they couldn't even tank as much damage as Mr. Hylos, man.
sensible, right? As a high loss, you can take and soak a lot of damage. But yeah, I mean, 4 categories here taken by 4 different members of EVO's Glory shows that it's so one-sided, that game. And again, Alter Ego, they really need to change the draft, execution, gameplay. And yeah, I mean, the fundamentals, man, the fundamentals.
I'd argue that the Skypiercer would be okay if they were playing for the Roger, but the Roger didn't even get the kill. The Master Assassin.
If they were at least like, if they were winning even a bit, right?
Yeah, they weren't the fact. And the only thing that is absolute is the new GoPay app.
Hey,
because with the GoPay app, it is the gamer's wallet that packs a punch. With GoPay, you can vote for the winner of each MPL ID Season 14 match, and you are guaranteed to get at least GoPay coins on your first vote and 1 token with every vote. Collect these tokens to exchange for free skins, GoPay coins, gaming smartphones, and even electric motorcycles. This is what I actually pitched to Arashi yesterday. What if the players, you know, they kind of download the GoPay app, they get the electric motorcycles, and they roll the stage with the electric motorcycles.
Man, they don't even need to download it. They probably already have it on their phones. That's why they're pro players. You know, they think ahead of us.
That's true.
And you can see it here. You guys can go and scan the QR code to download it. If you guys want to be a pro player like the people you see on your screen, go ahead, folks. Get that value, dude.
Yeah. You can also buy the latest skins to look cooler while playing. You can also top up your diamonds and pay with the GoPay app to get up to 20,000 GoPay coins cash back. This is, of course, the essential ammunition for gamers, also known as phone credits, which you can top up in GoPay.
It's as easy as that, man. You can pay your bills, you can get phone credits at lower prices, make 100 transfers per month as well. Gani just uses GoPay all the time.
Right. His transfer miracle.
Thank you.
What did he transfer him?
I mean, I would love to, man.
Why did he transfer him money?
Because he's Mirko.
Oh, you should do it too. You know, I'd really appreciate it. You download the GoPay app.
Yeah, I have
Take
it.
my number, send it over to my GoPay.
I'd do it. I will.
And not coins. I want the real GoPay. you can get the cash back yourself.
That's true. I transfer to you and I get the cash back.
I don't think it works that way. That'll be very easy to, you know, stack up.
Yeah,
that'll be cool. And we could do
we acquired a bug. But of course, Mirko has been there in EWC and he was able to see the esports city, but Qiddiya
No, we didn't get to see Qiddiya.
Yeah.
They're hiding it from us because it's just not ready yet.
Yeah.
On the way, though.
It's an interesting project, of course, because Qiddiya is our official destination for gaming and esports. Drop into the Qiddiya Discord for all things gaming at fandx.io/Qiddiya, or you can scan the QR code right here, because Qiddiya, now we play at Qiddiya Gaming.
Check it out, guys. Scan the barcode below Mirko down there.
Right here.
And yeah, it's going to be a very interesting project, and as well as all esports. So it's
esports city
for the future, man.
Esports city, right? The development of esports has been absolutely insane.
Amazing.
With the Esports World Cup, I thought we reached the peak.
Nope.
MSC right there as well, which is like an esports multiverse. We have a whole city next. Up for grabs, man. Not up for grabs, up to visit for us, right? I don't think we can grab the city.
We can.
It would be cool.
And VR, maybe.
Maybe that's like another version. If you can't fly out to Saudi Arabia to go and visit Qiddiya, maybe you could just get value.
Yeah. Oh my God. And also enjoy the epic collaboration with a limited series of UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 14 available at ubslifestyle.com. and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. You can get a free skin with every purchase of limited edition. And of course, the collections are the Benedetta Electro Katana and the Mythic Ring.
The ring.
Check it out.
Take the katana.
Wait, what if I buy the Mythic Warrior ring?
Okay.
And I make it as an engagement ring? Will that work?
Yeah. I think you can use it however you want.
Shout out Faiza's girlfriend.
That was an idea to Gani as well, you know? Getting married soon.
Yeah, you're getting married soon, Gani. That's what I heard.
Hey.
Congratulations, Gani.
Congratulations.
But yeah, I mean,
wedding ring.
Wedding ring idea inspired. Thank you. I'll keep that option, you know, on the tab. But yeah, UBS Gold, check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Get free skin with every purchase of limited edition. Mirko, you're next.
I'm next. Amen, brother.
Amen.
Amen. It's still a while.
Yeah, kind of want to still cast.
I can cast.
What? I mean, you know, I can spend more time with MLBB if I'm single compared to when I'm married.
So you're single? Are you saying you're
I'm not. but like not single, but when I'm not in a binding agreement.
Okay. That's an interesting way to put it, because Age has a binding agreement with Evos. I feel like all the players do. You know, they're contracted, so they still play the game.
Yeah.
I don't know if Age is married. Yeb is married. He's been performing well.
Coach Yeb.
MSC champion. Shout out to Yeb.
Raja.
Married for a while now.
Raja
is married. KB is married.
KB is married.
He's still here. He's still restreaming back at home.
Goni will soon get married.
Absolutely. Well, yeah.
Now, of course, it's EVOS that is on the hunt. As the White Tigers look to sharpen their fangs and their claws, they are still hunting for that important win. What does this say to Alter Ego? Will their mentals be crushed by that loss? Because that was a devastating loss.
This happens to Alter Ego. We saw this against Geek Fam too. Game 1, they completely forgot about, you know, their plan in the draft as well.
Yeah.
It happens to teams. I think Alter Ego will definitely bounce back, because Game 1's draft was just, it was a new low, you know? Like Game 2, there's no way they crack that low and get even lower. You know, it's Aldo and Rek. They know they should be able to adapt and adjust to some of the mistakes they made in the draft, definitely, right? Maybe when the pick high lows, go for CC or export later on. That's a good idea instead of Cho. That's exactly. Nolan reversed against high lows is like
so hard to take down the high lows.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think there's a
Or you know what,
counter.
just ban it, right? If you don't want to pick up the X-Borg or CC, get rid of the horse. We've seen that as well. It's one of the most banned. For Alter Ego and Evos. We saw that in the head-to-head.
Yeah, and Fluffy does love this high loss. It feels like, you know, he's always going to have that one favorite hero he's going to play. Last season he was the Flame Man.
He was X-Borg.
And now he's maybe the Horseman.
It's a tree. I mean,
a tree? Is it a tree?
I mean, he's a horse.
Are you trying to say that high loss is the distant cousin or the distant relative of Belleric?
Maybe.
How is a tree related to a horse?
They do look alike.
Centaur, unicorn man.
They look alike.
They look alike somehow.
They look alike?
Yes. Is there a resemblance?
When he pops Revitalize, he's green? Is that?
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
That's it? That's why he look.
And their abilities have circles on them, you know?
I mean, is the Tigreal and the Terizla related then?
Because they're both from T's?
Yes, but also their ults are like circle.
That's true.
Circular.
Maybe.
Is Lilia and Lancelot also? No, I'm kidding.
Well, again, let's see his performance, Fluffy. He is very selfless, very considerate, very cutesy, and very demure.
Yes. I knew what you were doing. Exactly. Very demure indeed. I don't think demure goes hand in hand to Fluffy's playstyle on the high-lows, who just wants to ram everybody.
Yeah.
But I think it fits more to Highs there, you know?
Highs.
He was laning, Purify. He was in the back.
In his own island.
Very demure.
Yeah.
Some might call him the cutie patootie. In lane, you know?
Yeah. Highs was actually doing pretty well.
He was aggressive.
It was
that Sky
growling.
Piercer, you wanted the kills, man.
It was growling.
I don't think anyone is demure here. They want wins, you know?
I do think someone is demure.
Okay. Who is it?
You? Fluffy.
How he went through this, like, realized that, you know, a horse with a ramming style just wants to go in.
But the horse is kind of like a soft horse.
Elegant.
Because Hylos has that white patch on him, you know?
A patch?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about, but yeah. We'll enter the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold and Z Flip 6. And yes, they do ban out the high loss, no longer wanting to get rammed by Fluffy.
Now they can go for the same draft, because now it works. It's not like that draft couldn't work in all the situations. It could work, just not against the high-low. So they get rid of the high-lows here. They get blue side, so they're already changing a few things. Still Chip and Ling though from Evo's Glory. That was Alter Ego's bans on red side. Both teams having basically to be forced on these two respect bans. Maybe even the Juicin next.
Yeah, Ling taken out still, not wanting to give it to the hands of Nile. A very solid assassin player, the Moskov. They will respect it, so coning down Natko's option. But the problem was that Moskov in the last game, is that threatful? Because I feel like it was more of how Alter Ego did not want to punish the Moskov. They were not really channeling and funneling, you know, their attention and their resources to the Roger in the gold lane.
You have a take on that, Gani?
You do.
Let's see here.
Thinking. Or maybe it's because of highs. I mean, he was threatening Natko, and you know, you would expect the Roger to win.
You all need to put some respect on highs, all right? My man's gonna pop off this game.
I did, Gani. Game 1 I tried, you know, but then I saw the Sky Piercer. Juicin banned out here. Man, okay, so the Moskov ban, I feel like it's just because Moskov is just the best weak side pick at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Usually, I mean, back in the day it was Claude, now it's Moskov. Then they go for the Roger, which is still flex. Really hope Niall picks it up now.
Because I feel like it adds kind of like the dynamic in the jungle. Yeah. You have that extra fighter, so you can play a much more traditional marksman. In the hands of Heis, he really does excel with the traditional marksman compared to the Roger, who has been very favored. And now for EVOS Glory, 2 picks to open up the first phase. What will they pick up? I mean, you can go for the Zask again. Yeah, Zask is still available for Klokken, but you know, again, if they want to pick up the Jawhead, it's still also available for Dreams. He was pretty good with that pick. And now they will pick up the Valentina. So they will try to fight Alter Ego if they do pick up the Zask.
Yeah, Valentina together with the Edith. Again, solid flex pick. And man, Valentina was always banned in the first match. So it's actually strange to see the Valentina finally up for grabs. They do go for the Jawhead. Again, Gani made a face. Do you not like the Jawhead, Gani?
It's very, I don't know, I'm really iffy about this Jawhead. Sure, even Key, right? He played 3 games, lost twice, and that's here with Alter Ego.
He threw game 1, to be fair.
I don't know, let's see here. Prove me wrong, Alter Ego, but I'm kind of, I do not believe in the Jawhead pick, but with Aurora, maybe there has, and there will come a good synergy, which allows Alter Ego to find good picks.
And maybe I'd argue as well, the Jawhead is kind of like a one-dimensional roamer, I'd say, because all you want to do is charge your opponents and maybe, you know, pop the ejector. You can do it vice versa while you have an AoE hero that can really just work out, like maybe the Terizla, but for Alter Ego, you know, if it fits their boat, then they'll pick up the Jawhead, and for EVOS Glory, the Harith. So Natko with a winning lane, I would assume, with the Harith.
Yeah. I would say, yeah, the Ultra will have a good combo going. The Jawhead together with the Aurora, and good execute with the Roger too. It's just how they finish off this draft here. Meanwhile, for EVOs, they pick up the Harith, which does put them in a pretty vulnerable state in the second phase. It's all magic so far. So for Ultra Ego, I think it's very clear that they need to ban out the Fanny and possibly the Alpha. I don't know if they think Alpha is a big threat, because technically they already have an Aurora, right? You can freeze him, stop him before he even goes for the Spear of Alpha. But yeah, I think Fanny for sure, they need to ban it out. That is something that we have seen Annabelle play, and he's really good. We don't talk about the Angela solo kill though, right? That was a different story, different context, ladies and gentlemen, okay? But the Fanny should be banned here by Alter Ego. Or they might, yeah, it really should be Fanny.
Fanny.
You don't want to be safe Alpha as well, right? You mentioned it, that it might not be a problem, but I mean, Alpha Vel, man, Alpha Vel is real.
Exactly. Fanny Alpha, maybe just target him down. The Bane will be up for grabs then. If they do that, they decide to go for the Julian. So they expect EVOs to double down on a full magic comp.
Full magic comp. Actually quite susceptible because you don't have that reliant physical damage. Now for EVOS Glory, again, like what you said, Bane, Fanny. Fanny, they will ban it out as well. So Niall will not get his hands on the Fanny, but a fun fact here in MPL P8 Season 14, Edith has a 70.59% win rate from a total of 17 picks. So the Edith has been prio in this patch at least.
Man, Evo's ban out the Fanny.
EVOS Glory says, hey, you want to ban out the Fanny? No.
I'll do it for you. Let me do it for you.
You have one slot left. Let me ban the Fanny out, says EVOS Glory.
Alright, so Ultra Ego, do they find the Bane more threatening? Because I think the Bane has more ways to deal damage, right? Yeah. Compared to the Alpha who needs to go in. But comfort-wise, Annabelle definitely finds more comfort on the Alpha. Maybe Evos just really want to go Hayabusa. Maybe that's the case. With the Harith already, we saw this combination from Super Ken earlier. It's going to be the Tigreal ban to round things up. Definitely gives the impression that they want an assassin, a damage dealer in the jungle. Either the Roger Flex or they pick up an assassin later on. But let's see Evos. So they pick up the Hayabusa, because Alter Ego can steal it away.
Always on the way.
Klokken will pick up the Mathilda. So this kind of confirms that the Edith will go roam. The Mathilda now, or rather the Edith will go XP and the Mathilda will go roam. Additional prowess as well to give that extra kill potential, and also the escape and the saves to the guiding wind. Now Ultra Ego, 2 last picks.
Bane for Evo's Glory, last pick, I feel like it will come through. Any Alter Ego. I think Therese, okay, banned out Arlet here for Nino. Or Hecko Yuzong.
Yeah. I think if you go for the Arlet, it's a big ult to give the Valentina. Technically, you can go for it still. But they go for the Phobius. They steal away the Hayabusa as expected here. They go Phobius. There you go. That's the Bane for Evo's Glory. It's Phobius for Nino. There you go.
Yeah.
Just checking again. Hai's back on the gold lane on the Roger this time. Last time it was up against the Moskov, which was a winning matchup. He wasn't able to fully capitalize on it. Now against the Harith, does put Natko in a pretty good spot to actually win that lane.
Indeed. And Phobius and both Bane makes their debut in MPL ID Season 14 for at least this season. And the Bane in the hands of Annabelle. How does this Bane want to play out in the game?
You're really just going to play it from the back, I feel. You're not going to really go for dives, especially against the Aurora and Jawhead. It's all just utilizing the bounce of the Crab Claw Cannon to deal as much damage as possible against these members. That's a vengeance, by the way, for Nino on this Phobius. They want to just dive in. Aggressive.
They want to bait out the damage. But this time, Evo's Glory 1 win away from getting their first win in MPL ID Season 14. The fans are on their feet, but will Alter Ego stop their glory? It is game number 2 of Alter Ego against Evo's Glory.
Land of Dawn, here we go. Evo's Glory desperately needs a win here for their record this season. And perhaps with this game, they will close it out with a clean sweep.
Let's see it. Their first win in Season 14 this will be if they get the job done here. Game number 2. Clock on a signature pick on that Valentina. Dreams not so much, but if you take a look at this Jawhead, it's the same story that we kind of said in game number 1, where the Jawhead can actually just help clear the jungle really well, leashing him. And it will just be a lethal steal or a lethal secure for Alter Ego. I'm taking a look at the emblems now. It doesn't seem like there's actually anything too special. Everybody just going for the standard. Rondo going for MPL Rage. So a bit more of the spammability from this Aurora Inspire too. So really trying to be prevalent in these team fights, even if it goes a bit longer. And yeah, for Annabelle, it's the Assassin emblem. The Assassin base emblem with the Thrill and the Season Hunter. Ooh, a lot of Inspires for Evos. They're really gonna go for, like, both are fighting the long fight. They're both trying to go for the poke. More so the Evos, I feel, because they do have more ways to poke and more ways to escape with that Guiding Wind.
Guiding Wind does kind of give you, again, the grab and go gameplay. Just hitchhiking a ride, especially when you have so much kill potential. But the Bane, again, in the hands of Annabelle, not yet to really pose that much of a threat. But this Phobius, though, and Nino up top. Is it going to win out the lane against the Edith?
I'm not too sure about the matchup. I mean, earlier, he has been able to get more prio, but I think it comes down to just Fluffy setting up for the neutral objective. He's going to be behind, so yes, it's a win for the Phobius. Nino has more pressure. I don't think Evo's going to contest.
Good freeze there. Oh, another ejector here on towards Annabelle. The ult does not find the mark, but Nile secures the turtle here.
Oof, the Guiding Wind does help it, but they do want to pop the ultimate of the Bane to just push away the players of Alter Ego from their jungle. 0-1 being such a pesky player to deal with, but he won't really disturb that orange buff.
Slowly but surely, Alter Ego playing Evos' game. In game 1, it was Evos doing this to them. Controlling neutral objectives by getting there faster, by utilizing their damage output to just slow their opponents down in setups. For now, Evos might actually be the ones to have to use Natko on that lane and to play it safe around neutral objectives, at least for the first turtle here. Second turtle onwards, maybe they can still go for the fight.
Oh, that Infallible Force just looking to fish an angle and get the ejector out. But Evo's Glory, I feel like they're very cautious, they're very wary of the potential threat looming upon the players of Alter Ego. This gold lane does not really have its victors because so far for Hai's and Natko, not so even lane, but at least the Harith does kind of survive in that area. Kind of went out against an inch further from the Roger. Now the Hayabusa pops the ultimate.
Shadow kill will land on towards 2 members, so the damage will be shared there. And yeah, I mean, Evo's Glory and Alter Ego here, still killless. First almost 4 minutes.
Oof. It's taking their time, and the first time we haven't had a bloody game. Just taking their time to really rack up the engages and maybe get the kills. But so far, it has been a steadfast game for both teams. No one jumping on the trigger too early. No one is trigger happy. But Klokken, he's getting pressured by Owen. Won't really get the ejector.
For Alter Ego, it's a slow build. Basically doing what Evo's did. Also weak side in the gold lane for both. So both of them are just farming towards their items here. And so far, Highs has actually been the one winning it out. Neutral objective, though, contested.
See here, Evo's Glory, they don't have any window. Dreams again poked. Fluffy looking for the engage. Good ejector onto Annabelle. Frozen as well. Roundel finds the first one. Now finds the turtle. And now Evo's Glory, they're in trouble. Fluffy. Not too Fluffy this time as Nino mounts the ult. But now Fluffy will survive. So that's a kill and a newt for the Alter Ego.
Nile does get the Sky Piercer already in his pocket. And Alter Ego, they break the silence. Nile, he's just going to recall. Not quick.
Classic spicy Nile here. Once he gets an advantage, always just recalling into enemies' faces. A 2,000 gold lead now steadily built up by Alter Ego. Evo's gonna have to rely on that mid-game power spike, and this is where the Bane is going to struggle quite a bit, being behind early on in farm. Nile's actually matching in farm there, and with so much CC, it just gets tough. Not go.
Oh, already popped. The Shaman Force just to zone away members and to clear. Evo's Glory, no compensation for that kill and that turtle, just yet.
The problem is, it feels like Evo's Glory don't have that hard engage to just jump into the players of Alter Ego. Now Dreams.
Oh, force the shadow kill and pop the Purify to his death. That's a good initiation there in the top lane as well. Nino will try to clear first, then engage. 40 seconds on the next turtle. Let's see here, it's a 2v1. Nino pops the ult here. Oh, what? On the river side is actually Annabelle caught. 0-2-0 on this Bane.
That ejector by Owen finding Annabelle. Now Evos are just scrambling. They're the ones reacting to every single play from Alter Ego.
Oof. Counter-strike even the hands of Nile and Alter Ego. Yeah, good start. 3k gold lead they have. And High is even pushed away from his lane, but at least he can still survive. And also getting the tier 1 turret. So up top, down bottom, they're losing in all side lanes. Now the mid lane is still standing, but they go on toward Highs.
Oh, Purify Highs looking to compose his health. Fluffy will not be able to close the gap here. Evo's Glory again, punch in air.
Hesitation from Evo's Glory. Not so much for Dreams and Natco, but the rest of the team not maneuvering there.
It's a 4v2. Owen and Roundel. And the 4 members of Evo's Glory, they are the ones who backs away. Annabelle still secures that purple with that retribution. And Evo's Glory is still here behind gold and map control.
Indecisive Evo's Glory and a very decisive Alter Ego. Alter Ego just tunnel visioning themselves to go for neutral objectives, because at this point they can do that. Meanwhile for Evos, it seems like they were trying to trade, but also they weren't, right? They were very, very hesitant in their maneuvers. Movement into the bottom lane, they tried to go for the all-in, but Dreams and Fluffy, Klokken and Fluffy were not in the position to actually all-in. Meanwhile, Ice could just walk away. He has Purify, he has, both these forms when he pops into ultimate, getting that movement speed. So it was an easy escape. They don't even get a turret off of that. This is a full Alter Ego win. They get a tier 2 up top. Evos can only just watch their turret get taken down.
Yeah, of course, MPL ID streamer, it's Bangsin. Of course, just watching in his comfort, and the comfort of his very own home, and the restreamer as well for MPL ID. So enjoy the game.
Look at him, he noticed.
Oh, look, he knows on camera. Bangsin.
Shout out to Bangsin here.
Shout out. I don't think Arashi knows this, but Sin was the ex-jungler and golder of our here.
Yeah, and Arashi does know that it's Dixon as well, but no, the shadow kill right there from Nile. Just a threat to get that mid lane tower to fall down.
Clean gaming from Alter Ego. They can really just force a lot of these skirmishes. No initiation at all from Evos, because it's mainly Fluffy. And the thing is, They picked up the Phobius, so that's a winning matchup. Now we know that. Against the Edith, this is the only engage that they have, and it's not really an engage, is it? It's more of a distraction for them to get purple.
They pop the Circling Eagle, and again, no hard initiation, no hard lockdown tool by EVOS Glory to really play the front to back. And the Lord, they know that it has spawned, and they will concede this Alter Ego. They're on the way with this free prize, as they will gang up 5 men down bottom, try to push down the turret, but that side lane up top, the hands of Alter Ego pushing away. EVOS Glory relinquishing every macro control, and now Owen.
Oh, good for the cancel. Unstoppable Force will force Fluffy to use that flicker. Oh, Matilda. Dreams will be able to get a recall in time, but Niall again, he took down Eric's top. He will take care of the mid as well. Very low and that mid inner turret.
Oh man, this is bleak. This is terrifying, horrific for EVOS Glory. They went to the bottom lane to give away the Lord, to go for a trade, and they didn't get a turret. They didn't get anything. They actually had to burn their own flicker. Man, what is the power spec at this point? It feels like it's just back and forth. Alter Ego game 1, no win conditions. Now EVOS in game 2. They find themselves in the exact spot that Alter Ego were in.
Yeah, the 3-0 feels like it's still the start of the game, but 9 minutes and Alter Ego marching on the base. They might just crack the space wide open very soon, but they do dispel the Lord. And this time Alter Ego, they will take their time because that's still the first Lord.
Yeah, at least it's different there, right? Alter Ego aren't going to be able to replicate the exact same success as EVOS Glory in game number 1, and mainly it's because they don't really have good siege. Heis is the only guy who can technically go in turret lock. The Hayabusa can't do it. They're really a skirmishing composition here, so technically for EVOS, they can play the long game. Not too sure about their late game, but they should be able to scale up to a point where maybe things get equal against Alter Ego. That's going to take a while, though. They're probably going to have to drop a base turret in the next Enhanced Lord, and if they can continue to defend with the 3rd Lord of the game, they'll lose another base turret, and then that would be the timer for them to actually, try to fight back. But for now, they're just way too behind, and Alter Ego know it. They're just going to freeze the waves as much as they can, suffocate EVOS in their own base, starve them, and then wait for the Lord, and then maybe try to look for a clash.
Yeah. That was a fun fact as well by new application GoPay. This is the comeback of Phobius after last being used by Cars in MPL ID Season 11. And that was a loss against Fnatic Onyx.
Oh no.
So, yeah, it has been quite some time since the Phobius has made its return as well. It was disabled in the first 2 weeks. Now it's back on track. So, it has also been posing good results for Alter Ego, at least in the 11-minute mark. But 3-0 is such a small amount, and Nino
finishes the fight. And now finds Clockwood, who forced to use that winner crown. Owen now in the backside and receives a lot of damage. Netcall secures the job. Finally, EVOS Glory finds a kill on their board. Now EVOS Glory still grouped with 5. 10 seconds to the next Lord. This might be the window for the turnaround.
Good counter initiation by EVOS Glory. This Dream's opening up the mark there, and Nino a bit trigger happy, but Owen wasn't even able to pop his ejector.
Catastrophe strikes for Alter Ego. But then EVOS decide to not take the 4v5 in the Lord. They decide to take a turret up top.
Oh no! Showcase of questionable macro play again. But
I guess they get 2 turrets.
Yeah, at least. That's the best they can do.
Could they really have... I mean, yeah, they are so far behind. They only lost Owen, Alter Ego. That's a roamer, but 4v5, you think at least maybe they would try to go for that fight. They go for the safe route. And technically, hey, it still comes down to the game plan that I said earlier. They can still turtle in their base. Alter Ego don't really have good siege. They don't have good siege at all. It's just Heis who can hit, and even then, he can get zoned away. So, sure, EVOS Glory, they take the safe route. They're waiting for those power spikes. They got a kill on Owen. Now that stops, the momentum from being fully an Alter Ego, but I don't know, with the Lord, it feels like it's just back again. It feels like that kill never even happened.
It could have been the momentum swing for EVOS Glory. Again, it is a kill towards Owen, but when you want to get that engage, you gotta get the kills, and now Alter Ego marching on the base.
Yep, the Lord charging the top lane turret. Oh, good ejector onto its Fluffy. In the backside though, Nino will try to distract Fluffy, forced to use that flicker. Primal Reform, pot as well, Clockwood sucked at the front lines, and he gets taken down. Now Alter Ego, they will reposition towards the backside a bit, trying to find Highs. Just like his ex-teammate on that Roger, K2, he's different.
Oh, they will go for the end. It seems like the minions cleared, but they still want to fight.
Oh, Bucky, Owen, careful, Annabelle gets taken down with Highs. Looking for the 3K, Nacho, Jukes, Benino will lose, find the immortality of Fluffy. Niall secures that kill. Base hurt number 3 goes down. Alter Ego, can they closes out? Natko and Glocken will not be able to do anything. Match of the day, welcome to game 3.
Game number 3 in our cards. What was a very slow start, a slow game. Won by Alter Ego, and they win it in such convincing fashion. 1-1. And this is touted the match of the day for a reason.
Alter Ego just utilizing their leads well. They executed well. They played with the fundamentals really, really well. Meanwhile, for EVOS, too safe. Not willing to take any risks despite having an advantage. That was their one shot at trying to go for a fight, at trying to get the game back in their hands, but they decided to go for a turret that in the end did play a difference. A kill that in the end did not play a difference in this game. The Jawhead dying. You could remove that from the game and we would probably see the same ending. Another adjustment, this time necessary for EVOS. Starts in the draft. The Mathilda pick. Who's initiating here? Fluffy in the XP. The thing about the Edith in the XP is you need to get level 4. You need to have these resources before you can actually go for the fight. And early on, Nino was able to shut him down. Level 3 compared to Nino's level 4. Nino rotates first turtle. Annabelle gets caught by the ejector because of that mid-game power spike that you get on the Jawhead, right? Well, not just mid-game, whatever. If you're ahead, that is the Jawhead power spike. That's when the Jawhead can take in these really sneaky and crafty positions to take control of the game, and we saw that countless times. Annabelle was picked up 0-2 at the start. Not much he could do in this game. GG, well played to Alter Ego. We spoke of the adjustment, they adjusted.
They started out by just banning out the important heroes, the high loss as well. This time around, not giving cover to EVOS Glory. The fact that the Phoveus was exerting a lot of pressure, and the Bane was also non-existent for most of the parts, just popping the ults to disengage. So the Bane, not as effective as the Julian, but at least for Alter Ego they adjusted and right on time.
By the way, the Phoveus, Nino actually went for War Axe. That's the build with a Thunder Belt too. So it's more of like a physical build for the Phoveus here. Damage, physical. Oh, actually, yeah, damage. And then, by the way, the big problem that we spoke of in the draft came back to haunt them, right? 4 magic damage dealers. The Bane. I definitely not expect the Bane to be the only guy to deal physical damage. And even then, if it was the case, I don't know, it felt very one-dimensional, because if the Bane fell behind, he would obviously need to go for that hybrid build, right? Yeah. But we saw War Axe into the Thunder Belt. So you can't go for the Hunter Strike and the full Glass Cannon Bane that would be expected. So if that was what they were relying on, just the physical damage only on Bane, that was very vulnerable to this game against a Phoveus, against a Jawhead, an Aurora, even a Hayabusa even, right? I mean, he's vulnerable to everyone except even the Roger even. I mean, it's all about the combos here. And we saw that Annabelle couldn't do anything.
Again, non-existent by the Bane. Mostly just playing defensively and forced to not become the carrier that we all expected him to become. Because we talked about in the drafting phase how that 4 magic damage will come to haunt them. It haunted them good. And now, of course, the MVP, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. It's Nino. El Nino, man.
El Nino. From the gold lane to the XP lane. The patient gold lane. Now the ferocious XP lane. Definitely feels like, that ferociousness of him in the gold lane is definitely more suited for an XP laner. You want to go in, but I wonder why he went for the tough boots, Oracle, and that robe. It's almost like he was up against 4 magic that. Oh wait, he is. EVOS Glory. Going with a Mathilda with only 1 initiator being. This is like the I feel like this is the opposite to what strategy does, right? Strategy usually goes for a lot, maybe too many initiators. Now it's no initiators in game 2. Game 1 is a perfect mix, I feel, for EVO's Glory. They had a great mix of different comps, but again, this is where Annabelle got picked up. Owen was sitting in that bush, gets the Unstoppable Force, gets the ejector down, or rather the ejector to the Unstoppable Force combo. And then for Alter Ego, it was all just template after that, really. There's nothing too crazy that Alter Ego did. They froze the waves. This is the moment for EVOs to actually turn the tides around. Got a kill on Owen. Could have maybe gone for a fight. They were doing pretty well in this fight too, by the way, right? So imagine if they took that 4v5 to take the Lord. Maybe things would have ended differently. And if they didn't, if they still went, the thing is, even if you go for the turret, the 2 turrets you took up top, those turrets aren't going to win you the game. It's a step closer to surviving. Again, it's not a step closer to winning. Because with Lord taken, it set themselves for a very rough, like, wave clear or defense of the siege. Because even though Alter Ego don't have the best siege comp, EVOs don't have the best clear comp either, right? It's a Valentina, it's not a Sicilian, it's not a Gord, it's not a Lilia. It's a Valentina that is built to fight. GG, Alter Ego.
Wow. Might as well raise a few questions about the macro decisions by EVO's Glory. Not going for the Lord, trading it to 2 turrets. A lot of misplace, I'd say, and questionable decision making by EVO's Glory that, you know, at the end of the day, just gave the victory to Alter Ego 9-3. Again, it was a very slow game. 3 kills when Alter Ego was about to siege the turret. And the builds, of course, for the players of Alter Ego still quite traditional, except for Nile, who went for the Sky Piercer as the first item, I suppose.
I think it was Hunter Strike first, right? Hunter Strike, and then he went for the Sky Piercer. And at that time, it makes sense. You know, he was already 2-0 up when he got the Sky Piercer. Got another 2 kills to add on to the Sky Piercer stacks, and was a menace. Highs on the other side decides to build game 1, Sky Piercer. Game 2, when they were winning in these team fights, he decides, no, I'm going to go Great Dragon Spear here. I'm going to get more movement speed, nerd. Damage dealt is on Roundel GPM there, and the total assist actually being on the Assassin. Nile, the wingman, GPM, and probably close to being damage dealt too. Meanwhile for EVOs, just like in game 1, Fluffy continues to be the sandbag. I wonder why or how he doesn't have bruises on his face. He's always a sandbag. True.
It's very sad to have someone called Fluffy become the sandbag.
Yeah,
you don't want to sandbag a Fluffy. You want to hug it. You want to caress it.
Sometimes life isn't fair. Realize you gotta realize that, man.
Exactly, Elias, and well, we got 3 games for the first match. We got another 3 games for the second match here. It's another best of 1.
Yeah, it's called the match of the day for a reason. I mean, 3 games is all it will take to separate these 2 teams, these 2 great teams. But of course, so you want to hear for an interview upstage with Monica Conado.
EVO's Glory. Dan dari tadi ada yang deg-degan di game pertama, kayaknya frustasi banget. Game kedua kayaknya seneng banget. Ada Hazelnut.
Halo, assalamualaikum.
Bentar. Tolong senyum lagi dong. Senyum lagi.
Wah, benar-benar.
Bentar. Ini ada apa nih? Ini Hazelnut. Ini Hazelnut bukan sih?
Jadi ini tuh sebenarnya ya, ini ada strategi. Setelah beberapa kali gue melakukan teori-teori, Alter Ego ini susah banget nih untuk menang. Nah kali ini gigi gue patahin supaya Alter Ego menang.
Wait. Jadi hubungannya apa nih? Patah gigi sama Alter Ego menang?
Jadi kemarin tuh kita patah aja. Ada sedikit kepatah-patahan gitu loh. Jadi kita kalau 2-0 mulu kan. Nah kali ini insya Allah nih dengan gigi gue yang patah mereka bisa nambel.
Oh.
Nah begitu loh.
Jadi jangan Alter Ego yang patah, cukup giginya Hazelnut aja ya? Iya, cukup gigi
gue aja yang patah ya.
Coba
begitu.
Giginya lagi. Kesenangan nih ngeliatnya. Oke, tapi Hazelnut tadi kan game 1 frustasi banget, game kedua kayaknya seneng banget. Game ketiga bakalan kayak gimana nih?
Game ketiga sih kita cukup santai lah ya sebenarnya ya. Karena ini udah pasti secure kita sih Alter Ego dengan skor 2-1 tuh ya. Jadi santai aja gitu loh. Kita nonton pakai cemilan-cemilan yang enak aja sih buat hari ini mah.
Jadi santai aja.
Santai aja.
Yang patah kan giginya Hazelnut, bukan Alter Ego. Jadi kita akan lihat nanti santai banget ya di game ketiga, ini game penentuan. Tapi kalau melihat Alter Ego sekarang lagi lose streak Hazelnut. Dari week pertama, week kedua, sekarang udah week ketiga. Kamu ngelihat bagaimana sih performance-nya Alter Ego ini dari week 1, week 2, week 3?
Sebenarnya di week 1, week 2 itu kita ngecek ombak doang sini ya, ngecek ombak doang. Kita sengaja pura-pura bodoh aja supaya mereka nih semangat mainnya. Nah gitu loh. Cuman kali ini kayaknya udah mulai harus saatnya serius. Untuk menjinakkan harimau-harimau putih ini cukup mengganggu.
Cukup mengganggu?
Iya cukup mengganggu lah. Tadi di game 1 tuh susah kita.
Oke, tapi game kedua kan berhasil
itu
ya.
tadi, itu main serius tuh mereka.
Main serius,
Iya.
nanti game ketiga harus main serius lagi berarti.
Insya Allah kali.
Oke, tapi ngomongin Alter Ego, Alter Champs di sini rame banget. Alter
Alhamdulillah.
Champs, mana suaranya?
Mana Alter Champs? Mahal, itu mahal. Ada Dame, absen dulu dong, ada siapa? Ada Dame, Mikel, siapa lagi? Tuh, mata
udah absen aja nih. Udah absen aja nih Hazelnut.
Okay.
Tapi kayaknya yang rame tuh bukan cuma di sini doang. Karena di luar ada Alter Merch Booth. Itu rame juga. Ada apa di sana?
Benar. Karena Alter Booth, salah deng. Alter Merch maksud gua ada buka booth di setiap match pertandingan Alter Ego. Nah, buat kalian semua nih ya, langsung aja nih ngecek-ngecek di sono. Bakalan banyak promo-promo nih, harga spesial. Terus yang paling kerennya adalah, kamera kesini nih, oke. Yang paling kerennya adalah kalian bisa mencoba ya, sebelum kalian langsung beli ini kalian coba dulu tuh. Cukup nggak ya ukurannya di gua? Kalau cukup sikat beli ya kan. Langsung aja cek di Alter Merch di booth MPL. Maka nonton kesini bareng-bareng nih sama Alter Champs.
Dilihatin dong ini salah satu matchnya.
Ini mahal ya.
Mahal.
Ini mahal ya.
Mahal. Tapi ada diskon kan?
Ada diskon.
Ada diskon.
Ya.
Ada aktiviti-aktiviti apa juga?
Sama kalau misalnya Alter Ego tuh di Merch ini ada permainan-permainan challenge. Nanti kalian bisa dapat produk-produk gratis dari Alter Merch.
Dapat diskon terus dapat produk gratis.
Dapat diskon, dapat produk gratis, dan pasti dapat kebahagiaan karena Alter Ego menang.
Kita akan lihat bagaimana di game penentuan. Apakah harapan dari Hazelnut akan seperti itu ya, akan bahagia. Amin kalau kata Hazelnut. Biar nggak sia-sia giginya Hazelnut patah ya.
Iya, benar sekali sih itu.
Benar sekali. Jadi langsung aja kita akan melihat bagaimana game ketiga. Tapi nggak enak nih kalau Monica yang nganterin sendiri. Boleh dong bareng Alter Champs. Hazelnut mainkan.
Kasih tahu ya, kita ini harus kompak ya. Karena Alter Ego itu kekeluargaan ya. Kasih dulu. Alter Ego. Alter Ego. Alter Ego. Mari caster kita langsung live.
Udah ngambil job saya aja nih. Langsung aja silakan caster.
Alright.
The energy is insane. We talked about Alter Ego being a high energy team. Look at the fans. High energy as well. And he was also about to toss it to us.
He wanted to steal Monica's job.
Yeah.
Hey.
And Mocha was like, no, don't steal my job.
That's not cool. Stealing is not cool, kids.
Not cool. Swiper, don't steal.
Unless you're in this game, of course. In Atlanta Dawn, stealing is great. You can steal their purple buff, orange buff, and steal your opponent's dreams. Not the player, I mean like the dream, you know, like to actually win.
Okay.
Evo's dream right now is very simple. They just want to win a match. They haven't won a single match.
It's so hard. It's so hard to get that single match win. But usually, when you really have that last, thread that you really want to push, and when push comes to shove, you want to get the win. And if you want to get the win, you gotta get the Tropicana. Double crunch, like Campina.
Oh my god, this is the one we have in the town room.
It is. Yeah, for you guys who don't know, we have that ice cream machine, the freezer, basically in the talent room.
Ask Nino, look.
Yeah.
He's been eating it, right? Nino?
He has.
He has.
And he got the player of the game.
That's why.
That's why. Yeah, because
So
Campina,
chill, man, all that phobias.
Yeah, Campina is the ice cream for gamers. And he doubles up his energy to God level with Campina.
And of course, highs, man. Can't stress this enough. This guy's potential.
Brilliant.
What is this,
Really
Connie?
high.
Have you started playing games with highs? Last season it was Crike. now it's highs? Is this your bestie now?
He has a lot of friends, yeah.
I just feel like
Ghani belongs to a
lacks
famous
that-
circle.
Okay. He lacks that confidence.
He just lacks the confidence.
But his ceiling of potential.
Okay. How high a ceiling are we talking here, Ghani? Are we talking about Kelra? Are we talking about Skylar? Are we talking
12
about
feet?
Super 12? I don't know.
What about the ceiling of the MPL
Why
arena?
are we using
It's pretty
feet?
high
We're
here.
in Indo. It's like an
Yeah.
American thing, like feet. Well, is the measurement.
Was that an imperial way of measurement? I don't really understand. When people go with miles, we go with kilometers. But
Not people. America. The US use Miles.
The US.
Yeah, the whole-
Mobazane uses it though.
Yeah, shout out to Mobazane who uses
Trex.
Miles. Trex, shout out to Trex who uses Miles.
Steph Weezy.
Steph Weezy, shout out to Steph
Lisbeth.
Weezy. Just really gonna name the entire caster booth here. But yes, now it's Alter Ego's chance to actually fully get the reverse sweep going, right? They got the momentum back in game 2, and for some reason, this is just Alter Ego style. I don't know if you guys heard the interview. Mr. Man Hazelnut said he broke his tooth so that Alter Ego don't need to lose any more games.
Yeah.
I have no idea how
The
breaking your
correlation.
tooth will give Alter Ego a boost, but hey, at this point, they better win, or he just broke his tooth for nothing.
I don't understand. Maybe it kind of draws sympathy from the players. They're like, look guys, our fans want to die for us. We can't lose any more games.
It's not really like that. It's just like mildly inconvenient and painful, right? It's not. It's just like I'll be annoyed for a few months until I fix my tooth.
Yeah.
Until you win games.
Can you
Let's see if
fix
it's a
a
good
broken
strategy.
tooth though?
Hey, if it's a good strategy, if that can win
That's it.
teams championships,
Yeah.
you know what I'll do.
So Mirko, would you break your tooth to give Bigatron their MPL trophy?
Absolutely not. Unless. No, absolutely not. I'm not breaking my tooth for anyone.
So it's not worth it.
Breaking your tooth?
Yeah, I guess you gotta settle with your MDL trophy here.
No, I don't need to break a tooth.
My goodness, but now EVOS Glory still hoping for that win. Their lose streak keeps on going. They want to end the lose streak now. For Alter Ego, it was pretty clear. Their comfort zone was the Roger going on, the Phobias as well, such a menace in the lane against the Edith.
Yeah.
Please don't mind Mirko, it's just,
Sorry,
you know,
I was just on my
amazed.
Samsung Z Flip phone.
Yeah, with the Samsung Z
So
Flip
good.
phone.
It's so good. The Samsung phone is so good.
So nice. Kind of plays it. Kind of want to marvel at the features that it has, and he's kind of fidgety as well. So he does this for most of the part.
Yeah, it's a W phone, as you know, we would say.
W.
It's a Sigma phone, skibbity.
I'll say it's
phone
an
flip.
Yeah, it's a V phone.
Oh, wow. It's a V phone?
Because it flips and creates this V letter.
Oh. Fun facts would realize,
Fun facts would
right?
realize, man. Fun facts as well. Clockman actually looks like realize.
What?
What? No?
Wait.
You don't agree? I mean,
Realize.
You can agree. Do you concur? Do you concur?
No!
No, I don't see it, guys.
No, I don't see it.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
Okay,
don't see
I'll
it.
take it back.
I do look like myself. Okay, now EVOS, they have to be themselves as well. In that drafting phase, they were kind of forcing the picks without a heavy initiator, without a heavy lockdown. And that kind of gave Alter Ego the access to breeze past their backline. I mean, the Mathilda, yes, the Circling Eagle does displace the players of Alter Ego, but again, no heavy lockdown is what they have to have in game number 3.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just going to be asking. I'm going to ask Gani here. Gani, you're a Rome player. What do you think is the Rome to go for here if the Tigreal is banned out, right? Because it really... And Tigreal on Ruby. What would you go as Rome? In place of Mathilda, because I really didn't like the Mathilda pick there.
To go up against the Tigreal and Ruby?
No, like when Tigreal and Ruby are banned out, when there's a Jawhead on the enemy team, what would you go for?
Honestly, Akai, man.
Akai?
Akai. I think Akai can have that. If you really want to go head-to-head compared to a Jawhead, if you get ejected by the Akai, just instantly pop the ult, and then yeah, the formation of your enemy team will be scattered, right? So it's a give and take, but I think Akai does well against a Jawhead, which somehow this week, especially, Jawhead is very popular on that role position.
Right at the bat, I thought he was gonna answer Kufra. Because this guy plays nothing else rather than Kufra.
2,500 matches.
Wow.
1,000 matches on the Atlas.
And his Kufra is also highly acclaimed by KB.
250 matches.
What's your win rate on Kufra, Gani?
60, honey.
60. That's higher than AudiTZ this season.
Holy! AudiTZ or AudiCS.
AudiCS.
Needs to take some classes with Gani, it seems like.
Whoa, wow, whoa. Gani, I don't know if you want to take it as a student here.
Not my words.
We have the receipts, Gani.
We do. And now the drafting phase. We're gonna roll this out for EVOS Glory to get their win. Presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy Z Fold and Z Flip 6. The high loss banned out. The Fanyan Hayabusa was deemed a menace as well in that game number 2. So Age, wants to get it out of the fray.
Okay, always, man. After that game one, high-lows, we're just never going to see the high-lows ever again. The Hayabusa and the Fanny panned out this time around. It's the exact same draft as game number one. But aside from the Juicin, I mean, yeah, except for the Juicin, Van actually decided to go for the high-lows. So Juicin, for the first time in the series, has been left open. Do Evos take the Lantern Lady? They do!
They do.
All right. Remember, folks, this is the for the win. All right, the draft is for the win here. It's 1-1. Oh, take a look at the response here, Roger. And again, Jawhead. So total 6 games today. Jawhead picked up.
Yeah. And Roger.
Yeah.
And Roger.
And that was without any hesitation.
Actually, no.
Banned once.
Yeah, banned once. But it was contested 100%. Right.
Right? Yeah. The Zuxin, the hands of Kalakan. The Roger and Jawhead with no hesitation taken by Alter Ego. They want to pick out, around take away Dream's heroes as well.
Yep.
The Jawhead. Now what do they answer with? They will go for the Terizla and the Moskov. So Moskov, a strong hero for Natco. He proved that in game number 1, and Terizla, Nanza Fluffy, of course, will be the main initiator for EVO's Glory.
Yeah, that's the Terizla together with the Moskov here. They're gonna try to hide the pick for EVO's Glory's Roamer Dreams. Alter Ego now. They have the Roger together with the Jawhead. They have an opportunity now. I'm gonna just go for an XP as well, but I think at this point, maybe go for a mid laner. What would you go up? What would you choose to go up against a Juicin, right? Is it gonna be the Aurora again? Oh, they decided to go for fairness. So another layer of HP. No Zask this game, it seems, for Alter Ego.
You would usually want to go for long pokes when up against a Zuxin.
Or dive.
Or dive. I think about the Sicilian, but you know, it's far-fetched if you want to play it in this meta. So the Faramis does kind of come to mind to really just pop the Netherrealm. You have an extra life that you can use when EVOS do set up for that dive composition, because they have the Terizla, they have the Moskov as well with the global presence. Mathilda taken away in the hands of Dreams.
Want to repeat the second game here, seems like.
Yeah.
Even though they got the win, but yeah, I mean, Mathilda can save you, save your teammate with the guiding win.
Yeah, because this time they have more reliable engage.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's take a look at EVOS now for the bans, right? Jawhead Faramis, the only safe ban to go for is an XP ban towards Alter Ego. We don't know where the Roger is going to go. They can also go for an Assassin ban if they really think Niall is actually still going to try to utilize the Assassins here, not the Roger in the jungle. And so far, we have actually seen that. They're like the opposite of GeekFam, right? When GeekFam pick Roger, it always goes to Vincent. When Alter Ego picks Roger, it always goes to Heist so far. We haven't seen a single Niall Roger game, I believe. So, Julian banned out by EVOS.
Yeah. Still have the Bane and the Alpha up in the cards for Annabelle. But the Bane was so hard to play. It was unplayable. In game number 2, didn't get the kills, and also the fact that he was the only physical damage in the lineup of EVO's Glory. Now Alter Ego last ban. They can pick out maybe.
They can ban out the
Tigreal. Yeah, they will ban out the Tigreal, one of Dream's specialty as well. Now for EVO's Glory, last ban.
I think at this point, EVO's Glory, there's no one really they're really too scared to go up against on this Terizla, right? Maybe the X-Borg in terms of matchups, but everybody else, I think they're fine going up against it. So either an X-Borg ban or another Assassin ban to really limit Niall, to force him on the Roger. Force him on maybe a pick that he's not comfortable with, because again, it's always gone to Heist.
So far in MPL PH Season 14, the hero Zuxin had a 100% win rate, or rather 100% pick and ban rate with total of 5 picks, 60% win rate, and 20 bans. So the Zuxin, it kind of explains to you the magnitude of this hero and what it can really do. DPS you have, a pull-up you also have it as well, a lift-off that kind of acts as a CC that can throw away the players of Alter Ego later on. So second phase of picks now, the Nolan has been banned out to limit Niall's hero pool.
Say here, will Alter Ego flex this Roger, or will they actually pick up like a Alpha, deny it away as well here for the side of EVO's Glory? Maybe they can go for the Arlets if they want to go still flex here.
My life.
Oh, so now it's gonna be the Harith first. So yeah, that Roger is, I think, going to the jungle position. Oh, yeah, the jungle position confirmed.
Yep, confirmed there for Alter Ego. And now for Evos. Now that Alter Ego technically don't have a chance to pick up the Valentina, maybe they could go for the Edith. That'll be a pretty good way to respond to the Aerith and the Paramis. It's a good way to respond to dive, just having a reactive pick like the Edith. They could also go for picks. It's also one of Dream's specialty. I don't think the Minotaur... I mean, they can also go for Minotaur, to be fair, right? Edith or Minotaur is what I'm thinking about. Meanwhile, for the jungle, with no Nolan, with no Julian Van High and Ling Bandao, it only really leaves like the Alpha, Lancelot, Pain open. What else are we moving now? Pain, there you go.
Oh, Pain again.
Gani! Gani, they got the Akai!
Gotta call it!
Man.
They're gonna go for Poe!
Exactly.
He called it.
I mean, again, it's good against Jawhead head-to-head. But again, if you pop the ult too early, then it's still...
a skill issue, right?
It's
skill issue. Yeah, the main premise of this Akai, like what Gani said, is to kind of mess up with the formation of the players of Alter Ego, so they can't really engage properly when the Jawhead does come charging in. No follow-up when you pop the heavy spin, so a good pickup for EVOS Glory, but you really need to look at the, practice later on.
And it's killing two birds with one stone because you have a Paramis as well, which with the Netherrealm you want your team to clump up, and with the heavy spin, it might ruin that formation again.
This is why I asked you, Gani, role player, what would you do against a Jawhead? Because it seems Jawhead has been finding so much success despite the loss on Game 1 and Game 3, okay? Game 1 was a throw, Game 3, okay, that was unfortunate. But so far, Jawhead Dreams win. Jawhead Owen win. Jawhead now back in the hands of Owen, and it's the Panda who gets picked up. And my God, I'm so happy that it's not a jungle Akai anymore. We get to see Akai in his real role, which is tank. Dreams on it, a Flicker as well. Clocken and Natko both going for Purify. It seems Heiser Rondo will respect it too. Purify is on the board.
The curtains drape, and this is the last game of match number 2, match of the day. Will EVOS Glory finally end their drought of winning streaks, or will they continue that losing trend? EVOS Glory against Alter Ego, game number 3.
I think there's a small window. If we're talking about the Akai, the reason we don't see it picked up a lot is because before level 4, pre-4, you were a vlogger. All you do is walk around, look for moments that you can knock people up and find those moments, but at the end of the day, you're just a walking panda, right? You don't really have that much pressure in the early game. You gotta you're very reliant on the heavy spin. That's it. So Alter Ego, if they can get online fast by using the Jawhead, and this is what the Jawhead is known for, then it'll be difficult. Let's see if it's 100% for a reason, and I think, well, you know what reason that is. That's a Purify burnt out.
Oh, wow, very interesting here. Clockman, though, receives a lot of damage with Owen now in the fray. Niall looking for the hunt, just to bluff and perhaps does not find the opening.
Yeah, Clockman was over-eager to pop the Lantern Flare, and the result, he was taken down so low. At least the Flicker did not get burned. Now Dreams just shadowing around with the Akai. As soon as he gets level 4, that is where the Akai will come to play. Clockman!
Good game sense. Now picks up first blood here. Dreams, though, in an awkward position. Annabelle, lovely catch is there. Niall now very low, not level 4 just yet. EVOS Glory finds the punish.
Ooh, I almost thought the ultimate would kind of fly away, but Niall at least gets taken down with nowhere to go.
It's a big, good trade for EVOS. The Tigers get a kill on the jungle, and Niall gets a kill on Clockun, but I don't think that really stops Clockun from being a menace here. On the Juicin, still gonna be a problem. Niall still yet to hit level 4. Owen.
Well, try to zone out members here, but Fluffy is already annoying and also in the vicinity of the Lord, trying to zone Niall out. Will not be able to do anything here. Is Niall struggling to find a window. Penalty zone though. Oh, Shatter. Oh, what? The Panda finds a turtle. Now Fluffy moves on to his now another round box as well. Good silence as Fluffy finds the kill. Nino, the next on the chopping block goes down, and that will be EVOS Glory winning on all cylinders.
I thought Alter Ego was going to win that clash. Nino flickered inside with an Earth Shatter as well, connecting the knock-up. But there was no follow-up, and Dreams was able to steal the Lord.
Wow. even though he's not a jungle, he still finds a way to pick up a turtle. It's almost like I jinxed it. I said, you know, finally we get to see him roam. And technically for Dreams, he was useful before level 4 too. By the way, he was just there. Pops in the slam, gets the turtle. That's what you expect here. Match of the day. Let's take a look at the Game 3 predictions. It's actually going to be favoring Alter Ego after Game 2's victory. But so far, Evos have had Alter Ego's number. Look at him. Owen can't go for it. He got slammed. And if he goes for the ejector, boom, heavy spin.
You're basically very good setup, very good execution here for the White Tigers up to this point here. Alter Ego. Now Heist pops the Shaman for good stun there. Purified Forest. And they will disengage. Deadly catch. Will not find the right damage just yet though. But again, EVO's Glory, they're controlling map, being proactive, and they're leading in gold as well.
The time frame is, of course, to burn out Dream's heavy spin. The problem is, his ultimate is kind of quick when it comes to the cooldown. And Owen, when you really want to charge into this Akai, you're basically just tossing yourself back to the backline, because when the ejector happens, the heavy spin will act as a ping pong to just send Owen to the front line of EVO's Glory. So now, you kind of have to gamble who will he toss.
Yeah, and look at the zoning from Clocken together with Dreams. Now that I think about it, right? I mean, the Akai is actually really good at clearing waves too, so it makes up for it, at least when it comes to pre-4. You're not able to really look for fights across the board, but you are able to clear to enable this juice in. Alter Ego on the turtle.
Yep, with the flicker and the heavy spin now. Stunning Nile out. Now it's going to be Annabelle finding Nile. Owen in trouble, but Roundel will be the first one to fall as well. It's going to be Nino here flickering out. As EVO's Glory, my goodness. When they're coordinated, they're so deadly. And EVO's Glory picks up another kill.
Oh, they go all in. Rampage against the players of Alter Ego. They can't really deal with the control that EVO's Glory have, the AoE and the zoning tools in the repertoire.
Phenomenal stuff from EVO's Glory, utilizing their leads and Dreams.
You see her in trouble. Clocken though, in an awkward, peculiar position. Will fall. No compensation from that trade though. EVO's Glory still maintaining a very healthy lead.
Yeah, Annabelle's 2 levels ahead of Nile. This is a very good lead. Natko in the bottom lane isn't actually losing out his eyes. Forces his Demand Force can go in again.
Oh my god. High stunned up with the Natko. Oh my god, still!
Fluffy
to find and save the day. Good communication there, the connection of the side laners.
It was a trap. It was a trap. A tarp. Fluffy. Penalty zones. Heist to his demise. Oh my goodness. Natko, well played, man. Baits out the Zaman for Dreams again.
Oh, heavy spin. So annoying. Owen now still surviving, but not for long as Natko picks up the extra 200 gold.
Mannequin challenge for Owen. Can't move a single inch. English or Spanish, and he answers, I'm gonna just spin.
I'm gonna just spin, man. Oh my god, Alter Ego. There's not much they can do right now. It really feels like all their engage potential from the Jawhead, even from the Edith, can be cancelled out by the Sakai. Evos are playing such a good non-fight game. They're really just reacting and sieging. Dreams is tanking a turret, they don't care.
Oof. My goodness, they all recall away. And Natko has the Golden Staff, deemed one of the strongest points in the game for a Moscow with the Golden Staff and the Corrosion's Kite as well. And now Lord, a rather turtle take, deadly catch.
Annabelle here is trying to find some space here. Neutral objective will go to the hands of Nile. Fluffy though, in trouble. Still alive as heavy spin. Will connect on towards Roundel. Purify pops as well. The damage will come through, and as well as a knockup. Roundel goes down, and that will be mission abort for Alter Ego.
9-2, that's a 3,000 gold lead. Alter Ego got the neutral objective, but still, it was not enough. EVO's Glory just went on that fight. Dreams and Clocken were late to the fight, and they still won it out. This is getting really dangerous for Alter Ego now, because if they couldn't go for a fight there, if they couldn't win that fight, how are they going to do it, Fluffy?
Here on towards four-man jump there.
What?
Oh! He's the Riz. He's okay, and he is alive.
Fluffy does not want to be the sandbag anymore. Look at the resources expended by Alter Ego to take him down, and he didn't even die.
This could be the first win for EVO's Glory, ladies and gentlemen, in Season 14. A remarkable win that has taken them a while, but just like last season, they always start 0-4 for some reason. It's just an arc that EVO's love to go for. And it might be back again this time. Where last time it was the holy lineup getting promoted. Now it's Age as head coach. And Natko.
Natko finally proving his worth. It was kind of I'd say a pressure as well, because Doma was there in the week number 1, and it did not give, I think, the best performance he could deliver, and he was demoted. And now Natko kind of have to carry the torch again. A heavy pressure, of course, but so far he's been delivering with the Moscow, one of his strongest picks as well. Now for EVO's Glory, it's just about how they want to land the deadly, or rather the final blow. And Dreams with the Akai has also been very immense in maintaining control around the objectives and also in the clashes, or in the skirmishes. Now the Lord respawns, or rather spawns, and Nile is already eyeing it.
Yeah, the big problem right now for Alter Ego is the fact that they can't initiate, right? So as long as EVO's Glory stay together, Alter Ego won't have a way to even pick anyone off. The Lord Dance though, dealing a lot of damage to Annabelle.
EVO's Glory still in the vicinity, finds the Lord Epic catch!
Spear!
That's high value catch! Now let's see here, good knockup on towards one, Nile surviving, no! Fluffy finds it, and that will be another win for the White Tigers.
Ooh, beautiful take. Almost spotless. And Nile had to bite the bullet. He dies, and EVO's Glory, they want to step on the gas.
Dreams is a monster on this Akai.
007.
He got 2 members pinned down in that fight. Alter Ego can never respond to... They can't react to any plays, because when they do, they need to initiate. And when they initiate, there's a big panda spitting his staff around, man, and no one can get close. They get pinned down on the wall. Alter Ego, they can't fight in choke points. They can't dive. They can't utilize their win conditions. Their win conditions have been neutralized completely by this Akai pick.
Oof. And let's see here. Oh, look, the ult there, it's spent by Klokken. EVO's Glory again, and they find the Haymaker here to close out the game.
It feels like a replay of game number 1 again. Alter Ego with no winning conditions, and this time they grasp the turret. Lord spawning and wanting to just destroy the turret, but again, still Lord level 1. An early Lord, so not much of an endurance that it can really hold the deadly catch as an engage tool, or rather disengage tool for EVO's Glory.
Yeah, the first Lord, right? I mean, we read the patch here. It's been nerfed. The first Lord has been nerfed, but the HP growth has been buffed. So the longer the game goes, it will grow to be, more oppressive, more scary, more threatening compared to the old one, or the one we have right now, the first one. But still, first one is going to be very easy to clear up. Alter Ego are able to defend it with the holy defenses popped, and with EVO slightly mismanaging the waves. Now for Alter Ego, I'm talking about, I want to try to think about the win condition here, because it has to just come through pickoffs now, right? Either pickoffs or baiting out the heavy spin. And how do you bait the heavy spin? Early on, it would just be to start bullying Dreams. If he is far behind, then it's easy to bait out the heavy spin, because you can just poke him and force him to use the heavy spin defensively. The thing is, he's ahead. He's 007. He's James Bond. Dominance Ice, Ares Belt. He's only going to go for components right now. He doesn't even need to go for full items, right? So, again, I don't think anyone from Alter Ego can even threaten him. No one can bait that heavy spin out.
At this point, no.
Yeah, and it's so hard because Alter Ego short range, they don't have that much poke. They have to walk up to really expend that heavy spin, and when they do walk up, they'll just pop it and keep on spinning.
Exactly.
Until they keep on hating. But for Alter Ego, yeah, I don't see an angle where they can really burn out the heavy spin, and that heavy spin is a winning condition for EVO's Glory.
Yeah, the only way you dive here, win here, is if you get a pick off. But even then, Natko has Purify, Klokken has Purify and a built-in Blink with the Crimson Beacon, right? They all have ways to disengage, and on top of that, they also have enough, a good amount of variety when it comes to damage output. Last game it was fully magic, now they have Juicin in the mid lane, together with Natko, who's going full physical, so Annabelle can go for the utility build. War Axe, Thunderbelt, they can take the Lord with no contest, and he already has a BOD on top of the War Axe and the Thunderbelt. So, this is a big bane. He also has a Hunter Strike. He's one item off of the full items. He's gonna get the Malefic Roar last. Look at that.
Crazy.
Ooh.
The items though, already almost full items for Natco. And the fact that EVO's Glory was able to get the Lord uncontested, Alter Ego. What are their timers? What are they waiting for?
Oh no, they've missed the timers completely. There's no way for them to actually like hit their power spike, because even if, right, the power spike for Highs is the Holy Crystal. Let's say he gets the Holy Crystal, he should be able to get it at like the 14th minute. The game will probably be done. Or if he gets it, look at the Athena shields, look at the robes already. And the Radiant armor built up. They have enough magic defense. They have 5 tough boots to deal with Highs, to deal with Nino and Roundel.
This might be the final push of the series, ladies and gentlemen. Can EVO's Glory find the first win? Alter Ego still defends with 5. They will take care of the Lord though. Nino and Highs on the job. Well, for EVO's Glory, it seems like they will not immediately find the opening for fight. Now he's knocked up. Seems like Alter Ego, they're still able to weather that storm.
Yeah, Natco almost missed his spear there, so he has to join pretty late. But they pop the Zaman Force and they fight back from Alter Ego. The crystal's still intact, untouched. So they still are able to defend, while Highs does get his Holy Crystal. And now maybe they would go for round number 2. But the other lanes, they won't push in time.
Conceal.
He managed to, flicker, penalty zone here. Unstoppable force popped as well. Good, definitely catches back. Roundel down, and that's the green light. EVO's Glory marches onwards. Nino, Nile, Highs. Will they be able to clear the way bottom side as well? They're waiting for the right timings to get out of that base. And EVO's Glory, they have failed to find another window.
Still unable to end the game. Alter Ego hold on a very tight rope. A loose one at that. Now EVO's Glory may be ready for round 2.
Another penalty zone. Shaman Force this time, my goodness. Highs goes down with the deadly catch. And EVO's Glory, they will go ham one by one. Everyone from Alter Ego should go down here. No way.
No!
Nino. So holding on, and they made the defense.
Oh my goodness! They're still holding on! And Owen and Nino, the backline, still unable to pierce the fortress of Alter Ego. They hold for round number 3. And Knockout unable to be blown just yet.
10,000 gold lead. They beat everyone there in the team fight, but yet they cannot end. They're gonna have to go back to the Lord anyways, right? At least we got a bit of fun there before we get to see the Lord, because now Alter Ego, they definitely need to fight. It doesn't matter if they're 10,000 gold behind. If the Lord comes in, I don't think they'll be able to clear it. This is an enhanced Lord, no base turrets left. They don't have the luxury to actually sit by and turtle in their own base. It's now or never for Alter Ego. Nile knows it.
Nile will be the front man to just poke the Lord. It resets though, so EVO's Glory, they have the timing. But Owen with the conceal, looking to just make a play. Colloquial will pop the Lantern Flare.
Natco reveals himself. Owen loses immortality. Good airborne, but no follow-up there by the Lord. Another round pause. Owen, goodbye. Now Alter Ego will lose another member. Hermes though will not have his passive. He will go down for 20. EVO's Glory taking their time, no hurry. Lord is theirs.
Oh, Nile is just clearing that mid-wave to cut the creeps and the minions to push into the base of Alter Ego. At least they are able to still delay the end. But Alter Ego, all they can do is just wait for this hemorrhage to finally bleed everywhere.
EVO's Glory, all they need to do now is manage the waves. That's it. If they manage the waves in a way where it's going to be crashing together, Alter Ego will not be able to defend. Evos have so much CC. They all have their resources up. Only a flicker not available for Fluffy. That's it. But Dreams could very easily just walk up in front, use the heavy spin to buy space for both Bane and Moskov to hit the turret. It's just about turret locking at this point. They got to take the gamble. They got to go for the fight here. Not the fight, the distraction.
Yeah, and now this Lord marching in. Will this be the final push? Conceal play!
Flicker, heavy spin finds Nile. And there you go, the Nether Realm triggered already. Nile, the werewolf, should go down. No, not just yet. Owen on the other side of the map, the base. Exposed, and ladies and gentlemen, EVO's Glory finds their first win this season.
The White Tigers find an oasis as they end their drought of winnings. And the fans up on their feet. EVOS Glory finally securing their first win of MPL ID Season 14. Will this be the turning point for the White Tigers?
A phenomenal win for EVOS Glory here. Their first win to finally swing the momentum in their favor. Almost seems like this has happened so many times in EVOS. Deja vu to last season, 0-4, exactly the same. And with some reinforcements, they are able to get the job done. Only this time it isn't the full lineup, it's just a head and a gold lane. Natko and Age, the key to EVOS Glory's success, at least in this match. We can't get ahead of ourselves here. It's a tough road ahead of them still. Yeah, it's a long road ahead of them. Wow. The key of a new age. Age.
EVOS with the new age. We're really happy to hear what Age has to say, but usually the interviews, it's only with the players, but we never know what will be given to us. The players of EVOS Glory, at least. That was a spotless and flawless win against Alter Ego. That Akai pick was so immense in the hands of Dreams. This guy, on a good day, is one of the best roamers you can have in your team. The heavy spin was just so significant.
So consistent. Playing it really well, and really not necessarily, he didn't need to do anything unnecessary, right? Didn't need to use the heavy spin to engage. Yeah. All he needs to do was wait for the jarhead.
Now the winner's review up on stage, Monica Call.
Sang macan menunjukkan taringnya kembali. EVOS Glory. Wow, akhirnya finally lose streak. Tidak ada lagi berhasil dihentikan lose streaknya saat ini. Dan ini kemenangan ini bagaimana akhirnya Dreams akhirnya bisa menghentikan lose streak. Ada apa sebenarnya kemarin kalian?
Oke. Ya, ada perubahan lah di dalam.
Ada perubahan di dalam. Dan tentunya ini ada kedatangan head coach yang kembali lagi sebenarnya ya, bukan baru. Ada Age, apakah ini mungkin impact dari Age?
Mungkin.
Kenapa mungkin? Kenapa ragu-ragu?
Gak tahu kan ini baru pertama menang juga kan.
Baru pertama kali menang aja, tapi mungkin apa nih di balik layar yang disampaikan Age sampai kalian tuh bisa bangkit lagi di week ketiga?
Ya udah disuruh semangat doang, main kayak biasanya aja udah.
Disuruh main kayak biasa aja dan kalian berhasil menghentikan lose streak kali ini. Tapi Fluffy, kalau tadi ngelihatnya game pertama begitu gampang, one-sided. Game kedua harus mengakui kekalahan. Game ketiga kayaknya untuk nge-end-nya tuh agak sulit. Ada apa di game kedua?
Di game kedua, mungkin POV-nya Nino kuat banget sih. Ya, buat lawan AE respect aja itu POV-nya Nino. Kuat banget kayaknya.
Oh itu tuh ada tips-tips dari Fluffy. Tapi Anavel, wow friendly buat EVOS tapi galak banget di Land of Dawn. Gimana impactnya ketemu Coach Age sekarang yang mimpin coaching staff dari EVOS? Apakah mungkin membuat lebih terarah nih game plan kalian?
Ya banyak lah kontribusi AG. Contohnya kayak mata saya nggak kebuka jadi kebuka gitu.
Matanya nggak kebuka, jadi sekarang udah kebuka ya. Anavel, itu matanya udah kebuka nih. Tapi kalau senyum hilang lagi sih. Nah tapi Anavel, gimana akhirnya ketemu Nail? Karena kamu kan di season lalu itu belum pernah ketemu Nail. Jadi ini bisa dibilang pertama kali ketemu Nail, sang jungler. Gimana ketemu Nail?
Ya dia jago.
Dia jago? Jago aja?
Jago banget lah kali.
Jago. Tapi ada juga di sini, welcome back Natko. Wow. EVOS fam sama-sama say welcome back ke Natko. Welcome back Natko di stage MPL Indonesia. Dan ini bukan first stage di MPL Indonesia karena di season sebelumnya udah pernah. Tapi ini first stage di season 14. Gimana rasanya kembali Natko?
Senang lah.
Senang?
Ya.
Dan apakah ada yang ingin dibuktikan mungkin season ini setelah kembali?
Ya fokus sama apa yang ada di depan aja.
Dan ini fun fact-nya ya, Natko itu di season 13 yang nge-end lose streak-nya EVOS. Dan sekarang juga hal yang sama, ini fun fact-nya. Jadi apakah Natko ini spesialis end lose streak-nya EVOS. Gimana tuh? Fluffy kayaknya senyum-senyum dari tadi.
Apa?
Gimana tuh kedatangan Natko di line up kalian, membantu kalian end lose streak?
Ya sebenarnya sama aja sih. Kayak maupun Natko yang main atau Brans yang main tetap sama aja. Mungkin ya dari kitanya aja sih harus lebih disiplin. Jarang kurangin nonton Pak Vincent mungkin ya. Nah, mungkin dari situ aja sih.
Kapan lagi nih ngelihat Fluffy kayaknya bijak banget ya hari ini ya. Udah bijak banget. Dan Natko gimana nih di laning phase ketemu Heis. Kalau dilihat sekarang kayaknya lebih laning phase-nya lebih agresif. Dan kamu ketemu Heis gimana?
Ya jago dia.
Jago dia? Jago aja, tapi kamu lebih jago? Atau? Nanya doang kan Natko?
Semoga aja.
Semoga aja, tapi kayaknya EVOS Fam pada setuju nih Natko ya. Tapi anyway, adakah yang ingin disampaikan kepada EVOS Fam yang dari tadi kayaknya udah semangat banget nih? Siapa nih yang mau sampein? Kokun.
Buat EVOS Fam, makasih banyak yang udah dukung kita secara online maupun offline. Doain kita terus.
Wah, tapi terakhir, Kokun besok kalian bakalan ketemunya Bigatron yang lagi di papan atas masih, walaupun tadi di match pertama hari ini harus mengakui kekalahan, tapi mereka masih ada di klasemen atas nih untuk klasemen sementara. Apa persiapan EVOS biar tetap konsisten ketemu Bigatron besok?
Persiapannya kayak biasanya sih, kayak yang sekarang ini.
Kayak sekarang aja ya, karena sekarang begitu luar biasa bisa end lose streak kali ini. Dan EVOS Fam di sini setuju banget karena kita melihat auman dari sang macan putih. Tapi sebelumnya tentu kita mau foto-foto dulu dong, abadikan momen kali ini kemenangan dari EVOS Glory. Boleh ya foto-foto pakai Samsung Z Flip. Wow, ini dilihat hasilnya. Ini harus diabadikan momen kali ini, history banget karena udah bisa menghentikan lose streak dari EVOS Glory hari ini. Dan tentunya ini tak lepas dari semangatnya dari EVOS Fam. So sekali lagi EVOS Fam, mana suara untuk EVOS Glory? Dan langsung saja ada para casters yang sudah ready di sana untuk mengupas bagaimana akhirnya sang macan putih ini akhirnya finally bisa mengaum kembali. Silakan casters, take it away.
EVOS Glory in the building, finally ending their lose streak. And picking up a win, it means a lot to the fans. They were cheering, they were banging the drums and just shouting out loud for finally taking away Alter Ego's point. And they get that 2-1 victory. But still, like what we said in the interview, or rather we were speaking together, we were discussing the fact that this win is monumental, but again, EVOS Glory still has to fix a lot of problems.
A lot of problems, definitely, right? But hey, bask in the glory here. They finally were able to get a win. And just like Monica said, this is actually very poetic. The fact that last season, Natko joined with EVOS Holy and was able to break that lose streak. Now, it's Natko again, but not with the rest of EVOS Holy, but rather with Age to break the lose streak. Natko seems to be always the man for the job when they're on a lose streak. Let's see if he can keep it consistent though, because after breaking that lose streak, he did proceed to lose in the derby, in the classic derby.
Yep.
Let's see here though, Annabelle, are you the MVP? Natko, are you the MVP?
Okay.
Dreams, are you the MVP? Age's pointing at Dreams. Hey, there you go.
Can we vote for Age? No vote for Age?
So cool, man. He's so cool.
Head coach. Yeah, he's a head coach. Yeah. He will give the spotlight to his players, and of course, it is Dreams, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6, the player of the match. With the Jawhead, he finally silenced the critics that he was, you know, not an innovative Jawhead, and now he innovates with the Akai as a counter pick towards the Jawhead.
In terms of the pick, so it was an innovation, definitely. Gotta give props to Age and Dreams maybe for pointing this hero out. But in the way that he played it, there was nothing, you know, like, he didn't innovate at all, right? All he did was play the normal Akai, and that's what you need in the game like this with all the dives. As long as you played it normally, with your heavy spin being used to just react to a lot of the engages, you're good. And even early on, the fact that he got that slam set up for the kill under the turret. That really stopped Niall from getting a lot of other things on, right? Even the snowball here, the Roger in the jungle. Now we know why Alter Ego have never flexed it into the jungle. It does feel like Niall isn't too comfortable on the Roger. He definitely needs more of a flashy pick, you know? More maneuverability, more mobility. Something like a Hayabusa Ling or even the Fanny that we are used to seeing from him, or even Lancelot. And again, on these skirmishes, it was just dreams zoning them. Good plays by Fluffy as well. It was a layering of CC, so a glimpse of what we saw in Season 13 for Evo's Glory. But it's new. It's not just initiate and then fight around neutral objectives, but it's also the draft being so much more dimensional here for Evo's Glory. And that was what we predicted with the entrance of Age back in the lineup, right? It's different to Strategy's way of drafting, and it has worked really, really well for Evo's Glory, out-drafting him in Game 1 and in Game 3. They did lose out in Game 2, but hey, maybe for Age, it's just like players. He needs to shake a bit of that rust, get the jitters off the way.
Yeah, stage jitters, of course, kind of disturbing, but now I want to hear on what the players have to say in the golden moment by UBS Gold. Here we go.
Lihat nih, dicepetin.
Bawa perangin.
Dapat. Mati sama gua.
Aman aja. Gua bisa edit dulu. Lecol. Gua ambil mid.
Iya, mid aja. Tuh, bos. Nice banget.
Nice banget, ambil aman ya. Itu dia Aurora nih sama edit.
Udah ulti kok, udah skill 2 kali detik, skill 2 kali detik. Udah ulti guys.
Boy nih cari perang.
Ayo. Mati nih edit.
Enak ya boy.
Enak aja.
Nice boy.
Nice.
Itu
aman. Gua cancel.
Jawet. Target jawet. Aman
gua. Lihat deh, jawet dulu. Jawet dulu, boy.
Iya, kalem.
Mati jawet.
Bisa mati juga Paramis ini.
Mati tuh.
Paramis dulu. Nah, nice.
Edit.
Lari.
Maju.
Kena tuh.
Lat Roger. Aman. Kepepet kok sama gua. Nih dulu nih. Nah. Aja.
Wow. And take a look at how the EVOS Glory players were all full in spirits. And this is going to be where they will take this moment and reflect on their losses and also the wins. And like what Mirko said, you know, celebrate. It's fine. But then come, you know, the weekdays back to the drawing board.
Absolutely, it's back to improving again, right? They still have a long road ahead of them, and they did beat Alter Ego, but it was also an Alter Ego that is on their own lose streak, actually, you know, winning the first match against Geek Fam, and then after that, really not finding the same amount of success after every single game. And here we get to see it again. Harith, both winning matchups for Alter Ego in the gold lane did not work out. The Roger against the Moskov didn't, the Harith against the Moskov didn't as well, and it was actually Natko who found much more of an advantage in the lane itself as well, just farming better. Eyes did not reach that holy crystal up until like 14 minutes, and at that point it's just way too late from a Harith. We expect the Harith to at least get it by the 12th minute, right? Max. Good will be 10. Gold per minute and damage dealt though. Annabelle. This time, very different to game number 2. Game number 2 was him struggling to actually get his items. For him to actually even enter a team fight, it was a struggle, right? Always pinned down, frozen, poked. This game is completely different with an actual initiator in the Terizla, not an Edith who has, you know, a lot of conditions to be met to actually make those initiations possible, like having the flicker. Terizla can just go in penalty zone, get some space, and especially with the Akai using heavy spin all the time, Bane just had a field day. Crab Claw Cannon all the time, just getting the passive and getting also those bouncing shots that surprisingly do a crazy amount of damage, bro, especially after the BOD and Hunter Strike, and then the Melfic Roar, it was over.
I never really meet Bane players in my ranked games, but when I do, they are menace.
Yeah, you should be menace. You should be happy that you never, or you very rarely meet Banes.
It's either they feed, or all they do is just spam the deadly catch, or they play with the
Crab Claw Cannon.
Yeah, and then just kind of burst me away, evaporating.
Very interesting, right? Considering that this series is 100% contested Bane match, right? First it was banned, second match it was used, lost though, but third game, redemption.
Yeah.
They were able to find success with the Bane. So let's see here, will Bane be another option for other teams as well in that jungler position?
Yeah, we talked about how the assassins mostly are contested. Ling, auto-banned, perma-banned, Fanny as well, perma-banned. And then when all the assassins get banned, who do we look at? Who do we sought after? Who do we seek after? And then you go with Alpha is still there. You have the Roger, who is constantly contested as well. And then you have the X-Borg, and now the Bane just comes into the fray. So a lot of options for the junglers and the assassin junglers currently in this meta. But yeah, it was so good seeing EVOS Glory. In game number 2, they were lacking initiation. They had no lockdown. In game number 3, they brought 2 with the Terizla penalty zone and also the heavy spin. But of course, the audience highlight here by Senny Cindy. Ultra Ego lose streak is now accumulating into 3 times. How can Ultra Ego break the losing streak in the next match? Why is Ultra Ego, I'm gonna quote this, why is Ultra Ego on a losing streak? Is it due to too many unnecessary movements? Or is it a lack of discipline that has turned Ultra Ego into a passive team? Passive is not a word that I would kind of associate with Ultra Ego.
Definitely not, Game 1, we had a struggling comment. Now we have a passive comment. Both the opposites, I would say, Yeah, no, definitely not passive. Sometimes they're a bit too aggressive, right? And I'd say there's a lot, Cindy, to work on for Ultra Ego. Mainly, it starts with the drafts, right? I mean, Game 1, Game 3, they were outdrafted. Game 3 was more acceptable because they didn't expect the Akai pick. That was more of a GG, well played Age moment. But Game 1, into the high-lows, they just took it. They didn't really have an answer to it. They were like, all right, GG, let's go next. Right? Basically was Game 1. So the draft is definitely something they need to improve on. And in gameplay too, they definitely need to be way more composed, way more disciplined, and they need to have a goal in mind in a lot of these objectives. Because even in the first turtle fight earlier, Nino was level 3, yet they still wanted to contest. And this has been a problem for Ultra Ego for God knows how long. I forgot. I've done recaps every week, and it seems like for Ultra Ego, in Season 13, every week it's the same thing. Their template, they play early game, they always contest. Their template, they contest, they contest, they contest.
Yeah. And I also want to have hair like Mirko every week. Because Mirko uses Head and Shoulders.
This one right here.
Yeah, this one right here. Lemon Fresh Gatot Kacha. Don't let your match become a mess due to dandruff and itchiness.
If you want hair
Move
like
on
me,
to Head and Shoulders Lemon Fresh Gatot Kacha.
There you go.
For 100% dandruff and itchiness wiped out. And protection from itchiness. Look at this. Mirko just sprinkled some on my hand. Smells very good. Yesterday I sprinkled this to my hand. And now I gotta clean up this.
2 for 2, man.
It smells good.
Yeah, no, of course. You said you want a hair like
tissue, please.
No, you gotta keep it there until the show ends.
I'll keep it like this.
Realize, because you want a hair like me. You said it. You want
dripping.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunate that Realize doesn't have water here to actually,
I have. Oh, you want to see me do it?
No, not on broadcast, Realize. But hey,
oh my God,
maybe you guys could try to listen to Realize washing the hair with Head and Shoulders.
So you can experience the power of hero sound and LED digital display, LED digital display visualization in collaboration with MLBB, all with earbuds 4. Check out the official Oraimo store and get yours now, ladies and gentlemen, to experience the sound.
While I wipe my hands from Head and Shoulders, I also want to maximize my connection, my speed, my network. I can do that via IndiHome. With a stable connection, playing together is way more fun with the Pocket G2 Satu or Pocket Precision, or accurate. G2 in English means precision.
Or 375K?
Yeah, 375K for 100 Mbps or megabytes per second. You can go directly to the Telkomsel app, My Telkomsel, or tcl.id/nacional.
It's as easy as that. 100 Mbps, up to 100 Mbps of speed. Only starts 375,000 IDR. And Realize, I gotta say, man, even though you didn't use it on your hair, you smell real good. Maybe you want to look good too.
I'm using it right now. See the residue of the Head and Shoulders, putting in my hair.
There you go. That's why you got phenomenal hair. Now
smells nice.
You need drip. Realize,
I need drip
to go with that hair. Official merchandise has got you. Erigo.
Erigo, wherever you go. Simple as that.
It's as simple as that. If you come to MPL Arena right now to watch MPL Indonesia Season 14, you actually also get a chance to visit the booth outside. And man,
yes,
when I say they've got fire merch, I'm not joking. I mean, taking a look at it, you blink and you miss it earlier, but you can obviously just replay it. It's amazing. I gotta get me like 4 or 5 of those.
Design is so nice. It fits your body perfectly, all sizes, and you got the drip, you got the Head and Shoulders. You got 2 specs. I need myself a specs.
Oh yeah, for sure. Do you have, like a
I need a new one.
Oh. You had one before? Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
You threw it away because you saw this and you were like, Saturdays is just so much better. I see.
Ungrateful. And of course,
W-Mans.
right now,
Saturdays,
Saturdays and MPL ID Season 14 are en route to a new collaboration, the MVP Collection. Because last season we had amazing collaborations as well. Now, we are still left guessing on what the collaboration would be. Don't forget to keep yourself updated on Saturday stores and also on the Instagram as well. And talking about the drip, the Head and Shoulders hair, and also your glasses, you're all full set to go to the MPL Arena. So if you want to experience the atmosphere, the thrill, cheers, like the EVOS fans were over there, you can go and buy the MPL ID Season 14 tickets. You can also get a 10% discount and cashback if you buy with the GoPay app.
So simple as that, man. I mean, so much value for you guys when you come here to MPL Arena, especially if you have that Samsung phone, right? You can flip your Samsung phone over to the Samsung Zone, watch with a lot of the brand ambassadors, with a lot of the content creators as well.
Ambassadors.
You seem to be very excited about that. That's why you have a Samsung phone, right?
I do.
So whenever you come here...
I can't, though.
What do you mean?
I gotta be in the desk.
That's true. But some of the days that you don't cash realize, especially when EVOs are playing...
I want to sit right over there.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Why there?
Because I can take a look at you guys.
Oh. Yeah. And also you can take a look
at
our sponsors and our merchandise and our beautiful stage.
And also EVOS. Because they were able to win this game.
Yeah, first we're a specific member of EVOS.
NFL. Okay, that is it for us in match number 2. We will be en route to Team Look at ID against Dewa United in match number 3, but we'll take a break. So see you after this one.
Wow.
Okay, Nature Boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca. Kenangan adalah jati diri kita. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, Nature Boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca. Kenangan adalah jati diri kita. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay, menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage, gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan jurus dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Kedia. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Selamat datang kembali, kita akan bermalam minggu bersama di MPL Indonesia Season 14. Wow, dan hari ini tak terasa kita sudah berada di minggu kedua, minggu ketiga, hari kedua, dan kita ada di match penutupan hari ini. Tadi kita sudah melewati 2 match yang begitu seru, dan tentunya match penutupan hari ini akan juga begitu seru karena akan mempertemukan 2 tim yang saat ini bisa dibilang regenerasinya dengan player-player baru, generasi baru ini cukup sukses. Karena kalau kita lihat malam hari ini kita akan melihat performance dari tim Liquid Indonesia yang akan bertemu dengan Dewa United Esports. Yang mana kalau kedua tim ini kita lihat ya, kalau tim Liquid Indonesia awalnya memang harus lose streak, tapi sekarang dengan line up terbarunya tidak terkalahkan. Malahan juga Favian di awal debutnya juga langsung mendapatkan gelar sebagai Rookie of the Week di minggu kedua. Tapi tentunya tim Liquid Indonesia harus bersusah payah hari ini karena bakalan bertemu dengan Dewa United Esports yang generasi barunya ini, regenerasinya bisa dibilang juga cukup sukses karena bisa dibilang performance dari minggu pertama, kedua sampai dengan ketiga kali ini cukup membuat super fans Dewa, anak Dewa juga terpukau dengan generasi line up generasi yang baru ini. Malahan kalau di tim Liquid Indonesia memiliki Favian, nah di Dewa United memiliki Mueza, yang mana Mueza juga langsung mendapatkan gelar Rookie of the Week di minggu pertama. Dan tentunya selain Favian, Mueza, ada line up rookie generasi baru dari kedua tim yang performance-nya begitu membuat super fans terkaget-kaget. Wow, dan kali ini kita akan melihat bagaimana performance kedua tim ini dengan line up generasi baru mereka. Jadi penasaran ya. Dan tentunya di sini MPL Arena, mana tepuk tangannya? MPL Arena sudah begitu siap. Thank you very much untuk semua super fans yang telah hadir di sini. Karena tentunya juga MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Munton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Kemudian ada official e-wallet GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports ada Kedia, dan juga official gold partner by UBS Gold. Dan tak lupa ada partner in esports kita, ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, kemudian ada Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan juga IndiHome. Tak lupa ada supplier kita, thank you untuk Erigo dan juga Saturdays, dan tentunya MPL Indonesia Season 14 supported by PBSI. Di sini kayaknya wow, udah siap semua super fans untuk mendukung tim Liquid Indonesia dan juga Dewa United. Monica juga udah gak sabar untuk ngelihat gimana hasil dari match penutupan hari ini. So langsung saja para casters akan mengantarkan kita ke match penutupan di hari kedua minggu ketiga kali ini antara tim Liquid Indonesia dan Dewa United Esports.
Welcome back to MPL ID Season 14. Still with me, Realize, and as well as Goni and Mirko from Morocco. And we are going to enter the last match of today. It is going to be Team Liquid ID against Dewa United. Team Liquid ID, they are boiling with the new young bloods and also the rookies coming in. Aaron Shiki, Favian, and also Witty. Favian, this insane assassin player with the fanny, and as well as, you know, Aaron Shiki, who is well known for his spicy words. He walks the walks, he talks the talks, he walks the talks in the same time. So, of course, it's going to be interesting to see how they fare up against Dewa United, who also have Mueza the winner of Rookie of the Week for week number 1.
It's the battle of the Rookie of the Weeks, you know. Week 2, it was Fabian. Week 1, it was Mueza. So, Dewa versus TLID is definitely going to be an interesting matchup here where it seems they have kind of swapped in a way, you know? If we take a look at the Rookie of the Week for week number 2, Fabian, he's actually come into TLID to replace an enabler. And he himself is a carry in the jungle. Meanwhile, Mueza, he's the enabler, and he's there to replace a carry roamer that we saw just last season, Drian.
Yeah.
This battle has a lot of dimensions to it, but Fabian and Mueza are no stranger to each other. They have met many times in the MDL. They have faced off against one another many times in the MDL. Mueza has had a better road, though, in the MDL. Meanwhile, for Fabian, he was once hated by the community. He was called Lord Fabian because of a lot of the mistakes that he made in MDL. But it seems like through the growth, this player has improved by just so much. And now we see him in the MPL stage outclassing many in the mechanic department too. It was really impressive to see how much they've improved with this TL Academy lineup. Because let's be honest here, everybody in this lineup was the TL Academy we saw back in the day. It was Aran as well in this lineup.
Yeah, it feels like they're already molding into one piece. And for Team Liquid ID, of course, they will bank again on Aaron Shiki, trying to fill the shoes of a veteran who has played since Season 7 for Team Liquid ID, or rather Aura Esports back then. It was Kabuki. And there has been a lot of critics towards Kabuki as well on how he should be able to expand his hero pool. And then came Aaron Shiki. He was also able to perform pretty well in the Moskov, in the Claude as well. Meanwhile, for Fabian, it felt like this is a breath of fresh air for Team Liquid ID, because Gugun, you know, he is one of the best junglers back in Season 13. He also won the Rookie of the Season. He was able to perform pretty well in the Fredrins, the Baxias, the utility junglers, even the Barats. And now, Fabian comes in. He is the cold-blooded killer compared to Gugun, who is much more of a supportive role in Team Aura, or now Team Liquid ID.
And you know what? As a rookie, he has this swag alongside Aaron Shiki here. Oh my god, Team Liquid. They're scary this season with the new bloods. And yeah, MPL ID Season 10 Wonder Kid here. Fabian debuting MPL ID Season 6, playing on the team that Freak Out Esports, BJB. And of course, 4th, Season 14 Jungler 5.4. And of course, averaging turtle kill. What? High here in top 3, 1.6 of course. And the Lord Kill MPL is 1.4. So again, Fabian here, very, very promising. Hopefully he can still have that consistency for TLID's sake.
Yeah, you can take a look at how confident the rookies are. I mean, Aaron Shiki, he talks a lot, but he proves the talk by walking the talk in the line of Dawn with Fabian. He is this mewing master. He's a Sigma. He always does this and this, and yeah, maximum Sigma Aura level 1000.
Yeah, you gotta look smacks, you know, when you're on stage. Aaron Shiki and Fabian has definitely been doing that, but yeah, I mean, despite him being the spotlight, I have to say, though, that there are some glaring mistakes still that he makes in a lot of these games. I think the first ever performance when he made his debut on Nefani, impressive stuff. But then, so many unnecessary moves, just flashy showboating. That was cool the first time, and then the second time he did it again, and then he kept on doing it again, and then Evos came back. So these little mistakes could obviously still be fixed up. Now let's talk a little bit about Mueza, because we haven't really been seeing showboating at all from Mueza. He's been consistent, very, very consistent with his performances. Super solid for the team that has been playing a new strategy, it seems, for Dewa. It feels like more of the Dewa United we saw when they debuted in MPL, you know, when it was still Dixon, Shaco, and Lanaya. That lineup of Dewa United, but a bit more flashy, and I would say just a bit more consistent too. They've been able to play around Ray, Mueza, and Hijume. The trio mid definitely shines here, and it is because they're also flashy, including Mueza. Hijume becomes more of a pillar for this lineup. Ray's the carry, and Mueza is the enabler. That's the dynamics we're playing with when we're talking about Dewa United. And Ray, he was once the worst jungler in MPL Indonesia, just last season on the utility, because this match is not built for utility, but on the assassins, he becomes an absolute beast of a player. And we're seeing this season, and we got a glimpse of it already in the playoffs last season.
And for Dewa United, many critics has been flown towards them on how they kind of developed this one-dimensional playstyle. And that one-dimensional playstyle is playing through Drian back in Season 13, where they were banking on Drian, you know, maximizing his flexibility on playing the Valentina roam, the Akai roam. And now you have Mueza, who kind of just stabilizes everything for Dewa United. Of course, the rising rookie, that is Muezai's debut in MPL ID Season 7, and boasting the stats that are actually pretty insane for a rookie. And aside from Mueza, talking about rookies, we also have Azura, who enters Dewa United yesterday in that win against Rebellion Esports. One of the, a stable performance coming in from Azura as the rookie, and he will still look to bond even more into the team because, it's like only one game that he has played. Most of Dewa United has been banking through Watt to win the gold lane as their winning condition. But now with Azura, I feel like they have a much more, all-rounded winning condition, an all-rounded composition, it feels like.
I mean, that's the question, right? Big question for Dewa United. Is it going to be Watt, a veteran, a player with experience who knows the in and the outs? Or will it be Azura coming into the fray against TLID? We can say a young team as well, right? With new players. Yeah, will it be will they match it with the Azura, with Azura, or will it be Watt?
That's the big question, right? It's a give and take for both. I feel like when it comes to the weak side, Azura definitely plays a bit better. Watt, you need to put resources on him. You need to make him the carry. You need to enable him, and that's why they decide to play Azura. Oh, main playstyle has to be the trio mid with a dash of that XP, and Cerezo has been so reliant.
Azura in the fray again. They will like to repeat what they did yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Dewa United Esports.
The gods descend as they take their time to smite down the cavalry. Dewa United Esports this time around with Azura in the lineup. Will this be the opportunity to open up greater horizons on achieving winning conditions?
It's all about the win conditions here for Dewa, and like I said earlier, it is all about that mid trio. Cerezo is an enabler, but he can win the matchup too. If he gets an enabler pick like the Trizla, he can win that matchup and carry the team too. But for TL, hey, it's the good old lineup. It's TL Academy now with TLID. Hey.
TLID. Of course, Aran, Fabian, Yeheskel, Witty, and Aaron Shiki. They charge forth as they prepare this match.
It's going to be Weedy in that roamer position as well. So the new kids, new children on the block, will step into the land of dawn as the cavalry. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Team Liquid.
The cavalry arrives, and this time with younger knights donning the blue. Will they be able to overcome the gods?
Listen to the stomps as they march down towards the stage. A team full of rookies. Their main veteran has only been playing 2 seasons. That's Aran and Yeheskel. What a young team full of potential here, and we get to see them shine. 2 matches they played. But we have to question the quality of matches. We have to question the quality of matchups here. Even though they have been able to win, they've won against a very, I would say, one-dimensional Evo. Still with strategy, not the one with Age, St. Lucas and Facehugger, together here with the once coach of Geek Fam known as Erpang. For Dewa. And now he's swapped his name.
To Bellin.
He's Bellin now.
So Bellin and Ryzan, of course. And now, of course, for both teams and their masterminds ready to draft and strategize the things they want to achieve. Now, let's talk about Team Liquid ID on how they had an outstanding performance for week number 2. We have been talking about Fabian, we have been talking about Aaron Shiki, but we also have to talk about Yeheskel. This guy is the flashy mid laner carry that was missing from Team Liquid ID, having demoted Richie back to MDL. Now the rival showdown, of course, it is Aaron Shiki against Azura. 2 rookies in the same role. A higher average KDA for Azura, but again, he has played only 1 game.
MPL Indo has really just been phenomenal for these rookie gold laners, right? Just yesterday we got a glimpse of Masako and how dominant he can be, beating Fnatic on it. That's a feat. That's a feat for sure. And for Aaron Shiki, it's time for him to get on proving grounds now. Masako has had his time to shine. Aaron Shiki, though he has had a lot of time to shine, plenty of time to shine in the interviews, it's time to show up against another rookie, Azura. One match compared to 2 matches. I think for me, Aaron Shiki definitely comes out on top in this matchup, right? He's way more aggressive, and he doesn't need to have the team actually play to enable him anyway. So he's also a pretty good weak side laner, but he gets a lot of the winning matchups still. Yeah. Give him the Harith, give him the Moskov, and he does well on both.
All in all, he is a good weak side gold laner for Aaron Shiki. But again, the rookies assembling together. What do they have to assemble to get this win?
They got to be adaptive in game with the trio mid. Again, we were talking about a mid trio here in Yehezkiel, Fabian, and Witty. Obviously, they can go and try to match Dewa United's aggression, match Dewa United's control over the early game with their own picks. But if that doesn't happen, or if the draft doesn't say so, if the coach wants to take a different route, they're fine. They can play with Aaron Shiki, unlike Dewa, who are a bit more one-dimensional in this matter, where they can only play for the trio mid. Dewa, you have to try to go for the gold lane. Aaron Shiki in the winning matchup. Like I said, the Harith could be an answer to go up against Dewa United. And next, reduce unnecessary movements. That's what we said earlier from Fabian.
Lord Fabian.
It's a rookie. It's a rookie mistake, but it happens to the best of us. As long as he learns from that mistake and he doesn't do it again against Dewa, it should be fine, because here are the keys to victory presented by Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6 for Dewa United. Enable the jungle to optimize Retribution. Ray is on a Retribution, and it's been called Retribution on the Assassins. Phenomenal stuff. Hijume, Sorizo together with Mueza. They need to try to enable him by getting a lot of the picks from Mueza, flashing initiations, get him a proper setup for the neutral objectives, and safe matchup for gold lane in weak side. That's very important. They need to secure the Moskov. That's why I feel like the Moskov is going to be of heavy prio here. Both Aaron and Azura have been playing a lot of the Moskovs, and that's because Moskov is probably the best weak side gold laner right now.
Yeah. In this patch, of course, you would really want to have a gold laner or a hero that you pick for the gold lane to be kind of dominant in the laning phase, because that's why you don't really prio the Claude anymore, because it is a very weak early game hero. That's why people would really prio the Roger or the Harith or even the Moskov, and I believe it'll be heavily contested. But then again, they will try to play through other lanes as well. We can talk about the mid laner, the mid lane currently, of course. Hijume against Yehezkiel, a battle to watch as well, because Yehezkiel has been proving to be the mid laner that Team Liquid needed. I mean, they were trying to promote back Richie to the lineup, and then they demoted it back, and now it's Yehezkiel in that mid lane.
Do you agree, Gani? Do you like Yehezkiel back?
I think so. I really think he's really reliable, and considering last week's performance, he got the BLTM as well. Being that anchor in that mid lane here is going to be very important. And also, now, he's going up against Hijume, ex-EVOS player, reliable, but has weaknesses that might be exploited by Yehezkiel.
That's why I feel like when we take a look at the team head-to-head as well, I mean, this is going to be a weird head-to-head, especially for TLID, because half of their matches were played by a completely different team. It was James, Yaoi, Richie, Kabuki, everyone was different. Even Gugun, who's now in TLAC. I mean, I really hope he makes it back to MPL. I'm a big fan of him, but again, for TLID, their lineup here. Yeah, I think Yehezkiel was never really the problem, right? I mean, there was a synergy problem definitely with him and Yaoi. Both of them are very flashy players. Both of them want to make plays, and when you have both of them together, usually it becomes, I mean, two players who think their own way. They have their own play style. It doesn't really work well. You need someone who's a bit more passive, who wants to listen, right? They're both alphas, technically, who want to have their own calls be followed, and that's maybe why Witty has been the main roamer for TLID since the move of this whole TLAC lineup into MPL. I really hope Yaoi gets back though, because again, I really feel like the guy's still good, man.
Yaoi, still Yaoi, and M series winner as well. But for Team Liquid ID now banking on Witty to just become the stabilizer for this roster as we enter the drafting phase, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. As they ban out the Valentina and the Chip, Dewa United take out the Fanny, which is of course a Fabian staple, and the Zuxin and the Zask as well. So two bans straight towards Yehezkiel. The Valentina taken away to disable Hijume in that mid lane.
Yeah, you always got to ban Valentina when you're up against Hijume. For some reason, Dewa just really love to pick that up first pick. because of the creativity of Hijume, he's able to also stop a lot of the initiators that TLID love to play with. This was also seen by Fnatic Onyx when they were up against TLID. They neutralized Yaoi by picking up Valentina early so that these big ultimates like Grok, Take Real won't be available to go for. That's Edith actually banned out by TLID. Okay. So Ling open.
Ling Roger is open here. Asking a question, which hero? It's gonna be Ling.
They take the Ling for Ray. I mean, Ray has been solid and immense with the Ling. And the Retributions, and now the High Loss and the Hereth. No Moskov for Aaron Shiki. And I believe this will be the first time Aaron Shiki picks up the Hereth. I might be wrong, but
I believe he's played
so
it once.
He has been with the Moskov mostly. But yeah, we gotta check on that later on. As Nadewa United still trying to prolong this winning matchup. The Ling they have in their hands as well now.
All right. Anyways, though, the Hereth and the Hylos, again, this is what we were talking about earlier anyways with the keys to victory, right? The fact that if they lose out in the first neutral objectives, if they lose out in the trio mid department, they can always fall back to Aaron Shiki being a strong side gold laner. In the Hereth, they secure themselves a pretty good matchup, and they call out Dewa's bluff. You pick up the Ling, but you're not going to pick up the Roger. You're going to remove that flex potential instantly because, hey, you've already got the Ling, and Dewa side, yeah, we're not interested in the Roger anyways. We go for the Aurora and the Ruby, so that's their flex. And that's a Nolan. TLID. Super fast drafts from them. Super decisive, man.
Yeah, it feels like they know what they want to play, and this Aurora pick kind of just mitigates a strong lane in that mid side for Team Liquid ID. Second phase of bans rolling out for Dewa United. What do they really want to avoid? Team Liquid ID, of course, should have banned out. Limit down Chorizo's hero pool as well for Hijume as well, already having his hands on the Aurora. So Azura just trying to limit his hero pool as well.
I think they should try to limit the gold lane here. Potentially a hero. Oh no, it's gonna be the Jawhead, who is very popular this today.
Yeah.
Still 100% contested. Banning out the Jawhead here and the Vexana from the side of Dewa United. They do not want to deal with the High Loss and the Eternal's Guard's Lord. So that's too much of a tanky hero. It's gonna be another roamer here, potentially banned out with that Joe.
Yeah, but now the question becomes, what does Yehezkiel want to play? I mean, still a Faramis up for grabs, but again, Vexana banned out, and even the Faramis banned out. And the Valentina as well, the Zaz and the Zeusin also gone. And a Varia possibly, but against an Aurora, I guess you do need that extra range. But the Phoveus, that is going to go for Iran. So Hylos roam, I suppose?
Yeah, it should be the Hylos roam, but this is why TLID's draft is actually good right now. They have the flex potential of both Phoveus and Hylos, because the Phoveus technically can still be used as a mid laner. The Hylos can be flexed as XP. And yeah, I mean, Hylos can also be roam. So at this point, it really forces Dewa to respond. Hey, you reveal your cards first. Where is this Ruby going? We've banned out the Jawhead. We've banned out the Cho as well. So it kind of leaves Ruby to be roam. And maybe they'll be forced to actually go for Arlet? Terizla?
Roger
still?
Roger gold lane. That is for Azura. And also Terizla. So Ruby roam. And a fun fact, in MPL PH Season 14, Ling on the blue side had a 100% win rate from a total of 3 picks on the blue side. So, going to boast that stats as well for Ray now. Team Liquid ID. Do they want to put this Phoveus mid lane?
I think it would actually work out. If they go for the Grok here as well, they'll have very good clear in the mid lane. They can just fully dive on the Aurora and the Roger. If they really want to play for a full dive comp, sure. If they want to go for the normal draft, I think that would be a bit more usual. But I like it. If TLID really just want to style on their enemies with their mechanics, game 1 is the game to do it. Game 1 is the game to try things out.
A statement game, I'd say. And they will pick up the Eve, so Phoveus XP. Eve against Aurora.
Yep.
Okay.
It's not that good against the Ling, yeah.
Exactly.
But hey, against the Aurora, you do bully her early game. You outrange her, you outpoke her. It's all about that spammable nature of the Eve.
I honestly thought about a Nana pick there from the side of TLID, but it does not come through. Eve, it can backfire, right? You mentioned the Ling, you have the Ruby as well that can jump to your formation. So let's see here, how will Yehezkiel handle playing this Eve?
So immobile and so fragile. Of course, he has to look out for the Ruby and the Ling as well that can really jump to the Eve.
That's true. The dive is definitely a big concern for TLID, but that's why they got the Hylos. That's why they have someone to march through, and also a Phobius Infernal Pursuit Vengeance ready.
How poetic can it be? This time the Cavalry does have a horse, and Dewa United, they have a guy and a half. It is going to be the last match of the day. Team Liquid ID against Dewa United Esports.
Let's see Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, the battle of the rookies in that gold lane. Also a lane to watch, so let's see how it will unravel and take game one.
Clear-wise, the reason they went for the Nolan is because it actually matches up against that Ling really well, and they get rid of the Jawhead instantly as we get into the second phase, because usually with the Ling or with these assassins, if you have a Jawhead in your lineup, you only get bonus damage, you know, early kill pressure technically, but also you have a great time clearing the jungle. Usually the Jawhead is able to leash, and that's not something that a lot of other roamers can do. But now you can see that Fabian is actually in the lead up against Ray, has already cleared up more, and will be able to secure that lethal Wanderer with the thrill on him. And meanwhile, for the Ling, goes for Fatal, more crit chance. It's Master Assassin for the Roger, Tenacity for Aaron Shiki. So despite the fact that we thought Azura will be playing the weak side, it seems he wants to actually win out on this matchup.
Yeah, 1v1 as well up top with Aaron Shiki. The Master Assassin can come to play, and now Witty in the bush hiding. Ray might get caught here.
Yeah, finds this done, but that will be it.
Yeah, Fabian pops the fracture, unable to really get and lock Ray in place because, again, with the Finch Poise, you can move freely. The lockdown from Team Liquid ID, that will be the question. Who becomes the heavy initiator?
For TLID?
Yeah.
Heavy initiator, they don't really have a heavy initiator, right? They kind of have like an initiate together strategy. The initiation will be not as much like a big CC ability, but more of just
charging
glorious pathway, charge forward. The cavalry!
The cavalry.
Playing towards their name, I see, with the horse. Without level 4, though, it will definitely be a big problem. And Chorizo on the Terizla, as oppressive as ever. Already level 4, advantage to Dewa.
Uh-oh, no level 4s for Witty and for Aran, but Aran recently got level 4, so did Yehezkiel. So RWM ready, and this Turtle Dance, they want to try to get their hands on this.
And health-wise here, Dewa United, they are the ones who are more ready. Around though, pops the Demonic Force onto his Moeza. Now Weedy looking for the stun. Real-world relation here onto a Hijuma. Yehezkiel finds the turtle. Vado will find first blood. Weedy now looking like a juicy target, but in the backside. It is actually Aran finding, equalizing on the kill. Moeza in trouble with the Yehezkiel on him, but technically the top lane is Azura. Forced to use the flicker as Aaron pops the Shaman Force.
Team Liquid ID, they win the trade. I do assume that's so, because they got the turtle and also the flicker up top against Azura. Now, talent prediction by the new application, Go Pay. Only Omuwawa this time around. The Elder speaks that Dewa United will become the victors.
We'll see. So far, they've been able to trade it out. They got Fabian for the turtle, but it is a kill over to Oran, who is going to be a problem for Ray as we get towards the mid-game. Still, though, I feel like... Oh, Weza!
Oh, but I'm offended. Finds one! Ray finds the kill onto his Yehezkiel. Tempest to play defensively. That's a huge win for Dewa United.
Great answer. Yehezkiel with the flicker. Unable to get out of the Frigid Glacier, and it just goes to show you how experienced Hijuma is, placing that Frigid Glacier in a really, really good spot. Anyways, back again, Dewa. The reason they weren't really able to fully contest that turtle was because Ray didn't have the purple buff. He went for the orange buff into the purple buff pathing, so he tried to just utilize the purple buff taken second, or taken a bit late, to try to contest the turtle. But TLID, that's why they staggered the turtle, basically. They started up, reset it, and then started it up again. Waited for the Ling to lose out on that purple buff before they decided to go all in. And that has given Fabian actually a bit of a lead. Steal.
1v1 almost happened.
Yeah.
Wow.
But still, it's okay. I mean, for Fabian.
And Fabian didn't retreat. That's what's impressive. It was Ray who retreated. The panic. Now, with him using the retreat, it definitely sets up for TLID to go for an invade. If they can take the purple buff, but it seems they're actually going to be more interested in the turtle.
Yeah, they will pull the trigger this time around. I don't know if they will prolong this, but Chorizo is in the area, has the penalty zone, has that initiation tool. Aaron Chicky also invited to this fight. Iran engages forward, flickers, or rather jumps.
Yeah, Iran with the Dynamic Force here, now with the Witty spilling the black side, and Chorizo stuck. Immobilized, take him down. Ray though will find the mute again. Ray, Tribution in full effect. Dynamic Force will be cancelled out with the I'm offended by Mueza. TLID will not find another kill, but TLID, even though they lost the nuke, they have the map control.
They were trying to force the issue because Ray did not have his retribution up, but it was up in time. And prolonging that fight, they have been Demonic Force against Azura. Azura might win this.
Oh my god, the damage is there, and it's enough. Iran will back away.
Good discipline. Iran still had the vengeance. Oh! Doesn't matter!
The flicker. Miscalculate the flicker. In the bottom side, they're looking for the cross map play. Chorizo stunned up. Counter Force invested as well.
Wow.
Penalty zone trying to clear, trying to buy time. Oweedy walked low, but he falls. But that will be them defending the bottom side of the map. Here's by Pops. Ray is thwarting, charging the backside. Aaron Chicky falls. Oweedy should fall next, but no. He's a horsey. He's fine.
Oh, they have been so proactive and trying to respond to the engages from Dewa United. Team Liquid ID, they punish Chorizo after losing Iran up top. But still, it took so long to kill Chorizo, buying enough time for Dewa United to come through.
Great usage of, the pockets of vision there, going back and forth in the bush so that Ray can't land the Defiant Blade on him. Still, it's a win for Dewa. Unfortunately for TLID, when they went in on Chorizo, Aaron Chicky didn't have enough mana, so he popped in his Zaman Force, got like 2 Chrono Dashes in, a Synchro Fission, and that's it. Iran pulled back.
And offended has been used up. TLID here will not engage on towards a big fight. They just want to clear 15 seconds on towards the last hurdle of the spawn. Let's see which team will get that one.
Still 50-50 at this point of the game. There's no real full advantage. Even though they will have 1,000 gold lead, in the skirmishes, it is 50-50. It comes down to the execution. In terms of objectives, though, at least TLID are at a disadvantage. Dewa took the turret up top, and now they can send Ray to clear up to split push. So TLID needs to be decisive. If they want to contest the turtle, if they want to take it, they got to take it now, or they're going to have to send someone to match up top, and that will give Dewa the advantage to go for turtle.
The turtle, of course, contested. No, Dewa, they have all 5 players here. As Fabian is so far away, this could be a free turtle for Dewa United.
Now they might fight this though. Gur's pathway will be used up. Turtle falls forward the side of lane. Now Wizza, first one to fall. Iran, Demonic Force. So nuisance there on towards the side of Dewa United. 2 members falls as well. That's TLID losing the newt, but winning the fight.
Practically a 4v5. Fabian wasn't here, 1v1.
Assassin v Assassin. Fabian and Ray just says hello.
Unintentional reset from Dewa, and that costed them the fight. If you guys didn't notice, the turtle was already at half HP, but then it was pulled out of range. That gave TLID an opportunity to go for the fight, because if Dewa had just cleared it up, didn't reset it, that would have been a take, clean, and then a disengage. The only reason TLID were able to catch up was because that turtle was reset. And again, that was the advantage for Dewa. Fabian was the one set up top. There was no contest possible. This goes to show you the presence of Witty and Aran. They are 2 unkillable front lines. With the Vengeance, with the Revitalize, a bit too much for now. Dewa need to be careful as we get towards the later stage. The mid-game power spike will definitely be a big problem. And now we see why the Eve can be great. Dewa can't dive. If they do, they can't ignore Aran and Witty. Usually you would try to ignore the frontliners. The thing is, both Witty and Aran can deal a lot of damage. It's very surprising, their damage.
Yeah, 006 for Witty as the roamer of TLID. Donning that force as well has been so significant with a high loss, with the glorious pathway that has been able to open up pathways for Team Liquid ID to charge forth towards Dewa United. But at least for Dewa, they have a pushing far lane up top. Just inviting Aaron Chicky to address this far lane. Down bottom though, it's on pressure for Team Liquid ID, so it's still good. And now the Lord respawning, or rather spawning this time. This will be contested, I feel like, because they corral together towards this Lord Favian, starting it.
As long as TLID are decisive, they should be able to use this strength of theirs in the mid-game. It's all about committing into team fights. But for Dewa, it's all about actually waiting for the right moment. They can play the macro game really well. Mobility favors them with the Ling, and that's what they're doing. Clearing out bot constantly. The minions will be chunking down this tier 2, and remember, this builds up. The fact that TLID are grouping up together in the mid lane, they're forced to share gold and XP. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, as it continues to push, those are waves that TLID will constantly be losing as well. XP and gold. Dewa.
Ray stunned up here. Has to go down. And has to take damage as well. Roundup. The demonic force on towards Torizo, who will not be able to sustain the damage now. Lord for Fabian Tempest. The blade used up. Aaron Cheeky falls. Azura finds a double. Looking for the triple. Fabian in trouble. Seems like they will not be able to close the gap. Azura with the 2K.
I almost thought that could be a window where Azura might get the Savage with a triple kill. I understand Team Liquid ID popped the glorious pathway and they were charging for it into Dewa United. They wanted to zone out. The players of Dewa United did not go close into the Lord, and Favian got it for free, but they had to trade 3 kills in that regard.
You know, I think Azura made a mistake there. He should be able to chase Favian if he stayed in the Lycan form.
Yeah.
He decided to go human form, or as I like to call it, gun form. Because he holds a gun, he loses it, so it has to be a transformation to something. TLID.
Damage is there for Iran. Iran will not be able to sustain the damage. Lord taken care of. TLID will not be able to use the Lord. And the Lord isn't really relevant.
Yeah. Negative Lord usage there. I guess the goal advantage also doesn't swing for them. At this time, it's in the hands of Dewa United. Mid lane turret still standing strong for Dewa, as they might try to just knock it away. But again, side lane pressure this time around will be the name of the game, because for Dewa, they have Ray, who can really address the side lane pressure with the Finch Poise and moving so fast. For Favian, he does have that mobility as well with a Gauge, but again, Ray will always be faster than the Nolan.
And he'll always be better at duels. In a pure 1v1, it should be a win for Ray, unless Favian somehow is able to bait out the Tempest of Blades by Ray, but that'll be a kind of a mistake from Ray if he does use the Tempest of Blades early and it gets baited out. This is why TLID have actually tried to just be decisive around these skirmishes instead of matching someone, sending someone to match in the gold lane, or sorry, in the bottom side. Retreat, Fabian gets it. Ray,
Tempest of Blade defensively, just to get out of that potential skirmish. Going to mid lane. Glorious pathway pops as well. Flicker from both players. Hijume try to escape. Real world relation actually triggers a passive Hijume and kill him down. It's gonna Dewa United here with Mueza flickering out. TLID stabilizing in minute 12.
The initial problem I can identify is the fact that there is actually an anti-push coming in from Dewa with the Frigid Glacier. If they do pop up the Glorious Pathway, the Frigid Glacier kind of just pushes them away. Ray looking to get Favian. He was hiding in the bush, looking for an assassination, but doesn't quite get it.
Wow. Well played to both, man. Mueza, an ambitious I'm offended earlier. He tried to catch his kills as he left his real world manipulation. He was trying to time it, but he ends up having a flicker witty. Trying to steal a purple ball.
Oh, quite low, gets taken down. Now it's going to be Rizzo soaking damage. Good freeze! That will be the game changer as Ray picks up the double, looking for the 3K! Does not find it as Favian. This time finds the shutdown. Azura, he's on a hunt. Last time he didn't get it. This time he still wants it. Will it be enough? No, he read it wrong.
The assassin becomes assassinated. Thankfully, Azura doesn't want to push the issue any further. And you can take a look at the control Dewa United have. Once Team Liquid ID charge forth, they have the Frigid Glacier, the Frosty Breeze to peel away the players of Team Liquid ID. But that was such an insane turntable coming in from Favian with the assassination towards Ray.
And that was just incredibly well played by Favian, right? He noticed that everybody was just going to be comboed in by that Frigid Glacier. Well played to Dewa for finding that team fight, but man, Favian got that outplay. A big shutdown. That was a 6-kill bounty he got in TLID. Now WinterCon for Favian, they can go for the fight.
See here, oh, good steal. Azura, though, will secure that Lord. Tempest Blade, Ray quite low, almost caught there. A little too close for comfort, but TLID, they did not manage to find a compensation.
I don't know how Azura got that Lord, but man, that's amazing for Dewa. The fact that they got the Lord, they stayed decisive. They knew that Fabian was going to be late to the turtle, or to the Lord pit. So they decided to just burst it down. That was a gamble they played with. They came out on top. Glad we get to see the replay here. Presented to you by our official tournament smartphone. This was the fight. Witty tried to walk out. They got the purple buff. It would have been value, but unfortunately Ray was still consistent with the retribution. Then they just collapsed. A bit too greedy from Ray though, but I understand. That should have been a win. It was just one pixel away from getting Fabian down, and Fabian was able to just utilize a small margin of error to outplay the situation. Still though, for Dewa, against a Yves, a Harith, and two big frontliners, two beefy boys, you're not going to be able to actually force the siege. Okay, I thought the Lord was going to charge there for a second. That would have been value. Still, 11-11, 50-50 game.
Yeah, again, a game of chess this time for Team Liquid ID. Dewa United. It's going to be very, very much on the edge of their seats. They're able to get the Lord and not the passive of the turret though. But at least for the far lanes, they have full control of that as well. Fabian always going to address the far lane pressure. But again, Ray does kind of outpaces him in that regard. So it's going to be a game of ping pong. When the wave kind of collapses, it's going to push back towards Dewa United. And then Dewa United, through Ray, can kind of just push it back again towards Team Liquid ID. So of course, gotta peel your eyes for that side lanes that can always be pressured. And now the timers, of course, still 70 seconds on the Lord. Not much of an action going on for both teams. But Hijume, of course, eyed by Widdy. Widdy might open the glorious pathway here as they prepare to defend the purple buff. Who gets it?
Still, the Ling, Ray still gets it.
Okay.
With the retribution.
The retribution as well. So yeah, they also kind of prepare the concealed play from Weza. Gonna get the pull. And as we take a look at the levels now, of course, damage dealt by Hijume, 54k. A big damage compared to Yehezkiel's 45, so that's like a 10k damage difference. And this kind of goes to show how valued this Aurora is in the lineup, because Team Liquid ID, again, their game plan is to charge forth, is to just ram through the players of Dewa United. Again, Team Liquid ID, they kind of have to deal with the Frigid Glacier as well. The zoning from Dewa United is insane because they have the Frigid Glacier, they also have the penalty zone. If you do charge forth, then they kind of have to think about the AoE damage.
Oh, it's going to be the conceal here, Pops. Glorious Pathway used as well. Let's see here, Iran and Yehezkiel dealing damage towards Moise at the backside. Is actually Torizo taking a lot of damage by Aaron Cheeky. With a ground pound, but Yehezkiel gets taken down first. It's going to be a trade DSG for the mid, but Tempest the Blade, oh good juice. Aaron Cheeky, he's a smooth operator. Azura now forced to use the flicker. Fabian, he assassinated Azura. And now Hijume finds a freeze. Fabian buys the immortality. TLID, they made it 3-for-1.
They might push for the base now. Is there enough time to end this? I do think there is a window frame where they can. They might try this.
Let's say TLID, can they close it out all the minions just in time to push out? But TLID, they know that they have the agenda. Then their next agenda is going to be the lore here, spawned in the Land of Dawn.
What a great game, man. Back and forth all the way. And even here, 2,000 gold lead at the 18-minute. Ray, you've got to be consistent, stunned up.
Oh, good steal, good stun. Energy quite low without the purple, and the Lord will comfortably go to the hands of TLID.
Good zone. Ray had to pop the Tempest of Blades, and he was in a dire situation as well, low HP. And that is going for free towards the hands of Team Liquid ID.
High-stakes situation at this point of the game. Dewa United need to utilize Ray in the side lane, and then 4 of them need to defend. And I gotta be honest with you, this is not a good wave clear composition. Their team fight comp and TLID are in their base.
First pathway used. Good stun roll. Take a look at the burst damage. Wheelward revelation. It's huge. Now on the backside, Ray trying to peel off Yehezkiel. But no, Aaron Cheeky, Shaman forcing his way to multiple kills as well. He finds Ray. Fabian finds the baser. Oh, they're low. They're not very healthy. Hijume trying to find the kill. Azura will be able to find the clear. Now the mid. TLID, they will not force this, and they might actually wait it out.
That was insane. Fabian popped the fracture, trying to pop the immortality of Azura, but Azura got the Lycan bounce in time, making him invulnerable. Fabian might look for an assassination. No, just trying to clear out the wave and possibly exert even more pressure. They are almost naked with the top side turret down to like 10 HP.
I don't know if you guys saw that there, man. Azura, Lycan bounce to dodge the fracture.
Yeah.
That could have actually killed him. I don't know if that was intentional, but man, that was sure as hell impressive. Azura, Rose Gold Meteor, will be able to handle a bit of that damage coming in from Aaron and Yehezkiel now. To be honest, also, Aran. Aran still with the War Axe, actually. This build, really playing for the Queen's Wings. This is an attempt at the purple buff. They won't greed it out. They know how dangerous it is to actually walk out in these small pits. Choke points for Dewa to get the fight. 2 base turrets means that at least now, TLID have denied Dewa the opportunity to use what they've been able to utilize in the last few team fights, which is Ray with his mobility. Clearing out the side lanes, getting them an advantage, and then having an advantage in the neutral objective. Now TLID should have that with both mid and bot constantly pushing. They should be able to actually manage the wave up top, though again, it would have been great for TLID. Best possible condition would be for the far lane turret to be taken down. That seems to be the only turret that is left standing. So I'm not too sure. Oh, Weza!
Quicker, I'm offended. It seems like they will commit this fight. Good airborne. Real World Collision will zone the members of Dewa United. TLID! They will isolate Sorizo, and he will fall. 20 seconds to the Lord. TLID, they will not force a fight. They know they're man up.
Oof, Winter Crown right in time for Fabian. He dodges the initiation and also that penalty zone. He gets out unscathed, and they lose Sorizo, their main initiator.
Fabian is so clean with it, man. That Winter Crown bias. He gets caught by the I'm offended, and then the follow-up from everyone on TLID. Now it's a free Lord. There's no chance Dewa decide to actually go for it. And remember, they've already gotten 2 base turrets. They can slow push that and now conceal. Purple buff is up. Worst timing for Dewa.
Ray is in that bush though. Oh, Yehezkiel spots it. Oh, very good awareness by Yehezkiel.
They can chase. No purple buff.
Oh my goodness. Ray gets bullied.
Okay.
And they won't really spot him out. Recalling. And this has become bad to worse for Dewa United. Far lanes pushing in the hands of Team Liquid ID. Again, just one more turret to kind of nullify that global presence that Ray has. GDS and also Sea Halberd for Azura and both Ray. Kind of looking for that cooldown reduction as well. And for Azura, it's a hand-eye heal that he has to deal with towards the Phoveus, towards the high loss. And this final siege might happen soon.
First halfway popped. Look at the backside here. Oh, where's the immortality? Aaron Shiki joining the fight as well. It's going to be one member taken out as well as Orizo. Ray taken out by Aaron Shiki, who claims a double. He is Aaron Shiki. He is Iron Man. Now, will they make the defense? I don't think so. TLID. They strike first in this best of 3.
Team Liquid ID with the force. They do charge forth. The cavalry stomps on the gods as they take game number 1. And what was a close and fun game.
Wow. That was fun. That was a good match right there. A good game. I really hope we get to see that all across the board for the matches here. I think this, the last 2 matches have gone all 3 games. I really want to see 3 games of this. This was amazing, man. The Nolan into the lane. Oh, just well played, Fabian. That immortality and then Winter Crown by as well as he loses that immortality. But then, the way that they utilize the Lord too. You would expect TLID to actually just play it slow, push out the side waves first and then get all the waves together, but they decide, you know what? Hey, enemy team is a team fight composition anyways. They aren't able to fully defend this. They need to go for a fight. So if we have our front line just tank the Clergy Glacier, force that out, it's over. Aaron will be able to stay alive in the back. Zaman Force, like you said, Gani, free hitting. Iron Man actually died in the movie, so he didn't die. But he did win them the game, right?
Plot armor.
Plot armor.
He has the plot armor.
Iron Man will not die. Exactly. Let's take a look at this again. Fabian, again, the great timing to go in. Already has the immortality here, so doesn't even care. Aaron walks up at the very end. When Hijime has already, his resources have been baited out. Again, as long as they get the Frigid Glacier, as long as Witty and Aran walk up, Aaron is free. Aaron Man. And Aaron Man does whatever Aaron Man wants to do. It's like that movie when he flicks, or you know, when he snaps his fingers and he says, I am Aaron Man. Aaron Man it is. Then he Aaron all over the place.
Yeah, they were done and dusted, basically. They were united, gone. And of course, it was an interesting and amazing showcase by the rookies. Witty, again, just enabling the team to charge forth. Aaron Shiki, again, being the ever so trusted DPS, just hitting in the back line, free hitting. And Fabian, this guy, a lot of insane moments happen. You know, his Nolan was kind of struggling. We talked about how he would straight out lose in 1v1 against Ray, especially when the Ling against Nolan does meet and they have to fight hand-in-hand mano a mano. Of course, Ray will become the mano. But for the Nolan, he doesn't really care. He has his teammate behind him. So the Nolan was then able to come back to the game.
It wasn't a very clean, direct game here for both teams, but Dewa United, towards the end, it was very hard for them to find the momentum. Feels like here was the only time that they can turn the game around, but of course Fabian, what a guy, man.
What a guy. Look at him. Look at him. Just styling there. The confidence of this guy, man.
He's not like a rookie, man.
Look at his poses and look at the way he was playing. He's so confident all the time and definitely not a rookie. Like, he doesn't feel like a rookie, but ladies and gentlemen, he is a rookie. For some reason, TL have just been on fire with the rookies. Last season, it was Gugun. Now we got this guy. And Aaron at the same time. Witty.
And Yaskill.
Yaskill's not a rookie.
And Yawi.
He's a sophomore.
Yawi's not a rookie.
I am.
Aaron's a sophomore.
Yeah. Yaskill and Aaron and winner crown by the end there, you know. It was just really, really good. Let's take a look at this game again, because like you said, Gani, it was not clean to just one. It wasn't a dominant game from TL. It wasn't a dominant game from Dewa. It was close. And in the first team fight, it was well played by Dewa United. The fact that they were able to get the neutral objective, but then TLID kept on fighting. They utilized Aran, who can continuously chase with the Infernal Pursuit to force out a lot of these abilities. And then after that, we got to see again. Dewa United win out the neutral objective game, but this was the moment where if we could actually replay it a bit longer, they unfortunately unintentionally reset the turtle. It was at half HP, it got resetted, and that gave the opportunity for TLID to actually just march forward. And Dewa had to use some of the resources for the neutral objective. That gave him the win. This was the outplay from Fabian, just a pixel away from dying there. If Ray got lethal ignition, that would have been a death. Then the winner crowns into the immortality. Ooh, and he survives this too. He didn't lose the immortality. And last but not least, this is Witty. Look at him, walking forward, baiting out, or trying to force out that Frigid Glacier. In the end, oh, this was the first Lord. My bad. This was not the one with the Frigid Glacier. Again, they played this really well too. Again, as long as Witty and Aran are the ones to go in first, then Aaron, Shiki, Fabian, and Yeskiel are going to have a field day. This is the moment. There you go. Witty and Aran walking up. Only both of them, the two frontliners, got hit by the Frigid Glacier. This is why for Dewa, their window to actually end the game, their window to take over should be mid-game. 15 minutes, like I would say 12 to 16 maybe, 12 to 18 would be the window if we want to stretch it. After 18 minutes, it's TLID's game to win. If we're talking about the 50-50 scenarios, yeah? Because the composition can't really deal with Aran and Witty in the late game. Who's there to actually melt them down? It's a Roger, Ling, Teresa. This is a team fight comp built to combo in, built to go for squishies. This is not a comp that can burst down. Witty with the Revitalize, Hylos, and obviously Phovius, Aran with the Vengeance. And look at his build. Radiant Armor, Immortality, Dreadnought Armor. Wow, well played too. Getting the component there to take less damage from the Defiant Blades. And that was actually the build that Ray went for. He didn't go for like the attack speed build that we see a lot of Lings go for. It is the Endless, Berserker's Fury, BOD, Nelfic, Coscloss just to, you know, get a bit more sustain. That's why the Dreadnought Armor plays a big part of how they were able to tank up so much. Witty in the end, Athena Shield, Dominance Ice, he already has enough base HP. He goes for the Queen's Wings too, and you can see that damage taken. We don't even need to talk about it. It's there, 162,000. Wow.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. And Fabian, this is a 22-minute game. He's a jungler. 903 GPM is impressive.
It is. And taking into account as well the fact that Fabian was mostly bullied in the first few minutes of the game by Ray, and how the Ling was so elusive, it was hard to catch the Ling, and the Dolan did not really function that well. But come the mid to late game, he was showing his prowess as well with the Nolan. So bagging that rich guy with the high GPM with Nolan, and yeah, I kinda believe that Dewa had some sort of counterplay towards this charging comp of Team Liquid ID, because I mentioned it time and time again. They have so much zoning utilities, like the AoE from the Frigid Glacier, that kind of stops when you do pop the Glorious Pathway. You can really freeze them in place, and that happened multiple times in the jungle. But again, like what Mirko mentioned, who is going to burst down that Phoveus, an angry demon, and also Hylos, a heavenly horse,
a unicorn, centaur type
tree,
Pegasus.
Tree. I still don't get that, man. I still don't see the tree. Do
Yeah,
you guys see Hylos as a tree? Am I living in like a different world to you guys?
Well,
if you know, you know.
Well, okay. Here's the deal.
Huh. This lore?
Where does a horse stay at? A field. What do you see at a field? Trees.
I would say stables, but yeah, field.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean that's kind of like domesticated horses.
Okay. So
Wild
we're talking
horses.
about wild horses.
Yeah, wild horses.
He seems pretty civil to me. You know, he's a centaur. He isn't really, a wild horse.
Yeah. And he's dressed pretty well as well.
Yeah, he's got like a armor.
Yeah.
Anyways. And the big swing happened in that game from Fabian getting the shutdown. That was a 6-kill bounty that he got when he outplayed Ray. When after the big fight around the purple buff when they tried to steal and they all got caught by the Frigid Glacier. If that didn't happen, I feel like that would have been the window for Dewa United to take control of the game. Maybe for Ray, it's hard to say because that was just a pixel away from getting Fabian. He was a pixel away from getting Fabian. That could have been a big play that sent them to win the game even faster. But had he just not taken that, that would have also been an opportunity for Dewa. It just comes down to these very little micro mistakes, and it's nitpicking at that point because it's not really a mistake. It was just Fabian outplaying him.
Yeah, it's a game of inches at this point. I mean, that little detail as well, the fracture and then the Lycan Pounds kind of, becomes invulnerable, and then Azura dodges it, not popping his immortality. So yeah, a lot of things happening between the rookies. It feels like the rookies are getting more and more competitive. It's insane.
Devil are in the details, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you need to see and, I guess, adjust for the next game here, especially for Dewa United, and maybe you will go in for a surprise as well.
Yeah. You know what's the surprise?
What?
The skins.
Oh,
of course.
Oh my God.
The Independence Day skins, of course.
About
It has
Kadena one?
it has passed. The 17th of August. It is our Independence Day, Merdeka, what we say here. And Kadita Agustusan was also there to get the emotes. And also a free skin that you can really acquire in the 17th of August. You can scan the QR code right here. Still running from 16th of August into the 29th of August. So check it out. Discounts as well out there. And also free trials for most heroes and also the skins that are available in the MLBB client in-game. And now back to the game. Talking about Team Liquid and also Dewa United. How will they be able to approach the next game? I mean, what do they need to fix? I mean, that draft, again, like you said, it's not built to kind of beat up the beefy boys. It's built to beat up the squishies.
Yeah. I think a good way to actually adjust would be, instead of the Roger, they could have gone for something like a carry even. Because the carry, you won't have as much pressure as you did with the Roger in the lane against Harith, because the Roger was already losing in the lane, but still the carry would offer an actual answer toward a high loss, right? You can actually deal a lot of damage, but even if you don't want to do that, Cerezo plays the CC. The thing is, when you've already gotten the Ling, you need someone like a Terizla. That's the problem. And TLID just outsmarted them.
You also need silky smooth hair. Jungler hair.
Hey,
Jungler hair. Jungler hair.
CIDB and of course Head and Shoulders. Guys, by the way, it's for boys and girls, alright? Yeah. You saw how Faiz earlier used that shampoo.
Bro,
exactly.
That's step one.
It was oozing in my hands.
That's step one. Later on, you do step two. Okay?
We do have part 2 coming up soon. And Mirko is gonna pour it all over my head.
Oh, man.
If the ad-libs do come.
Oh.
And we gotta do it.
That's Bellin, by the way.
That's Bellin.
Bellin.
Big fan of Bellin.
I love.
Likewise, man.
I've been, Bellin.
I mean, he has
wonder
that
why he changed to Bellin, right? Like, what's wrong with Erpang?
intelligent
I love
Bellin there,
Erpang.
right?
Erpang is kind of like a localized name.
Yeah,
Erpang. It's like the name we always give to our friends when we hang out. In Indonesia, we have what we call tongkrongan.
Yeah.
It's basically when we meet up our friends. And Erpang is a name that is kind of close. But
What's
now,
your tongkrongan name, Faiz?
my tongkrongan is tongkrongan pemuda. I don't really have a tongkrongan, to be honest.
Okay.
I'm always in my room just gaming.
Hey, that's a vibe. That's a vibe. Yeah, that's a W right there.
But we do have what we call an antidepresso.
Oh, what is that?
It's like a tongkrongan, but online in Discord.
Okay. Well, you guys can join the Kadia Discord, I believe.
Yeah,
Faiz
as well.
realizes there, but okay, let's talk about what they should do, right? The carry pick would have been great. I think over the Roger, yes, you will lose a whole lot of the kill pressure in the mid game, but at least in the late game you have insurance, right? You have a way to deal with the high loss. The thing about the carry that makes it tough to utilize still is the Phobius. Right. That's the problem. When Phobius gets low on the Roger, you can actually still get rid of him, even if he pops Vengeance. Meanwhile, for carry, you're going to take a little bit of damage while you do it, right? That's the whole point of the pick. So I think the best way right now would just be to take the alter ego route, which is ban out the high loss. Ban it out. It's okay. Or pick it up yourself. We know that Mueza has played it. We know that Cerezo can play it too.
Yeah. They were the ones who actually picked high loss first in MPL ID Season 14. But talking about the carry pick though, my concern would be the range. I mean, if you do have the high loss charging into you, the Phobius as well, how do you kind of deal and work around the range?
You already have peel options there. You have an Aurora, you have Ruby and Terizla, right? So it isn't like you were just there alone to take the horse, a magic cat, an assassin, and a demon purple guy with a demon purple lady.
A demon purple lantern as well, behind his very arms. And now the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone.
What's your command?
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. Already banning out the Zeusin, the Zask, and also the Fanny. They don't want to give it out to Fabian. But to be honest, when Fabian was also impressive with the Fanny, he actually lost that game against EVOS Glory, so still respecting it. The hands of Dewa United now. Team Liquid ID, Chip, and Valentina taken out.
What will be the priority here for Dewa United again? Will it be the Roger, or will it change? No.
I think it still has to be the Ling.
Yeah.
I mean, Ray is really good on it. I don't think you want to give it over to TLID. Yes, you have that flex potential on the Roger, but it seems like TLID don't care, because if they get the Ling, they're going to go Harith. It's going to be Ling Harith if you go for Roger.
My mission is to protect
I lost
wow, TLID think ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
So they ban out the high loss. I think, sure, then, again, for Dewa, big problem for their comp was the high loss. They can go for the same thing. Again, Ling, I feel.
You're right. Of course, the high loss taken out. Going with the alter ego route, and there you go. It is going to be Ling, taken by Ray.
Okay.
And of course, it's actually Team Liquid ID denying that high loss pick. They don't want to give it to Cerezo or Mueza.
They can go Roger Edith. They can go Roger Ruby. I think those two options are great. They can even go Harith still if they really like the Harith. They go for the Edith instead and the Edith. Okay, so Harith-Edith combination, no Roger. Man, TLID don't like Roger, huh? 2 chances they got this game and last game.
Yeah, they're a horse, not a wolf after all, so they don't really want to get that wolf in their cavalry. And the Nolan again. Wow. They pick it up. We talked about how the Nolan would straight out lose against the Ling in a 1v1, but again, I think Fabian has been... He has shown aptitude with the Nolan as well.
Yeah. 1v1 duel, right? Knowing that both have the same amount of resources.
Yeah.
If the Ling just jumps into the Nolan, it should actually be a Nolan win without the Tempest of Blades. And when it comes to clear, we saw that earlier, that the Nolan has an advantage. Now things have changed. Nolan still has an advantage when it comes to just clear alone against the Ling, but the Ling has a Jawhead now.
Yeah.
So Dewa have built on that. They saw the weakness in game number 1. They saw the mistake of not going for Jawhead in the first phase. Now though, TLID know that they're very squishy. Dewa United. It's Ling, Aurora, and Jawhead. They're going to get rid of the Terizla next. That's a Phobius respect, knowing that TLID can pick it up before Dewa. Because I think for Dewa, they can actually pick it up themselves too. The thing is, TLID on red side, they have first pick in the second phase. Now TLID, another
tanky hero.
Tanky hero. They can set up. I think they can honestly ban out the Thamas here, right?
Oh.
What do you think about that? Cerezo, actually, the thing is, Cerezo's never played the Thamas. I don't remember him playing the Thamas at all, so maybe just Arlet.
Yeah, Arlet.
Another setup hero. They've already dealt with the Edith, right? I think of Terizla, Edith, Arlet when I think Cerezo.
True.
Interesting. Arlet as well has not shown any popularity today. Not being picked that much as well. He was picked up by Super Luke earlier today after that Bigatron loss against Geekfam. And now they will pick, or rather scrape out the Moskov option. So they gotta really go for a lane that can stabilize this pressure from the Harith. Maybe the Roger comes to mind if you want to pick it up in that goal lane. Especially a Roger against a Nolan, or rather against a Harith, does kind of survive as they wait for their items late game.
Okay. They need crowd control here again. Sure, you have the Edith here. I think both teams, they want a hero that can crowd control. So I don't mind TLID to go Kufra here, right? Again, a good hero goes up against the lane, bouncing ball, need a catch potential as well. So
yeah,
you might see a Kufra here in the hands of Weedy.
Your team
I think they can last pick it though. I was thinking, you know,
to live is to trick.
Valentina, but it was banned out already up against the Aurora here. So they go for the Faramis, which is a solid answer. There's no Valentina to counter it. There's no extra Netherrealm for Dewa. So they decide to flex the Edith all the way to the end. Yeah, I can see a Kufra definitely, but we can also see just another XP. That's the Arlet we expected. If it wasn't banned out, it would have definitely been picked up. That's Cerezo. Last pick, gold lane, it's Roger.
Yeah, Roger Harith. A lane that you could kind of win out against. And now, the Witty, of course. What will he pick?
Now they can go Thamas, no? Like Aran can go Thamas. They can actually force out a lot of the early fights. A lot of pressure. They have Edith, but it will lack CC. And that's the only problem if you want to go for Thamas here. I think they might need more CC. If we're talking about CC, then Edith XP. Rome.
Yeah, Rome Kufra, Rome
Kufra, Grok,
Ruby.
Ruby. That's true. The Ruby has actually been left open. That is not something we usually see here.
Yeah, Ruby is still still available as well. Can flex the Ruby to the Rome area and then give Edith that XP lane in the hands of Aran. Again, control. But they will go for Cho.
Man!
Cho Rome it's supposed to be because Witty showed this Cho as well.
Yeah, this Cho Rome. I thought for a second it's going to be the Cho XP. Sanford style, you know? But, okay, we're going to see Cho Rome. It's sad I mean, I see the Cho, but I don't see Yaoi on the Cho. It's just an odd view.
It's a strange view, a strange experience as well, but at least there's someone to pass the torch onto. Yep, it's Witty with the Cho now.
And it's a target Ling.
Let's see. Let's try to zone out Ling, try to force the Purifies as well.
Yeah.
But no, I think no Purify is on the board except for Azura. So Hijime, he's gonna be confident in rocking that Flicker.
Yeah, that Flicker also enables him to play aggressively. And now, of course, we will see in Land of Dawn, will Team Liquid ID continue their positive trend? Or will Dewa United stop them right in their tracks? It is game number 2 of the last match of today. Dewa United Esports against Team Liquid ID.
Who will take it? Will it be Dewa United equalizing, or will it be the 5 Knights taking the clean sweep? Bring out your brews, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see and watch. Who will take game 2?
Check it out. Now, Fabian still clears out the purple buff faster, but look at the Jawhead already on the orange buff. And this time it's already a different path that Dewa has taken. A good adjustment from the last game. Last game, if you remember, it was on the same side and Ray decided to go for orange buff first into the purple buff. And TLID were able to utilize that to get an advantage over the first turtle. Dewa definitely wants Ray to have the purple buff now by the next turtle. So he decides to go purple to orange. And Fabian's already invading.
Invading quite early at the stage of the game, just trying to get that single jungle creep up top and just wanting to exert even more pressure now. Moeza shadowing as usual. Ray also counter jungles this time, invading into the area of the Fabian while Fabian is up top. So for Witty, of course, he will try to stop that, but no, he can't. Dewa They get away with the double buff now, and Ray might happen to collapse here. Yes, Kiel might be taken away, but the Shadow Stampede, that's what was in place.
Yeah. Good pull there. Weedy now being that, giving that constant pressure as well, but no first blood here for the first minute. They will wait for the turtle to spawn though.
Yeah, they're still playing it slow, very, very slow. Yeheskiel is just going to survive this lane because the value that this Feramis has is, of course, that second life when the team fight happens. Because again, Dewa does have a team fighting comp ready. The Arlet with the final slash, the Frigid Glacier as well, that can enable the players of Dewa to just cut through. But Widdy, so brave in trying to just invade this purple buff.
And he's trying to force out the retribution here, but it's actually Moeza with the flicker as well. Finds the ejector, really very low. Jirei will comfortably find the 200 gold. First blood goes to Ray.
And they weren't really able to bait out the red tree, right? It was just a bit more of a delay. Fabian doesn't get a massive advantage out of it, but he is a level ahead. Now, TLID are going to be setting up for the turtle. That's turtle number one. Run!
Oh, with the flicker, Earth Shatter there. Moeza, unstoppable force on towards the Yeheskiel, forced to use the Purify. Fabian with the jukes, finds the kill. He's low though, so Rizal pays it back. Now in the backside, Tempest of Blade Retribution finds Aran, and he might go for Yeheskiel, who has no spell. But now, 3 kills already on the board for Dewa United.
It took them too long to take down Moeza. And Moeza fought enough time to be able to just give the turtle back to Ray. And also Fagan, out of resources, gets taken down 1v1 up top.
Wow.
This is why, personally, I feel like I don't like going up against Arlet when I go Nolan. That's why I thought the Arlet was going to be banned down instead of the Moskov.
Yeah.
They've already set up for Hereth to win anyways, and you saw earlier, Sariza was just always able to follow through. You can dash as many times as you want, as long as the reset is on you. It's Fabian.
Unstoppable force. The Arlet and the Jawhead as well.
Yeah.
That's a nasty combination here that Fabian needs to experience. But Dewa United here, 1,000 gold first 4 minutes.
Yeah, a lot of catches as well. The Nolan does not benefit from the anti-CC it used to have in the Fracture. Now it does not give you that anti-CC, so of course the Arlet and the Jawhead will definitely have a field day.
Also, when it comes to the emblems, Aran, he actually decided to go for Quantum Charge. We've seen so many different emblems for Edith nowadays, you know? Warcry, Super Luke likes to go for the Warcry. Brave Smite, we saw that from Fluffy. It's just different styles all around. Warcry, you want to deal more damage in these skirmishes. You want to be a bit more of a carry. For Brave Smite, you're more of the tank. And for Aran on the QC, seems you just want to kite back. You want to have that additional movement speed to follow with the team into these team fights. So be more active on the map with the QC and also in the fights alone. Maybe a bit more, you know, back and forth instead of an all-in.
That QC, of course, does give him that extra surge of movement, but again, how are they going to access the backline of Dewa United when you have so much peel? Moeza is there, as well as Chorizo with the final slash. Total respawns, and there we go. We might be able to see the team fight happening sooner. Aaron Shiki kind of joins in that mid lane as well.
Yeah, so they decide to actually commit onto the neutral objective. This will leave the top lane super vulnerable, and Azura on the weak side, very comfortable, just go for it.
Yeah, he's getting free gold all over the place as they start the turtle. 1v1, a kick there.
We're dragging on towards one. Good freeze as well in the realm here. Try to save the members of TLID. Moeza falls. Now we're in Cheeky. My goodness, with the jukes as well. Rondo claims the double. Looking for the 3K. Zijume will be able to find space. Turtle will fall to the hands of TLID. That's them equalizing on the neutral objective.
Cross map happening. Azura getting the top side turret. And at least this time around, they can really exert more pressure in the side lanes. They're going to send Ray maybe to address that. And Aaron Shiki swap lanes on bottom. Yes, kill against Azura as well. Might get the kill here.
Oh, he's tanking the turret. Gets it. Ejector, unstoppable force though, will not be able to save Aaron Shiki's life. Now we have Dragon wrong side, but TLID, they will not be able to find a good team fight just yet.
I think they were able to find a good team fight on a turtle, right? Shout outs to them. Crazy gamble that they played. They used the strong side of the map, which is 8 on Shiki up against Azura to clear out the wave first and then rotate over to the turtle. Then they stayed decisive, went in. They got caught by a big Frigid Glacier, and Yehezkiel knew, as long as I stay alive, as long as I stay back, my whole team can be caught by that Frigid Glacier. It doesn't matter. I come in late to the Netherrealm to save the rest of the team and then to out-sustain Dewa United. They forced out the full cycle of Dewa's resources, and then they went for the fight again. Witty.
Oh, we're dragging on towards the roamer.
Oh,
good cancellation though, but the freeze comes through. Netherrealm will be popped. No Sorizo now in no man's land. Ray looking for some targets. Aaron Cheeky should fall. Oh my goodness. He falls in the hands of Sorizo, but Ray falls as well. 2 for 1. Sorizo now isolated. They were too focused on Aaron Shiki. Now they got 3 kills.
And Aaron Shiki was able to keep himself alive for the longest time he could. A trade happens there. But again, the Chorizo with the Arlet does pose such an immense threat, having that dive as well with the Vengeance and also the Final Slash.
Controlled chaos, man. We're getting glimpses of what, season 9 and 10. Aura. And it's in TLID. My lord, that was beautiful to watch. Aaron Shiki, great Purify to escape from the Tempest of Blades, and then just these micro battles across the mid lane that we saw.
Unstoppable Force. Pops prematurely. We have Dragon as well. Witty will pop that way of Dragon, but the turtle will go to the hands of Ray uncontested. Take a look at Fabian here. Trying to munch the jungles of Ray.
Yeah, same way that he played Nolan in game number 1. He hasn't been that much of a participant in the team fights. He will in some of the objective scenarios, but mostly when the fight like that happens, he would kind of farm up and across the map, getting the jungle camps, getting as well a push towards the side lanes. So I think this is one of the ways where Fabian can be more relevant, is to farm up the gold and to get his items as well.
And the pressure that TLID are exerting in this game has just been so impressive, right? You would expect for a lot of teams, when you go for the trade on the roamer for the turtle, it's never worth it. But they take that trade and then they go and look for more. Nolan was already positioned in the bottom lane, so they actually had no thought of actually contesting. They wanted to go for a trade at least, because no one was positioned in the bottom lane. Witty!
He finds Ray almost. He has to go back though, because Dewa United, they managed to dodge that threat.
Yeah. To finish my point, Fabian was already in the bottom lane, so we can actually push out that lane, stopping Ray from looking for a side lane push for more farm, golden XP, and after they got that kill on Mueza, they went up top to get a turret. So in the end, it actually became worth it for TLID, right? They got a turret there and a kill for a turtle. 2 for 1 it became. And then they got the position earlier that you saw because of the turret take. They shoved it in, and Witty was able to just get into the enemy jungle to look for a flank.
Bloodwings acquired as well defensively. It's going to be a harder game for Dewa United to play. Team look at ID, moving in unison, and Witty has been trying to get the flank angles, looking for the kicks here and there, but not much of a success he has found with the kicks, but at least his positioning just kind of proves that he has that killer instinct and trying to kick 1 or 2 members of Dewa United. Of course, he wants to kind of disable Ray in that process as Ray acquires that Has Claws. And this is going to be the Lord Dance again. Team look at ID, faster on that. Witty, the kick!
Oh, we're dragging on towards Torizo, and he is melted down. 5v4 now. Will TLID step and shift to another gear? Take a look at Ray here, repositioning in the bottom side. Does TLID... Are they aware of this? Oh, good. Earth Shatter Flicker. Mueza, same casualty now, right in the backside, looking for a Tempest of Blade. Netherrealm to buy time. Now the damage will not come through all, but Azura will finish the job. The Lord. Now TLID will secure the Lord with Iran, and Azura is isolated. 4 members is on him. And the Cavalry's final Azura.
Oh, fight or flight mode for Azura. The Cavalry catches the Lone Wolf. And Dewa United, they concede everything. And Ray will try to stabilize the side lane.
Incredible from TLID, the way they kept on using the Lord. Firstly, the setup, let's talk about that. They actually pushed in the top lane right as the Lord was spawning. This was before the Lord spawned. It was like 15 or 10 seconds before. So it sent Azura up top, therefore stopping Dewa from opening a lot of the map in towards the bottom lane. They had to play it safe without Azura around with them. With Azura being up top, they got that advantage. TLID straight away just went for the Lord, utilized that position to get a massive advantage. And then they committed onto it to till someone can get picked off. Witty proactively making the good play to find the pick over to Chorizo, and then right as you get Chorizo, you'd expect them to just go for the Lord instantly. No, they use the Lord to dance around again, to bait around again, and they were able to find Mueza after that.
Yeah.
Chain after chain, and then also when Ray decided to go in, Yehezkiel again just comes in with another realm, saves Fabian, baits it out. Witty dodges away from the final slash. This is really impressive stuff from TLID.
Impressive chain of events. Team Liquid ID, Holy Crystal acquired by Iron Shiki. It's going to be the power spike that he has been waiting for. The Hereth does deal a lot of damage. And now Dewa United, they might be able to just hold themselves up in the base. 3 lanes pushing all towards the base, but at least no Lord means no siege that Team Liquid ID can really conceive into the base.
I think they're fine with that. I mean, if we take a look at the items too, that's a BOD. The Fabian's building towards Mueza.
My goodness, the burst potential from TLID. TLID, they want to see Dewa United walk out that door. Baby, bye.
Oh, Mueza just gone. And now, of course, Team Liquid ID, they're just playing with their food at this point. Ray, again, being the global presence that Dewa United hopes him to be. Again, the Finch Boys and Ling, in and of itself, can really exert pressure in the far lanes. Fabian does sniff it away, and Ray will be forced to recall.
And we did hint at this Jawhead being very squishy. We mentioned first phase picks, all very squishy.
Yeah.
That's why when the Terizla ban went through, it put Dewa in a weird spot. They could still go for the Arlet. He's quite tanky, but definitely not as tanky as a Terizla. And who's there to face check now? It's Mueza on a very squishy Jawhead. And when you do that, especially up against this composition, you have 8 on Shiki. There's Fabian there. They can just kill you, pick you off. And now Ray, without purple buff, I'm not even sure if he can actually go into the side lane. Fabian has more ways to bait out. Never mind. Goes for Fracture onto the minions. He clears it out, and it seems he doesn't care about the duel. Ray will have to recall as well, and TLID just goes straight for the Lord. They know there's no purple buff yet for Dewa. They're going to force this. Going to bait out. If Dewa fight, TLID advantage. If Dewa don't fight, free Lord. Win-win for TLID. Forced error.
Ray is limping now. Another purple buff. But Team Liquid ID yet to pull the trigger. They're still holding this Lord and its tracks. And Dewa just sniff around in the shadows. Ray, he's just trying to scrape up what he can really get. And they start a Lord. This could be an important fight. Witty!
Oh, Bigger Jet couldn't go away of Dragon finds Chorizo again. It's a rinse and repeat, and he falls first again. TLID now with a man up. They should favor in that Lord take. Ray tempers to play defensively. And now Yehezkiel and friends, they are satisfied in taking down Mueza as well. The Lord falls for the TLID.
Oh, a glimpse of Yaoi right there with the kick. The flicker back, Witty. Such a good engage towards Chorizo. They get the Lord, Mueza, and Chorizo.
What a beautiful forced error. That was crisp, clean macro from TLID. Even crisper mechanics there. Like you said, glimpses of Yaoi. Witty on the Cho, performing, man. The forced error on the Lord was just so impressive, right? The fact that they went on it, they knew, hey, Dewa, you either fight here or you back away. Witty decides to go in right as they go for the Lord, and they get Chorizo. Like you said, the only member on Dewa who has the Purify is Azura. Everybody else is easy to pick off for TLID.
Forge marches in that mid-base shirt. It won't fall, Fabian. Oh my goodness, think of the damage on towards Mueza.
Oh.
That's huge damage. Now they can lock that base. It's wide open, ladies and gentlemen. The stun, the cancellation. Will it be enough? TLID. They secure the cleanest sweep. Bring out the brooms. Because the cavalries, they're having fun.
The Young Knights up in the horses. They steadfastly charge into Dewa United. Impressive game. Impressive match. And they're able to dominate this series 2-0. Dewa rendered immobile. What a showing from the young guns of the cavalry.
Some real impressive stuff here for a team that's technically only a week old. Man, the ceiling of this team potentially could be crazy, man. The micro was already there. Nothing surprising about the micro. We know how good they were even last week when they performed, when they debuted. But the macro improvement. Unnecessary moves? What? No unnecessary moves at all from Fabian here. No unnecessary moves from anyone. Yeah, Heskil also. What a clean game. Everyone performed. Everyone played so good. And I gotta give it to Heskil in game number 2, right? On that Faramis, really a make it or break it moment as well with the Faramis. Every single member played really well. The draft was phenomenal too. They had so many ways to answer different Dewa United strats. Forced Azura and the Roger again. Yeah. And let's take a look at this final push. This was the least impressive thing in this game for TLID, right? I mean, this was just basic, the fundamentals again, using the lore. They only use one wave, but again, it's the same problem for Dewa United. They're not a defending wave clear team. They're a team fight team. They can't defend that.
Yeah, want to hear what the Team Liquid players has to say. Stop on stage with Monica Cole.
Wow, the battle of next gen. Dan tentunya Tim Liquid Indonesia berhasil membuktikan bahwa mereka berhasil meneruskan win streak-nya. The Cavalry, mana suaranya untuk Tim Liquid? Wow, Aran, 3 kali win streak. Apa yang menjadi rahasia kalian setelah akhirnya mungkinkah ini line up yang udah ter-the best buat kalian? Win streak 3 kali loh ini. Udah dicek Fabian. Apa Aran?
Hari ini lebih spesial sih Cimon. Soalnya ada nenek aku sama sepupu aku lagi nonton juga.
Pantesan Aran semakin semangat ya hari ini.
Jadi lebih semangat hari ini.
Wah, boleh dong kasih pesan-pesan. Apa yang ingin disampaikan? Terima kasih mungkin udah hadir hari ini.
Ya, makasih Mbah udah sempetin hadir hari ini.
Wow, jadi ternyata memang bukan hanya kekompakan tim tapi juga support dari keluarga ya. Yang membuat juga mengantarkan kemenangan untuk tim Liquid Indonesia hari ini menjadi supporter untuk Aran dan juga tim. Tapi anyway, ini win streak 3 kali, luar biasa. Dan di samping Aran ada Fabian yang dari tadi ngeliatin apa tuh rahangnya ya. Coba liatin lagi. Fabian. Gimana sebagai sang jungler? Tadi kamu ketemunya sama Ray. Gimana ketemu Ray di Line of Dawn?
Gampang kena solo kill.
Langsung diteriakin nih ya. Tapi anyway, kamu juga selain ketemu Ray ya, ketemu juga Rookie of the Week yang pertama. Karena Fabian tuh Rookie of the Week di minggu kedua. Kamu ketemu kali ini sama Mueza. Tapi kalau menurut kamu ya, kalau misalnya kamu udah masuk dari week pertama, apakah Mueza akan tetap menjadi Rookie of the Week di minggu pertama?
Enggak, karena kan baru naik week 2. Kalau week 1 mungkin nih bisa-bisa aja.
Oh, jadi bisa-bisa aja ya. Jadi kalau misalnya week 1 mungkin Fabian juga?
Mungkin.
Bisa. Mungkin bisa. Tapi anyway 2 game langsung tidak diberikan poin sama sekali untuk Dewa United. Ini gimana ketemu Dewa United di Land of Dawn?
Biasa aja, gampang sih soalnya. Gampang?
Apa yang membuat gampang?
Nggak tahu, gampang aja kan 2-0.
Pokoknya kata Fabian gampang aja. Gampang. Tapi kalau kali ini juga ada Aaron Shiki. Langsung tangannya dipegang sama. Kenapa?
Jangan bahaya.
Kenapa Fabian? Kenapa tangannya dipegang?
Bahaya, jangan.
Kenapa?
Lagi dihukum.
Lagi dihukum? Bentar. Lagi dihukum kenapa? Aran coba jawab. Kenapa Fabian ngehukum Aaron Shiki nih? Kenapa?
Terlalu bahaya buat lawan besok.
Padahal mereka belum ngomong nih buat lawan besok. Karena anyway besok tim Liquid Indonesia bakalan ketemu sama RRQ. Wow.
Aku ada pesan langsung.
Langsung nih ada pesan. Coba apa Aran?
Siap-siap King Skylar di sekolahin Aaron Shiki.
Skylar siap-siap. Tapi nggak lengkap rasanya kalau yang nyampeinnya pesannya Aran. Boleh dong kita langsung dengar dari Aaron Shiki.
Maaf King Skylar tuh bercanda, serius bercanda. Gak ada itu bohong, dia bohong. Gua nggak ngomong gitu.
Nggak ngomong. Tapi kata Aran kayak gitu. Tapi anyway kalau ngomongin Skylar, salah satu juga kan ini veteran. Kalau kemarin juga Aaron Shiki udah ketemu veteran-veteran ya. Ada Brans, Matt juga. Tapi hari ini agak berbeda. Karena ketemunya sama rookie. Gimana rasanya ketemu sama kali ini sama Azura, rookie? Atau kamu expect-nya mau ketemunya sama Awat kali hari ini?
Mungkin gua rasa dia takut.
Tunggu, diperjelas. Maksudnya siapa yang takut?
Yang nggak main.
Oh yang nggak main. Tapi jadi kamu expect-nya siapa yang main sebenarnya hari ini?
Expect-nya tetap Azura karena mereka kemarin habis menang.
Tetap Azura karena kemarin habis menang jadi sesuai dengan ekspektasi Aaron Shiki. Dan bagaimana setelah ketemu veteran kemarin hari ini ketemu rookie? Sama-sama menyulitkan kamu kah? Atau gimana?
Jagoan rookie-nya.
Jagoan rookie-nya? Kan kamu belum ketemu Super Awat.
Udah pernah ketemu di turnamen selainnya.
Oh, oke. Nanti kita akan lihat di leg kedua apakah akan ketemu dengan Azura lagi atau Awat. Dan tentunya juga besok kembali lagi nih, kalau besok kan bakalan ketemu sama RRQ nih. Kalau Favian gimana? Kalau tadi kan kata Aran udah gak sabar nih ketemu RRQ karena Aaron Shiki mau nyekolahin Skylar. Kalau Favian gimana? Udah gak sabar besok ketemu RRQ karena apa tuh?
Gak karena apa-apa, ya karena pengen main aja. Lawan Sutsujin, si ganteng.
Lawan Sutsujin si ganteng. Kan Favian juga ganteng, mana rahangnya? Ya karena apakah kamu mungkin mau memecahkan rekornya Sutsujin? Karena fun fact-nya Sutsujin juga sampai dengan week ketiga kali ini satu-satunya yang mendapatkan Savage.
Enggak tahu.
Enggak tahu.
Enggak tahu.
Yang penting ketemu aja ya.
Yang penting ketemu dan adu retri.
Adu retri.
Kalau enggak adu rahang aja.
Adu rahang aja. Tapi dari tadi The Cavalry semangat banget menyemangati juga tim Liquid Indonesia. Boleh dong dikasih pesan-pesan mungkin siapa nih? Widi.
Kenapa?
Katanya mau pengen dikasih pesan-pesan sama Widi.
Makasih ya udah tadi rusuh dari awal. Bener-bener dari drop udah gemuruh gitu, bagus lah.
Widi. Tapi sebelum kita akan kembalikan kepada caster, kayaknya nggak lengkap nih. Monica dari tadi tuh udah siap-siap dengan Samsung Galaxy Z Flip-nya nih. Mau foto sama yang ganteng di sini. Tapi kayaknya semuanya ganteng, tapi ada yang paling ganteng nih. Boleh nih foto dulu dong sama yang ganteng itu selfie-selfie. Semuanya ganteng sih. Jadi sekalian aja lah sama semuanya nih pakai Samsung Z Flip. Tapi maunya gaya ganteng, kelihatan rahangnya. Mana rahangnya? Oke, wow. Ternyata ini hasilnya bagus banget. Aduh, kayaknya nggak kefoto sekali lagi. Kita foto. Mana rahangnya? Dia si ganteng. Dan tentunya ini, wah, hasilnya lucu banget video. Lucu banget. Kegantengan dari Favian kelihatan dari rahangnya. Yang mana ya rahangnya? Coba lihat sekali lagi. Udah bosan ngelihat rahangnya Favian kah? Langsung aja kita akan melihat rahang-rahang para caster yang udah ready di sana untuk mengantarkan kita mengupas lebih tuntas. Bagaimana sih kemenangan dari tim Liquid Indonesia? Silakan casters.
Yeah, that's about it.
One word.
You faced Team Liquid, you gotta
gesture.
prepare your jaw. So basically what Monica was saying was
Where's
like,
your jaw?
Where's your jaw? So he was asking, mana rahangnya, which basically means, where is your jaw?
Yeah, where's your jaw?
I know. It sounds very, very much asserting.
Jawline.
Jawline.
Yeah, where's your jawline?
Where's your jaw? Kind of
you
feel
can't say that in Indo, right?
cannibalistic.
What was jawline in Indo?
Rahang?
Yeah, right? You can't say
you can't jawline.
garis rahang.
Otot rahang.
Otot, say
Garis
muscle.
rahang?
Your jaw muscle. Show us your jaw muscle.
Jawline.
Whatever. You know what it is, man. It's the bye-bye, looks maxing.
Yeah, looks maxing.
Sigma male stuff. Shout outs to Fabian and Aaron Shiki for always just spamming that emote. It's like they're stuck with that emo, Every time, it's like they're NPC emo. Just next week, they find something else, right? Yeah.
It's not a.
Maybe it's been 2 weeks, man. Come on, It
gets old.
It gets old.
It won't get old. When it's Fabian, it won't get old.
Okay, that's fair.
Kind of looks maxing.
Looks maxing. There looks gaming as well here. Or sorry, game maxing. Just like you guys can do. Games max. Anyways, this fight was phenomenal. The fact that he used the Netherrealm again, they were so confident. Sending Aaron Chiki from the gold lane towards the turtle, using his strong side in the way that we rarely see in MPL Indo, by just making him rotate over to the turtle, knowing that they're going to fight. That's a risky move to take, by the way. Usually when you have strong side, you just want to play in your own lane. What they did was something special, and then in the end, again, just always able to outplay. Good Purify, you head skill in, good Stampede to save him from Aaron, or save Aaron Chiki from Ray, and then getting Ray, forcing Chorizo to step way for a Gam. Hey! Yes, baby! You're our player of the match.
Speak of the
But
devil.
it's almost like Fluffy's dab. But at least this is new. Fluffy's dab that's like 2017 stuff, bro.
Old school. It's old school. It's way too
dab in
outdated.
2024.
That's
It's
not even old school.
It's just
dabbing in this time. It's such an NPC move.
I don't even think NPCs would do that, see? Like, no one dabs in 2024.
But yeah, of course, this is the player of the match. It is Fabian. And the highlights here, as we take a look at his Nolan, which, by the way, in the interview, I was talking to Mirko, and Mirko was like, this guy plays Nolan in an insane manner.
Bro, he's flashy on the Nolan. That's not something that I see a lot here, especially in MPL Indo. Usually when you see the Nolan, Gani mentioned this too, it's just, you walk up, you deal damage, you back up, right?
Yeah.
Fabian just dashing, deal damage, dashing again, fracture, dashing again. It's just so flashy with it. And Aran, this was initially started by Witty getting the pick off onto Chorizo, and then they started the Lord again, baited Mueza out, went for the fight, baited Ray out, and then went for the fight again. The Lord is just a bait every single time. MPL ID, they never truly commit onto the neutral objective unless they know it is certain, and this is really good stuff. A solid macro, amazing decision, Witty. So good on the toe, man! And it's all due to them starting the Lord but not committing onto it. This is the new age Lord dance. You don't fully commit to the Lord, you reset it and then you start it again, you reset it and you start it again. Because if you just tank it, obviously we know it does a bit too much damage actually, so you can't actually tank it up. And then this is the least impressive thing of the game. They just ended the game right here. This is just expected. Aran, Flicker, Earth Shatter, the Netherrealm, and they just fully targeted the turret. Oh, this impressive stuff from TLID. This
now I want to hear on what the players has to say in the golden moment by UBS Gold.
Guys ya. Masih no flicker Ruby sama Darius ya?
Wait first guys.
Go stun Ruby.
Mati.
Nice boy. Imo. Ruby dulu. Orang boy, orang aja boy.
Gua aman.
Mati lagi boy, udah ini. Roger go stun.
Nama. Just orang guys.
Orang boy, orangin boy. Nyayur.
Just orang guys.
Aman boy. Nice boy. Berat ya boy. Balik Carlot ya.
Halo.
Orang dulu. Taruh dulu.
Ultiman. Nice one.
Nice wis. Orang. Orangnya. Mati dua deh. Gua aman. Mati lagi. Nice. Respect Roger ya dari kanan. Gua balik. Gua tahan Roger. Gua ready ulti. Kalau Lordnya masuk, langsung start kelas aja boy. Gua ada ulti buatin. Oke, boleh. Cut atas bawahnya. Mid-nya. Hati-hati Arlot. Tabrak boy. Help deh. Dapat. Pas kick gua kick. Tower leg guys. Tower leg. Nice boy. Easy game. Alhamdulillah.
So cold, so composed, and so clear on what they want to achieve in that game.
Yeah, clean communications too. You know, if the game wasn't already clean, let's take a look at the emblems again. The QC for Aran did quite a bit. He was always, every time he would actually, if you realize, he got the QC on sometimes on the Lord, and then used that to move forward. Great for the chase, not just great for Kite. We were talking about Kite, but hey, if you actually want to go for chase, the QC does a really good job at doing that. And we get to look at the carry here, damage dealt as well. Not too sure if I saw that right. I'm going to try to go for a replay here, but I think Jume. Oh, it was the previous game. He went for Wishing Lantern on the Aurora, so expecting more burst. But GPM, again, it's him, dude.
The guy.
It's the dude. It's
Aaron Man.
Oh my
The
god.
man.
No, it's Fabian. It's not Aaron Man.
Oh, the rich guy.
Yeah, rich guy. Damage dealt, it is Aaron Man indeed. Doesn't look like there's anything too crazy with the builds. Everybody just went for, you know, the standard. Trying to look at it again. Yeah, it's nothing too crazy. Shout outs to them for... And shout outs to the coaching staff who improved a lot. I think when you have a gold lane who can play other heroes over the Claude and the carry, it gives him a good, you know, way to draft.
That's true.
The longest time, Kabuki, when it was in the lineup, it was just, okay, let's pick carry, okay, let's pick Claude. Losing matchup every single time. They still do well with it, but if it's banned out, then all right, we've lost. Now, they have so many dimensions to play with. So maybe it wasn't a coaching staff problem. Maybe it was a kind of like hero pool problem for TLID for the longest time.
That was the eyeballs towards Kabuki, was his limited hero pool. I mean, I remember one time where the Claude was banned out, the carry was banned out, the Moskov was taken, he picked up the Irithel, and he did not deliver. It was such a hard lane to play against. And talking about this team, look at ID lineup right now. It's so insane how mature a young lineup could be.
They're 2 weeks old. This is a 2 week old.
2 weeks old, and they're macro
they're
as
babies.
well.
Yeah,
We glazed that. Yeah, they're babies and showing great wisdom as well. Mirko talked about how
They're
the
Sigma
macro
babies.
is so immense and so insane. And yeah, mewing babies.
Sigma
Looks
babies.
maxing babies.
Wow. I feel like dabbing. right now.
Don't you dare, guys.
I did it. I just did it.
In 2024.
Wow.
Oh, did it? I'm doing it again. Do it again.
The first person to
I
dab
am
in 2024.
officially-
Even Fluffy is stopped, you know?
I officially have no friends anymore after I did that. But of course, we want to talk to a friend backstage on the Losers Interview.
Dewa United Esports begitu memukau dari week pertama, week kedua. Tapi sayang sekali karena hari ini ternyata harus mengakui kekalahan dari tim Liquid Indonesia yang juga memiliki line up generasi baru. Dan kali ini Monica udah bareng Belin dari Dewa United Esports. Belin, ini kalau ngelihat kan seperti yang Monica sampaikan tadi, kedua tim ini hari ini Dewa United, tim Liquid Indonesia juga sama-sama bisa dibilang line up-nya nih generasi baru.
Betul.
Tapi ternyata Dewa United yang kemarin-kemarin kayaknya performance-nya cukup memukau, hari ini harus mengakui kekalahan dengan tim Liquid Indonesia. Ada apa?
Ya mungkin lebih ke mereka lebih solid aja sih. Soalnya kan mereka line up yang udah lama juga hitungannya. Mereka ke tim di MDL. Kalau kita kan ya banyak yang dari tim-tim lain lah. Jadi kayak pembentukan chemistry segala macam masih lebih lama. Jadi ya untuk sekarang ya mereka lebih baik lah intinya.
Sekarang lebih baik. Tapi berarti ini apakah berarti teman-teman dari tim Dewa United ini masih berusaha untuk beradaptasi nih dengan satu sama lain?
Bisa dibilang iya, cuman prosesnya sih udah lumayan, cuman belum perfect aja.
Belum perfect, tapi kita sudah melihat minggu-minggu kemarin performance yang bagus. Jadi kalau udah lebih baik berarti minggu-minggu ke depannya tentunya kita akan melihat performance yang lebih baik lagi ya dari Dewa.
Betul.
Tapi kalau ngomongin performance hari ini dulu nih 2-0 Belin. Ini 2-0 tanpa poin sama sekali untuk Dewa United. Jadi apakah memang harus diakui nih tim Liquid Indonesia lagi kuat-kuatnya? Dan mungkin ada player yang menyulitkan banget nih buat Dewa.
Emang iya sih Liquid lagi kayak strong-strongnya lah, lagi on fire banget. Mungkin kalau untuk player ya Skill sih, soalnya dia konsisten banget mainnya.
Skill, itu yang menyulitkan teman-teman dari Dewa United. Tapi kalau ngomongin juga tadi kita ketika interview di stage ya, Aaron Shiki tuh sempat ngomong tadi kalau katanya dia expect-nya antara Watt atau Azura, katanya expect-nya memang Azura yang bakalan dia temuin di Land of Dawn tadi, dan benar Azura, dan katanya dia lebih ngerasa Azura lebih menyulitkan nih, lebih jago. Tapi mungkin ada pertimbangankah dari Dewa United pada saat week pertama, week kedua, dan baru akhirnya menurunkan Azura nih untuk main?
Tadi Aaron bilang apa? Azura lebih menyulitkan.
Iya, buat Aaron katanya.
Yang pernah ketemu sama Awat?
Katanya udah pernah ketemu di liga lain.
Iya, udah pernah.
Jadi gimana kalau menurut kayaknya menurut Belin nggak setuju nih?
Nggak tahu, soalnya kan dia playoff aja nggak pernah MDL.
Jadi nggak setuju ya? Nggak setuju. Berarti antara Awat dan juga Azura sama-sama jago ya dua-duanya?
Sama-sama jago, buktinya ya Azura dapat game time, Awat dapat game time, ya mereka pas main tuh ya pas lagi jago-jagonya.
Pas lagi jago-jagonya, berarti nanti di leg kedua kita akan lihat ya pembuktiannya. Apakah Aaron Shiki bakalan ketemu Awat atau bakalan ketemu lagi sama Azura, dan kita akan lihat pembuktiannya nanti ya. Kalau nanti apakah benar yang disampaikan oleh Aaron tadi, menurut Aaron katanya lebih menyulitkan Azura ya. Tapi kalau ngomongin next match, karena tentunya kita berusaha untuk menjadi lebih baik lagi. Kalau tadi kata Belin juga kan, tim Dewa lagi berusaha untuk beradaptasi menjadi lebih baik lagi. Tapi next ini nggak bakalan mudah Belin, karena Dewa United bakalan ketemu sama Fnatic Onyx, sang Raja Langit. Gimana ekspektasinya Dewa nih? Udah bersiap-siapkah untuk melawan Raja Langit?
Sebenarnya belum bisa expect apa-apa sih, soalnya kita kan persiapan juga mungkin baru start Senin. Tapi ya kalau dari Dewa, dari gue sendiri, gue excited ketemu Onyx, soalnya ketemu player gue yang lama, ada Lutfi sama ya Onyx, tim lama gue lah, jadi ya gue excited.
Excited banget, berarti jadi persiapannya jadi lebih oke berarti ya?
Bisa jadi.
Bisa jadi, dan semoga nanti kita bisa interviewnya di stage ya, nggak lagi di backstage.
Sama player.
Sama player. Dan langsung saja thank you Belin, dan good luck untuk next matchnya untuk Dewa United Esports. Dan langsung saja para casters di sana akan merangkum bagaimana jalannya match ketiga sekaligus juga match penutupan pada hari ini. Silakan casters, take it away.
That was, of course, Belin, who actually highly acclaims Yehezkiel as one of the best players in Team Liquid ID. But, you know, it all comes down to the final clash, I think, for this week is tomorrow. We talked about how Team Liquid ID now has a chance to take down RRQ. It will be very interesting because the rookies will be all over the place. We have Edok, we have Rins, we have Dyron, who technically isn't a rookie.
Yeah, just like Aran, right?
Yeah, just like Aran. And then they're gonna face off against Fabian. You know, Fabian against Sutsujin, that's what he said. He kind of wants to meet Sutsujin again. Sutsujin, not a rookie, but yeah, it's there. But of course, the audience highlight by Monthly Waffles. I like that name. I'm craving for some waffles now. This week gets 1 win and 1 loss. How can Dewa achieve victory in week 4? Farmer's pick was really good, making Aurora's ultimate useless. It's a shame that Dewa's Jawhead is only effective when you're winning earlier mid-game. Hopefully, Dewa will do better next time. A much more civilized take.
Civilized? Only civilized is the right word, right? It seems like it's a take from someone who actually watched the game.
Ah, there you go.
Game match 2 was like, Ultra we go 2 passes, huh?
And then they were like,
the struggling.
Big Sean struggling in week 3.
He's like, oh, okay. But hey, this one, yeah. Shout outs to Monthly Waffles. Yeah. You're amazing for this. I agree. Very early to mid centric playstyle with the Jawhead, and they weren't able to get the early to mid, unfortunately, despite getting the first turtles. Yep. The fights just were still in favor of TLID. And again, they had a creative way to utilize the strong side of the map, which is Aaron Shiki in that matchup against the Roger. Decided to move Aaron from up top down below. That was a calculated risk that they went for, and it ended up paying off because of what you said too. Making Aurora's ultimate useless. That was what Yehezkiel was doing. Now I understand why Belin had so much praise for Yehezkiel. I also have the same praise towards Yehezkiel. I think he was player of the match for me because of his consistency throughout the series, right?
Concur.
Game 1, amazing. Game 2, even better. That Faramis playing in the back, always, you know? Yeah. And then Bridge Glacier comes in, he's like, another round, fool.
Another round. Stop. Stop, drop, and roll. That's how Connie used to say it.
You know, it would have been much better if they didn't change the name. If that was the Cult Altar.
Yeah, that's true. I kind of prefer Cult Altar.
Yeah, because you can also say it in the Japanese way, and it sounds really cool.
What is that?
Tarutu aru taru. Right? If you do Netherrealm, it's just
Here we
Netherrealm. It's like
Netherrealm.
Doesn't sound right.
It's a tongue twister for sure. But yeah, that is it. Team Liquid ID, they topple down the gods, charging in a poetic way. They also bring the horse and charging forward. And now, of course, it's going to be the Kiddia play of the day. A boy spacing away. So insane, Mirko.
So crazy, dude. Yo, a boy is just him, I guess, man. I think, you know, whenever I think of a boy now, I remember Ade, Mas Ade, ex-M1 EVO's analyst, and he was selling a boy hard to Pa Ape.
Yeah, I know.
He was like, Pa Ape, you gotta buy a boy, dude. Trust me, buy a boy. And then we still see him do things like that. It's just, shout out to a boy. Very underrated player. He didn't perform in week 1. What happened to a boy? Why wasn't he doing this?
Yeah, he was evolving into a man.
He's like a microwave, you know? He takes time.
Microwave?
Microwave?
Yeah. I was like, a man?
That's an insult.
A microwave.
Listen
out, all right? You heat it up for 10 seconds, it doesn't really heat, but 2 minutes? He's hot.
Okay.
He's hot.
Makes sense, but we'll get to that later because now the standings presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. Of course, Bigatron Alpha, after that loss against GeekFam, still sits on top of RQ Hoshi, and then the bottom 3 still. Ultra Ego, they drop into 1-3. Rebellion still winless, and EVOS Glory, after that win, they soar, or rather still stay afloat in the 7th place.
Again, for Bigatron Alpha, still at the top, you know, RQ and Team Liquid. This would change a lot. If Team Liquid win tomorrow, they're going to be number 2. RQ will be dropped down. Depends on, actually, their net game win is pretty good. It's 5, so even if they lose 2-0, they'll still be ahead of Fnatic Onyx. So what will change if Liquid wins will be, Fnatic Onyx will be 4th.
Yeah.
If RQ win, nothing will change here. Actually, it will. Wait. Liquid will be dropped down to 6th.
Ooh, and this is it. Tomorrow's schedule. Rebellion against Ultra Ego. The bottom 2 teams duking it out in the opening match of the last day of week number 3. RQ Hoshi against Team Liquid ID will be the headliner and the main card and the match of the day. And of course, Bigatron Alpha will most likely slip down again against EVOS Glory.
Ooh.
Hopefully not.
Let's see though, right? I mean, EVOS Glory still carrying the momentum. They got the win today. Bigatron got the L today, so
yeah, that's the
will
problem.
the trend continue?
I mean, yeah. RQ really good though. TL ID. I mean, this truly is match of the day, right? Unlike today's match of the day, which was like more of match 1. You agree?
It's a 2-1.
I mean,
it's a close game, EVOS Glory.
Come on, it's GeekFam who just beat Fnatic Onyx versus number 1 in the standings.
I think the match of the day should have been GeekFam against
right?
Bigatron.
Yeah, exactly.
Because GeekFam won.
Yeah.
So
it's surprising.
It's an upset. It's an upset. No, what's not surprising?
What?
The discount you can get.
How many?
Franco.
Because it's just value, dude.
It's of course, the new Franco MPL skin. Last season it was Pantera, and this season it's Franco. Of course, first week 30% off. But of course, the first week has passed. We are entering the 3rd week of MPL ID. So if you missed it, joke's on you.
Whoa. Haha, you didn't get it. No, you guys can still get it right now, guys. Franco Quantum Vanguard, not Quantum Charge. Go check it out. Whenever Franco gets picked up, you actually see his 3D image pop up just moving in the draft like this, you know? Everybody's 2D. Franco, MPL skin, 3D.
Yeah, and of course, we can also celebrate Moonton's 10th anniversary, and also with the festivities there is in Mobile Legends. Happy birthday, Moonton. You can also grab yourself free new collector skin and epic skins. I have spinned some. I was able to get the Lightborn Tigreal, and also was able to get
That's valid.
you know, Harley's Inventor skin, you know, skin?
Yeah.
I don't really play Harley though. It's actually
neither.
I hate Harley.
Oh.
I gotta agree, man. I really hate Harley too.
Why is it personal, man?
It's personal.
Yeah.
I just hate Harley.
Little clown.
Yeah.
Little magician.
He's a laughing man.
He is a little magician, right? He throws cards around. His ult is deadly magic.
I want more though. What else is in MLBB?
Well, Yanni, humans are never satisfied. They are egocentric, and that is justified because you can get more in the Youth Fair event. With Sylvana, of course, being the headliner. Exciting event sneak peek. We can take a look at Sylvana's Classroom Glam skin. I already have acquired the skin as well just by logging in. And of course, trading cards with your friends. It's very fun to get that. And also other skins as well with Luo Yi's Tenko skin for free, which I also have acquired.
You know, I've got all that. What I don't have, tickets to MPL tomorrow. Because I'm casting, so I can't actually come and watch, but I would love to watch and just feel the atmosphere as a viewer, as an audience member. Can they do that?
They can. Oh, they can simply buy the MPL ID Season 14 tickets. It's in the MPL ID website. Most of them are sold out already for the headliner, so you gotta be quick.
I opened my flip phone and now you say it's sold out.
I'm trying to demotivate you so you can focus on casting, Mirko, tomorrow. You have a free access as well.
We have to check it out, you guys, all right?
Yeah.
Everyone, your family, check it out because you get to meet the players, you can get the experience, and of course, you can meet the man in the middle here.
Wow.
FaZe.
I want to meet Omwawa.
Realize. Omwawa?
Omwawa's
He's
over
there.
He's over there.
Dude, there are tickets yet tomorrow. What do you mean it's sold out?
Yeah, it's still there. I mean, what's better, Mirko, is if you use GoPay, you get a 10% discount and a cashback as well.
I have GoPay right here, man.
Let's go. That is, of course, going to be, you know, a ticket way for you to experience the thrill and the atmosphere of MPL Arena, because you gotta be here to experience it, because us casters as well, we can't really hear what's going on if the fans are banging their drums and just shouting out their war cries. So yeah, it's a very interesting event to seek out.
Very interesting indeed, and what an interesting week, right? Yesterday was a 2-1, 2-0, and today we got a 2-1, 2-1, 2-0.
Yeah.
Tomorrow,
2-1, 2-1, 2-1.
Is this a pattern of BO3?
2-1, 2-1, 2-0 again?
Again?
2-1, 2-0, 2-1.
See.
2-0, 2-1, 2-1? Is that what you said?
2-1, 2-1, 2-1.
Oh.
Yeah.
Roar.
That's the only outcome.
That's the only outcome?
Yeah,
we'll see. We'll see if that comes true. Realize that you are a prediction man. You are Mystic Realize.
I'm the seer.
You're the seer.
Yeah. You want me to read Tarots? I actually can.
What, you actually can?
I can.
Oh, you can't.
I have a friend that can though.
Oh.
And I can what? Can read Tarots.
Oh!
But I don't really understand how it works, so.
Yeah, me neither. I think it's whack.
That's true.
You gotta be honest with you, man.
You get a trigger if you have the Tarot fans out there. You know what else is whack?
No.
Zodiacs.
Huh?
Zodiacs.
Zodiacs. Oh. You know what? I agree. That's why I personally judge people based on their phones. If you don't have a Z Flip,
excusez-moi.
Don't sit with us.
You don't have a Z Flip or a Z Fold or an S series or an A series, just a Samsung
Check it
phone.
out.
You're kind of weird, man. Like,
you are weird.
Why wouldn't you want to sit in the Samsung zone there, Galaxy zone?
Yeah.
It's just questionable, honestly.
It's so worth it, man.
Yeah,
They
I mean,
sit
you play
beside
really
us.
good, and you know how on other phones you have problems, putting it in your pocket?
Yeah.
It's big.
Bam! Flip it, fold it, put it in your pocket.
Thank you, Meantime.
You're gonna bring it home.
Yeah, thanks, Samsung.
Thanks,
I'm
Samsung.
giving this back.
And thanks to you
This
guys
is mine now.
for watching day number 2 of week number 3 in MPL ID Season 14. It has been a blast for week day number 2. Of course, we have the arrival of our new caster right here, Mirko from Morocco, who accompanied us. And of course, it's insane because Bigatron Alpha does have the reach towards Morocco. They have the global influence now. You know, a fan from Morocco is insane as well.
Oh yeah, man. I actually met a lot of African players who are fans of RQ and Bigatron Alpha too.
That's insane. But we gotta continue the excitement tomorrow because it has been such an interesting day as well with a lot of upsets happening. But there we go. It has been a pleasure. MPL ID Season 14, we own this.
English yang hari ini udah bertugas menemani kita di 3 match yang begitu seru di minggu ketiga hari kedua hari ini. Dan tentunya seperti yang telah disampaikan oleh para caster, hari ini kita sudah melihat ada tim-tim yang berhasil beradaptasi, ada juga banyak yang sudah menunjukkan bahwa mereka berhasil dengan line up generasi baru, dengan regenerasi mereka. 3 match kali ini kita sudah lalui dan tentunya ini membuat kita jadi semakin pede, percaya diri untuk melihat tim Indonesia di skala global, di landscape global dengan daya saing yang lebih bagus tentunya. Dan hari ini juga kita melihat betapa kompetitifnya MPL Indonesia Season 14 di match pembukaan pada hari ini antara Geekfam dan juga Bigetron Alpha. Kita melihat bahwa ternyata akhirnya Bigetron Alpha harus mengakui kekalahan yang kemarin-kemarin selalu menang. Hari ini harus mengakui kekalahan terhadap Geekfam, dan Geekfam juga berhasil membuktikan bahwa hari ini di minggu ketiga yang disebut orang-orang tuh bakalan sulit untuk Geekfam karena bakalan menghadapi tim-tim raksasa. Tapi ternyata berhasil mereka lewati dengan senyuman begitu bahagia. Dan di match kedua juga tak kalah seru karena mempertemukan antara EVOS Glory dan juga Alter Ego, yang mana akhirnya kita bisa melihat sang macan putih mengaum kembali. EVOS bisa kembali bangkit setelah 4 kali lose streak. Akhirnya semuanya terpecahkan hari ini, berhasil bangkit dengan kemenangan melawan Alter Ego. Dan yang baru saja kita saksikan, dengan tidak memberikan poin sama sekali, tim Liquid Indonesia berhasil mengalahkan Dewa United Esports, yang mana ini menarik ya karena kedua tim sama-sama juga dengan line up generasi baru. Regenerasi mereka sama-sama juga selama 3 minggu terakhir memberikan performance yang cukup memuaskan dengan line up generasi baru ini. Tapi tentunya Dewa United hari ini harus mengakui keunggulan dari tim Liquid Indonesia di Battle of the Next Gen kali ini. Tapi tentunya hari ini, minggu ketiga, hari kedua belum menjadi akhir dari pertarungan battle mereka. Karena masih ada besok hari di minggu ketiga dan masih ada week keempat, week kelima, dan week-week selanjutnya. Dari ini masih ada perjalanan panjang untuk tim-tim ini membuktikan performance luar biasa mereka sampai nanti ke playoff. Ini bakalan seru sekali karena tentunya keseruan ini tidak lepas dari MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports Kidia, kemudian ada official gold partner by UBS Gold, dan juga ada partner in esports kita. Thank you untuk Campina, Head and Shoulders, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan juga IndiHome. Tak lupa juga thank you untuk suppliers kita, thank you untuk Erigo dan juga Saturdays, dan MPL Indonesia Season 14 supported by PWSI. Dan akhir kata Monica Ko mengucapkan terima kasih untuk seluruh super fans yang selalu memberikan semangat terbaik untuk tim-tim kesayangan. Dan jangan lupa tetap respect satu sama lain dengan tim satu sama lain dan juga super fans dari tim satu sama lain. Karena kita sebenarnya adalah satu, kita sama-sama membanggakan Indonesia. Dan besok hari bakalan ditunggu akan ada 3 match seru juga. Jadi pokoknya besok harus wajib langsung, kalau udah dapat tiket langsung datang ke MPL Arena. Kalau belum dapat berusaha lagi, kalau ya masih belum dapat lagi bisa ikuti melalui streaming. Jadi pokoknya jangan lewatin untuk minggu ketiga MPL Indonesia dan MPL Indonesia Season 14. We on this. Sampai jumpa.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawa